Well, here we are, the final day of the FIFAe World Cup, and we're down to just 4 teams, 4 nations, one with a chance of joining the wall of greatness alongside me. France, Saudi Arabia, USA, and Brazil. What an honor it is to represent your country, represent your nation, but what a privilege it will be to take home the FIFAe World Cup trophy. Can Saudi Arabia go back-to-back? Can they be the only winners of the FIFAe World Cup? Or will we see a new champion rise today? Let's get the party started.
We're about to find out, aren't we? Hello and thanks for joining us, Rocket League fans, on a day when champions will be crowned and history will be made, as in a few hours' time we will have our FIFAe World Cup 2025 Rocket League winners. But first, it is semi-finals time. 4 nations, 3 players in each, 2 semi-finals and only 1 trophy on the line. Welcome to Championship Friday. That does sound a little bit odd when I say that. Usually it's Championship Sunday. Anyway, let's move on and get the party started in the company of these 3 incredible beings, Achieves, Cole and CJ. Welcome to Championship Friday. I'm going to get used to saying that throughout the day. I love that it's on a Friday as well. Guys, this just gets me so excited to be here at another finals.
Yes, it's exciting to be back for the second FIFA final. I'm looking forward to it. Saudi Arabia, great show last year, a lot to live up to, but perhaps some stiffer competition this year.
Yeah, they've not made the finals yet. You know, still in the semi-finals, so 3 big best-of-7s to come. It's only going to be more exhausting for these players.
I'm still getting used to Championship Friday as well. So we did a few takes of the cold open. We're saying Champ Sunday. Yeah, there's a guy that's not Sunday. I don't know what day it is, but it's so exciting.
We've been here for a long time. We did eFootball as well last week, so it's been bubbling to this moment as well. And I'm going to say, guys, something a little bit unusual. We had a rest day yesterday. It's unusual for us and unusual for the players. Will that have thrown any nations out of sync at all?
Yeah, I think it's kind of up to the team. You know, maybe you take the day off, maybe you sit there and want to scrim. Perhaps it's dependent on how they feel they played the previous day. I think it's all up to them. What do you think, CJ?
I've got a little bit of illness, I think, in the French camp, so maybe they did need the day off just to rest and recover. I know Juicy was kind of feeling it early on, and yeah, we'll see if that day off did help them.
Yeah, do you think it would have been something they wanted to do, or actually they want to keep that competitive edge by just playing kind of competitive matches?
I mean, these guys are here because they love playing Rocket League first and foremost. You know, it's sort of memed on certain players that they haven't got enough hours past 2 weeks, but I think all the players that are here at the moment, they're the guys that they go home, they play 2s after a World Championship, after anything.
Yeah, well, I mean, Team England, I think, were booked in to go to the desert regardless if they were still in it or not. So I think they were happy with the day off, even if they're in the top 4.
They went on camel rides, I believe, in the rain. As you do if you're English. We love the rain. It doesn't stop us. Okay, well, let's just set the scene, shall we? We have 4 brilliant semi-finalists to bring you, 2 semi-finals. These are the nations who have got this far to Championship Friday. First up, you're going to enjoy France taking on the USA, and then a little bit later on, it's Saudi Arabia taking on Brazil. And then, as you can see, confirmed time there for our grand final, 8:30 local time. We're still yet to find out who makes it all the way this year. Oh, it's incredible. And I guess, as well, let's just say we've got the best nations, haven't we?
I was just about to say that. I mean, they're the big 4, aren't they? They're the big 4 nations here, and we're seeing it once again. Saudi Arabia, Brazil, how many times do we see that at club level? And obviously France, USA. Chatting to the coaches, it feels like Farah and Sathu every time in a big tournament on top 4. They're playing each other. I
also want to mention, you obviously can watch that on FIFA.gg, and every time you guys come and watch, you might see that we have a lot more merch in the studio. We add to it every time, and you can win trophy replicas, you can scan that QR code, or you can win Panini cards. Do you know what they are? Take a look. Cole is showing you one right now.
Achieves is showing you one. Oh, this is me. I'm just here for the ride. This is all Achieves' work.
Oh, thank you very much. They did a great job with the photography. I've never been made into a Panini card.
There you go. There's
so,
Panini in the corner
that's
as well.
fun.
You can't obviously win Achieves, but basically what you do... Sorry,
that's the reason I'm here.
Really?
Bursting the bubble.
Sorry.
If you register over on FIFA.gg and you sign up there and you watch, well, if you watch for an hour, you can win a pack of Panini cards from in-game, and that's 5 cards you get. Basically, we want to see if you can collect as many as possible and fill up your kind of virtual sticker book. There's also replica, like we just saw, trophies. Where is it? Around behind Cole. I don't know if you can see that over there.
Oh, yeah.
Merchandise to give away. Plus, the big one, are 2 tickets for next year's World Cup in the USA, Mexico and Canada. We're going to fly you and a friend out and accommodate you as well. So that is a massive prize there.
She
So
said
all you have
friend.
to do is watch.
Make sure you bring a friend.
I'll go with you instead after that.
Thanks.
Okay, righty. Should we have a look and see exactly what they're playing for as well? Because, of course, prestige, but money on the line as well. Our semi-finalists today, all 4 of our nations are guaranteed $25,000. That jumps up if you get to the grand final. A minimum you'll go away with $30,000, and then the champions go away with a very cool $50,000 US dollars. But for me, these events are about representing your nation. There's no grander stage, is there, Cole?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a different form of pressure. We've already seen it from the England players, who obviously sort of I've been chatting to a little bit. I know Stumpy's been chatting to as well, that you could see in their eyes how much it means to them. And these are players who've been to various events. They've won some, they've lost some, you know, that you earn some money from getting to the quarterfinals, whatever. When you got the England badge, when you got the Brazil badge, whatever it is, it means something different.
Yeah, and we mentioned the big 4 nations looking at that bracket from the quarterfinals. I think it's pretty clear, maybe outside of the England-Brazil quarterfinal, that we do have the big 4 left in our top 4 achieves.
Yeah, it was a great quarterfinal day yesterday. You got to really see who brought their A game. You know, I feel like Brazil especially leveled up. I'm sorry to say it, Cole, but they were looking a little dodgy through the group stage. But boy, they brought them out on those walkouts. They got some talks from some upper level people in the Brazil football world. That was super cool, and boy, did they show out and play yesterday.
Yeah, Carlo Ancelotti, didn't he? He gave a little team talk yesterday. But in terms of, I guess, what, England, from an England perspective, we love that they got through to the knockouts this year.
Yeah, I mean,
year.
last time they didn't, and it was hugely disappointing. They're not going to feel too much better this time around. I think that based on the groups, Brazil is a match that they thought was favourable, that they were looking forward to playing. And to be honest, now I've had time to digest it myself, I was casting this one. I think it's fair to say, and they wouldn't disagree, the better team won. I mean, even on map 6, like, if Brazil had scored first, they would have battered England. I can't believe we won that game.
Yeah, I know that they're not happy, that England aren't happy, they're not in the top 4, but I'd say they got outplayed for the majority of this game. I think that, from a Brazilian point of view, Achieves Lost is having the tournament of his life. So
yeah, Lost playing well, and Swift as well, especially. And the attack didn't get through yesterday without that guy. He did a great job breaking down that English defense. They needed him to get through. Yan got to play a little bit of decoy, and well done, but they get the dub in 7, and that's all that counts as far as anyone's concerned.
Yeah, we had to see a full series, didn't we, in that first quarter-final. Achieves, we were mentioning, obviously, we got the top 4 nations that we kind of expected. Actually, on paper, though, aren't England ranked 4th
yes.
or 3rd?
Throughout the groups, they were 2. Yeah, they were 2.
So you kind of think, actually, in terms of on paper and their form, that would have been a better result to have them through. Brazil
would have been real good.
Please say yes,
we were
CJ.
trying to talk about narratives, CJ, and you look confused at us.
yeah, I feel like I'm getting eyeballed at the moment by an English woman. So I think it makes sense that
We're
they are.
trying to find some, kind of.
Well, they're the only
confidence
quarterfinal
in
that went
England.
game 7, so I'd say they're right on the cusp. Brazil, though, definitely stepped up from the group
Yeah.
stage. I would agree if we were just looking at group stage form. England, welcome to the semi-finals. Unfortunately, in the quarterfinals, Brazil stepped up.
It'll come home next year, guys. Don't you worry.
Yeah!
Right, should we move on to the next quarter-final? That was France taking on Germany. That was an all-European affair. As we'd probably expect, Europe is such a strong, dominant nation, aren't they, in Rocket League? And it went very much one-way traffic. CJ, do you want to start with this one?
Yeah, I tried to duck out for a feed during this, and it was a quick dinner. Let's just say that. France looked fantastic. Germany, they were the surprise packet, I think, beating Saudi Arabia out of the groups. Certainly, I guess brought their attention into our eyes, but yeah, I think France really showed their quality, showed their class.
Yeah, they did. I guess this, to me, is a glass half full, glass half empty one, because France played as we expected. They were brilliant. They were passing the ball around. They were shooting beautifully, but it seems like, could Germany have given us just a little bit more? Were they playing up to their potential? Because these are good players.
Yeah, I feel like Germany was close to where, as good as they were gonna play. I mean, I'm not sure how much left was really there in the tank. I thought they came out with the right strat. You gotta stick a toe in the back. You can't leave the weak link up there. They let Reese Fox go on the attack, and he actually did pretty decent, mates. Or that's a different team entirely. I'm thinking about something
Hang on a
else.
second.
Braziers and
Just leave it there.
yeah, go for it, CJ.
Talking to Freaky afterwards, a coach of Germany, and he was pretty happy. So I think when you do get 4-0'd and you're happy with the result in a way, it probably shows that France are just a much better team.
Do you know what? I blame Reece Fox.
I was actually going to blame Other Achieves. Should we get rid of Other Achieves? He doesn't know what he's talking about. Sorry, let's just put him here. And now the real Achieves, please step up to the plate. There we go.
I think Germany played pretty okay.
Great point.
Not quite
Well
enough.
made. God, he's clever.
That's the analogy.
Should we move on? Should we go on to South Africa taking on Belgium? That was our third quarterfinal, and that was the one that brought the crowd as well. We were talking about the fourth man, the defending.
We're all doing it now. You said South Africa.
South Africa versus
Get rid of that Achieves. Get rid of fake Achieves.
Can we start this
Yeah,
show
bad
again?
luck, man.
We're
Saudi
going nowhere
Arabia
here.
taking on Belgium, and obviously we said that the fourth man there. South Africa went out in the group stages. They were great to come here, obviously.
Yes,
Get out in the groups. They
yes.
were absolutely fabulous to actually qualify, which was great for them. Let's talk about Belgium firstly. They had a great first game.
Yeah, they looked good in game one, and I feel like if they could get the ball rolling through game two, they could use that momentum. But I think we see this often with Saudi Arabia. They're a team that do get nervous. They're a team that, particularly at home, feel the pressure. When you give them that first win, that confidence booster, that can really get rolling.
Yeah, I think that Saudi Arabia weren't thinking that Belgium would be as good as they were, because Belgium were really good in this first game and throughout the series as well. They didn't dip in form, they didn't let their heads drop even when Saudi Arabia began to get on top, and that's maybe why I was being a bit mean maybe to the Germans, because I want to see Germany put in a performance like Belgium did, because they were great value for their game. They could have got a second as well, especially with Atto getting on
Yeah,
the
and it was some close games there in 3 and 4 for Belgium. Just not quite enough. There's levels to it, and Saudi Arabia came out on top, no doubt.
You talk about if Saudi Arabia get nervous. Are they not going to get even more nervous today? Have you seen the crowd that's building up behind us?
So Saudi Arabia, before winning last year at FIFAe, they had a reputation of always playing really well up to the grand finals and then losing in the finals. This event was their first finals that they won as a trio for Falcons, so hopefully they can remind themselves how well they did in that finals and we don't see them underperform.
Is that a case of monkey off the back kind of scenario there for Saudi?
Yeah, they need that first win. They won an RLCS major as well, FIFAe World Cup title. So since they did win here last year, we finally saw them get success elsewhere.
I don't think Achieves and myself are going to tell you what the next quarterfinal
I'm excited to see.
Do you want to take it?
Was it Australia? I don't know. That's what we saw last time, but no, the final quarterfinal was
Get it right, pressure!
USA took on the Netherlands, which was another 4-0, and we spoke about being a boring, 4 one-goal games, boring USA Rocket League.
I think, CJ, you getting their names right just now is the most interesting thing about this quarterfinal. Just the match itself, not to have a go at any Rocket League, all Rocket League's beautiful, but it wasn't the best. It was one for the purists.
Yeah, this was definitely like we talked about at the end of the show yesterday, if you caught it, USA is a very controlled-based team. They're not out there to just blow the doors off you and really beat you up on the offense and defensive side of the ball. They just want to see what you do, throw one at you, and then say, yeah, we're going to beat you to wherever the ball ends up next, and just play this slow, steady, and methodical grinding type of game. And it's kind of risky to play a lot of one-goal games, but they're so good at it.
Yeah, I was down there on the stage watching this final series, and it felt like once Game 4 finished, all 6 players kind of got up and went, well, okay. It didn't really feel like a match. They kind of just bored Netherlands to a 0-4. It was insane, but I think that's scary when USA are winning kind of that easily without really doing anything, at least visually. It means they're playing well, they're set up well.
They're taking it in their stride, and they said that they keep getting better and better with every round, and that is a scary thought. Well, I can tell you, actually, spoiler alert, USA didn't win Axe Player of the Day yesterday. This was the player instead that did. Ruas from Saudi Arabia. There we go. He won the Axe Player of the Day for the quarterfinal day on day 3, and he joins Killers and Atau from day 1 and day 2. And we kind of were talking off camera, a deserved Axe Player of the Day that Achieves.
Yeah, now I understand. You had a point, CJ. You could easily have picked, TRK or Killers again, but now, there's something to be said about a guy who gets on his post-game interview and says, I didn't play all that well, and, my team did really well today. And I disagree entirely, sir. All you needed to go out there and do today was get the job done. You needed to measure what your opponents were giving you, communicate, manage pace of play, and you executed that perfectly. And I'm not going to give Players of the Day to TRK, who is levels above everybody on the mechanical side of things. Congrats, you beat up the kids on the pitch. Well, I'm going to give it to the guy who wins when it's not his best day anyway.
Calm down.
Bring the other, where's the other Achieves? Bring him back. Bring him back.
Oh, should we calm down a bit?
Actually, I went and
calm.
spoke to Rawas this morning and said, you played really well yesterday. Halfway through, I realised I was speaking to killers.
No, you didn't.
No, obviously, sometimes it takes a little bit to see. If they're by themselves, they're twins, for goodness sake. But, yeah, no, great. They're both playing fantastic.
He
And
won by-
TRK is deserved as well.
Won by 77% of the votes as well, so it was conclusive. Roas was the Axe president
Yeah, if you want player of the day
quarterfinals.
today, TRK, win the grand final, then we'll talk.
There we go. It's all down to this man. He suggests the nominations there. Okay, should we actually look at some stats as well? Because we were having a look at the top goal scorers from the tournament so far. So we can talk about 5th all the way down to 1st. As the names pop up, guys, we can just read out exactly what was that 1.2. It's hard to see they go fast. Killers 1.39. And Zen 1.5 Zen top goal scorer in terms of per game there.
Yeah, 2 Frenchmen, 2 Saudis, and one English. Well done. You made the top 5 in goal scorers. Good for you guys.
Is that telling of what we're going to see in the final then? Saudi Arabia
Probably. They're
and
pretty good.
France. Maybe in terms of being attacking.
It could be, but I think Zen was nearly going at 2 goals per game, so I think he's declined a little bit, or perhaps the competition's
no.
gone a bit.
To be fair, that is the standards that Zen has. Zen, he was at 2, he went down to 1.5.
Okay.
So people go, Zen's washed.
Disappointing.
He's rubbish now.
I remember we were giving out like golden strikers for like 0.8 goals per game. Good job.
Should we look at assists as well?
Oh, we
Got some
can?
more
Let's do it.
Facts and stats for you too, to have a little deep dive into top assists. Killer 0.82 there. Roas 0.97. Juicy 0.97, the same. Tari, what? One?
The same?
That's
Is it 2
1.0.
Saudis, 2 French, all 3
TRK
Saudis in the top
1.1.
assist?
1.15.
Okay.
Even better, 1.15. What does that man have to do to impress you? Achieve?
I was about to say that.
But they all won. I did win.
Yeah, Chiefs.
And these 2 teammates have won player of the day. If he wins today, it'll be
wrong with
him.
you?
It's only fair.
I see. You're trying to push him because you respect him more. I get it.
Yeah.
Well, again, two French players there and an entire Saudi Arabian team. So it shows the strength they're bringing in every aspect.
They're known for scoring goals. You know, they keep on scoring. Some teams, USA, they go 1-0 up and they're like, yeah, that's fine, we'll plod along. Whereas Saudi Arabia are like, we want 8. Oh, man, we only got 7.
Yeah, I feel like the pressure's off them as well because they're not a team anymore, a club level. They're having fun. Obviously, they really want to go back to back. You can see the pressure that their nation is putting on them here at
we're
home.
looking around now.
But
it's very
it
green.
seems like they're playing, with a bit more freedom, which is nice.
Yeah.
Should we take a pause on Saudi Arabia because they're not coming till the second semi-final. So we're going to actually get a bit more information about our first semi-final then and see exactly how they got here. It's the one at the bottom of your screen. It's France taking on the United States. France then, we've already mentioned it, they beat Germany on Wednesday now in those quarterfinals to get here. And then the USA, it was the Netherlands were their opponents. And the French team, I mean, they're a team that everyone has as the ones to watch. They're a team full of EWC champions, pretty much. They've got such quality in this side, and it started coming out at the right time, hasn't it?
Yeah, and I think they've got their work cut out for them. I mean, USA doing what they did yesterday is one thing against their opposition. France is a whole nother beast. It's I do not favor USA in many one-goal games versus the French. I think if you want to beat them, you kind of got to hold them at arm's length because there's a lot of firepower over there on that French roster.
Yeah, I mean, everyone wants to see Zen and Vatira play together. They have done for years. This is France's real chance, I think. I mean, they had Monkey Moon last year, who is obviously a serial winner, but, I mean, it's a different prospect this year.
Okay, well, CJ, we're missing you out because you've actually already got the deep dive into the Team France. You spoke to their coach, Ferreira.
Here with Ferrer, coach of France, ahead of the huge semi-final matchup against USA. How are you feeling?
Great. It's been a tough week. Lots of sickness all around, but we'll get through it. 2 more best of 7 and we leave the title.
You mentioned the sickness. How do you kind of manage the players when they're not at 100%?
It's not easy because also like they exchanged sickness, right? Like one is sick and then the next day it's the other one and then the next day it's the other one. So we're trying to rest as much as we can and focus just on the moment where we play, and we try to avoid wasting energy on other stuff.
Yeah, and obviously you're not coaching at the club level, if you would, this time. How are you finding? I suppose you're not rusty, or you're back in the groove. How are you finding coaching France this time?
It's fun. It's always a fun event here. I've not left for a very long time, so I'm still quite used to it, and also I know the players really well. So yeah, one more day.
So sickness, but boys ready to go, locked in. Can you guys win today?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers.
The biggest storyline coming out of that is the illness in this French camp. And we heard about it, I think it was on even group stages a couple of days ago now, and we kind of thought hopefully maybe with this rest day that would kind of be put behind them. But it sounds like it's actually got a little bit worse, CJ.
Yeah, it hit Juicy early on in the tournament. I'm not sure if he was patient zero in the French camp, but I think it's hit Zen today, word amongst the camp. So certainly something to watch. He was our #1 player, our top goal scorer throughout the tournament.
Oh, well, hopefully they do feel well enough to compete and compete at their best as well, because they're taking on a very strong Team USA.
Here with Sathu, coach of the United States of America, semi-finals time. It's France once again. It feels like you're always playing the French. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, last year I played the Netherlands in the quarters. Now we have France, potentially Saudi in the finals. So it's just a big case of deja vu.
I was saying it's scary when you guys are winning on those boring 4-0 games. Do you feel like you're in peak form right now?
Yeah, it feels like that. Well, I don't want to say NRG way, but it is kind of. So yeah, probably.
Ready to go. And obviously last year you coached Morocco. What's it like coaching the boys in this event this time?
I mean, just a lot more familiar with what they do. Familiar with the positives and negatives of our team. So feel like I can have probably even more impact than last year.
And you think France is the biggest threat in this top 4, or Saudi or Brazil?
I think Saudi still is. I think they've looked the strongest, like in group stage and in scrims, so probably Saudi still.
And the boys are ready to handle the hostile crowd out there?
Of course.
All right, good luck.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Okay, well, final thoughts quickly before we actually get to the nations walking out. Who is most comfortable in this situation, in semi-final situation?
USA, I think, no doubt. Benefit of already being a roster traditionally is probably the biggest edge there.
Cole?
Yeah, no, I know it's a boring answer, but it is Team USA. They have a tremendous habit of making grand finals, either regionally or in tournaments like this.
Yeah, winning a trophy most recently for USA. This is boring. We're kind of going all around the shop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think USA should be locked in.
Okay, well, conclusive then. USA are comfortable here. The players are ready. They're waiting backstage now. I'm sure this is when the nerves really start to build. Maybe they're giving themselves a final pep talk about what to expect. France, they were standing here 12 months ago. The USA, very different story. They were grouped, but they're a different team this year. Let's meet our semi-finalists and find out just what it means to be competing on this big stage.
The main difference between our team and any other team is just how long we've been together and how much chemistry we've built, and we just all get along so good.
أول شيء تناغمنا ما شاء الله تبارك الله 100%، وقوتنا واجتهادنا وتواصلنا جدا بشكل قوي، وهذا اللي يخلينا متميزين عن المنتخبات الباقية.
We understand how others play and we play around it. We adapt well.
We're very confident. We've been getting a lot better throughout the tourney, and I think the practice that we put in will pay off.
Me sinto muito feliz. Fazia tempo que não sentia tanta felicidade em jogo. E estou muito feliz de representar o Brasil.
I'm feeling confident. We played real well and I hope that continues for the finals.
A vontade e a sinergia. O brasileiro sempre tem mais vontade que os outros. أنا أتوقع أن النهائي بيكون جدا جميل مع حضور الجماهير. كل شيء الفوز في الفاينل. أولاً إني أخلي المملكة العربية السعودية إنها تفوز بكأس العالم.
Representing USA and getting the trophy would be an amazing feeling.
Only one will make their way to our grand finals and get one step closer to lifting the FIFAe World Cup trophy. So join me in welcoming to the stage Team France and Team USA. if you may, for the national anthem of France.
And please rise if you can for the national anthem of the USA. Les Bleus versus the Stars and Stripes. Hold on to your hats. A semifinal of absolute giants is about to begin.
Yeah, it is indeed. I mean, these two nations, guys, how evenly matched would you say they are on this stage?
Scale of 10, if we're just to set a bar, let's say USA is 10. If we're going to give them the comfortability and current RLCS World Championship, okay, we put them at the top. I'm going to put France at like an 8.5.
You think they're dramatically lower? Notes to be lower? Is it because
I think Juicy is a weaker link than Vatira and Zen, and I'll take anybody on USA over Juicy.
Okay.
It just is what it is.
Wow, we're coming out strong.
That is really impressive.
I'll give you the answer.
Considering Vatira and Juicy just absolutely decimated a tournament that this roster weren't even in the
I'm
King Cup,
happy
they
for
didn't
you.
qualify.
That's good.
Yeah.
I feel like Panini Achieves is less patriotic than this. He's really going for it. No, I think that France, it's probably around the similar mark. I think the illness actually might affect them now with it striking all three can be a major factor. But USA, the fact they've been a team, they've got the most recent trophies as well. They've got an RLCS World Championship. It's going to be tough to beat them.
Yeah, I mean, everyone from France has won stuff. Do you know what I mean? They've won RLCS World Championships, they've won majors, but it is different when they are wearing blue. And Team USA, they have won it together, the three of them, rather than collectively or individually. And I do think that makes a big difference. You know, in a tough time, maybe they lose a Game 6 overtime, you can turn to the guy on your right, and you've been in that exact situation with him dozens of times. That's where USA have it.
65% for France.
You're kind of talking about a team being in sync then. Would you say the team from the USA are more in sync than the team from France?
The team from USA are more in sync than anyone. I mean, that's why they won the RLCS World Championship. They play together so well. They had that slight hangover afterwards, but you can understand why locally.
One of the longest standing rosters we have in Rocket League as well. So they've got that pretty much against any other team in the world. I think they're locked in. They haven't had any huge hiccups aside from Beast Mode deciding to come in a day later.
Even then, you still go more than the
They lost a shoe as well, remember?
Oh,
Daniel, yeah.
They did have a slight trip up, I guess, which could be, yes, physically, which might have impacted them, but they just feel like they're so locked in. They almost look a lot more mature as a team, I'd say, since their recent success as well.
France, though, they were here this time last year at this stage of the competition, and we know what happened. They moved on, they beat Morocco in that semi-final. Will they have looked back on that matchup and said, right, this is what we did last year to get the job done, let's just be comfortable in this situation again?
You know, I think a lot of experiences over there on that French roster, and I don't think they have to look quite that far back. You know, I think there's a lot of confidence in themselves as individual Rocket League players, and they say, look, we all know what we've done so far, and we've beat them before. We just have to do it right now.
I also like what I'm seeing the difference between the two squads at the moment. Right now, Team USA, they're playing the game. You know, they're in free play, they're driving around, whereas France, they have Ferrer, you know, really holding court right now, and they are locked into what he is saying. Not many coaches, let's say Sathiou doesn't have that with the Team USA lot, but it seems that Sathiou at the moment is being a bit more hands-off, and Ferrer is completely involved.
That's the other factor. I think we've got the two greatest coaches of all
sure.
time in Rocket League, you know, on either side of the pitch, either side of the stage right now. You can see the two different methods. Sathiou just keeping the guys locked in, making sure they're comfortable, not trying to build too much pressure, whereas Ferrer is saying, this is it, do not waste this opportunity.
Is that just a team talk? Is that what you think was going on there?
Yeah, I think with the illness as well, it's sometimes you can kind of get out of the game and try and focus on other things. So I think for Ferrer saying, I understand that there's some external factors that we can't control right now, but for these next 30 minutes, we have to lock in 35 minutes. This is us, and we have to get the job done.
We did just hear the French team talking in that VT ahead of seeing them walk out, and they said, we know how everyone else plays. That to me suggests they have done their homework coming here. And how important is that? And what does that look like achieved?
So the nice part about Ferrer, he's a great coach. He does a lot of tape review, and the nice part about USA being a team for so long, there's a lot of tape on USA. So I'm sure he has some ideas of how he wants to attack them. Of that, I have no doubt.
What I'd point out as well, though, is that you mentioned that Juicy maybe is a potential, you know, weak link. Very, very
as weak as 1.5 point difference can be.
What I would say is I saw some content with Daniel where he was saying, who's the French player with the best mechanics? And he said Zen. Who's got the best shooting? He said Vatira. When he was asked about game sense and mentality, he said Juicy for both.
That's good.
So USA are certainly looking at Juicy for very specific things to target, and they will know what he is about. They won't be underestimating him.
I think the hard part of looking at France this year is they're the same roster except without Monkey Moon, perhaps the greatest Rocket League player of all time. They didn't get the job done last year, so it's harder to be more confident in them this year with Juicy, albeit he's a fantastic player. With the other factors, USA are going to be very tough.
You have to prove you made the right choice here.
Exactly.
For France. This is the big thing.
What do you want to see from both these teams in the opening game, and the importance of this opening game, especially, you know, we've got the best of 7 here, but we can see it wrapped up in 4.
I want to see France force USA to really go for it. I don't want to see USA just take the wind out of everyone's sails and win 1-0. But you can force that though, right?
Well, it is possible. It's very difficult, but yeah. I mean, what I don't want to see if I'm France, I don't want to see Daniel coming in as third man and being uncontested on a shot. I want to see whoever's out there to know exactly where Daniel is, because he tends to be that third man, come drop the hammer, right?
Yeah, I think if France let USA play the offense that they want to play and control the game, it's game over. You're going to see 1-0. You're going to see 4 1-0 games, and we're going to wipe our hands and go, what just happened?
Shogun will be happy.
Very happy. But yeah, if they don't do that, if they really push the pace, which you know that the France can do, it's game on. USA typically don't have a great matchup against, you know, the likes of Vitality, KC at club level, so they don't love playing France. They prefer to play Saudi Arabia. They prefer to play that team, absolutely. So that's the only question mark I'd say around USA.
I was having a look on socials before this, and actually the USA came out and said France are their biggest rivals. They're getting in on the semi-final stage, which shows maybe they're a little bit scared of them.
I mean, this is the one that most people wanted to avoid. Yeah, the battle between USA and Saudi Arabia in Group A. The talk was who avoids France. It was USA that didn't avoid France. So it seems maybe they've taught themselves into thinking, yeah, this is what we want to get out of the way early.
Yeah, why not? I'm not worried about USA thinking too hard about that. I think as far as they're concerned, look, we've done it enough times, we make enough grand finals, we're going to have to beat everybody anyway if we want to win it.
And the USA, they just don't like playing Zen. Let's face it, the record is not great against Zen as well for this team at club level, so they don't want to play him. How much does the potential illness today impact him? It's his game. If he's on, they can get the job done, but I'm still going to lean in the USA camp.
We've got this crowd, we've got to mention it. Saudi Arabia, I know, are not playing in this one, but let me tell you, the Saudis aren't the favourites in terms of France, so they're not the biggest fans of them. Well, guys, it is time to kick off our first semi-final. It is France taking on the USA in the company of James Bott and Jorby. Enjoy.
4 game wins separate both squads from making it to the grand finals. Can France represent their country again in the FIFAe World Cup finals, or will the USA trample right over them?
Well, you heard the desk. They think Team USA the favorites. Obviously, a team at the club level as well. So much experience together. Will it pay off here on this stage?
A lot of talk about, excitement, boredom, style, control. One thing's for sure, though. France, they know exactly what kind of game the USA can bring, James. Obviously, you're no stranger to it as well, but a team that is probably the best controlled team in Rocket League, Daniel, has to make an incredible save there off the crossbar.
Yeah, but to be honest, Jorby, looking back at 2025 at the club level, these players sitting across from Team USA have dominated the USA players. You look back at the head-to-head, this French team might be the favorite if you just look at that.
Such a star-studded, really the entire field, but France specifically, and a lot of talk about Zen in the pregame, averaging 1.5 goals per game in this tournament. I think that will also translate to score second overall in score per game as well, 419 points per game, only behind TRK, who's on the other side of the bracket.
We see good possession for France out of the gate. You saw Daniel already having to make a few heroic saves off the bar, and you can expect to see that quite a bit. Daniel, you'll look at his stats, he's usually the furthest back. He is that third man for Team USA, the last line of defense.
Zen with another air dribble bump. Oh, Material landed behind him, drop off pass to Juicy, banks out one. Tried to get it past another. Looked like a follow-up as well there from France, but couldn't connect.
Zen trying to get that out. Beast mode, the player. If Daniel's last back, beast mode will be most up. And it's Zen for France on the other side. So you might see a Zen versus beast mode showdown on who can crack these defenses first.
Yeah, it's been difficult. There's been a couple of decent looks for France. About 2, they had a good 50 in front of the box earlier. That one looked a little scary. Rebound, nothing yet. United States, little bit of trouble. They're back in position. France a little late to the punch on the follow-up. And even there, Vatira looked like he was in position but beat on the punch.
So fast. Daniel's such a quick player. So well matched. And it is a wrestling match so far. Both teams just grappling, trying to get that control. Zen! Wow! You saw him diving in for that demo. Beast mode barely dodged it. That could have been the first goal, and it still might be. Daniel doesn't make contact. Rebound will be swept off the line.
From that perspective, I really don't know how Beast mode avoided Zen. It looked like he was all over him. It has been France kind of dictating the pace. The United States' defense has held the line so far, but France have really made it difficult for the U.S. to actually wrench control away from them. Daniel having to dive back towards that ball. You saw Atomic getting harassed in the back.
And because of that harassment, Atomic had to use a lot of that boost. Didn't have enough boost to get up to that ball. Still, Team USA has managed to make some sort of attack out of it, but Daniel's demoed off the ball. Zen going for a flick, but that's shut down. And Atomic again diving in, low boost.
It feels quite tense right now. There's a couple of opportunities where a couple of pixels change and it's a goal, but the U.S. have held on. They've avoided a bump. They've had some near misses on the defensive back line, and they might be in some trouble here. Daniel, no boost, but Fatir actually pulls off on the 50, hoping to give Zen a chance. Juicy has to wait. Beast mode was on it. The U.S. again thwart France's offense and get them back in the blue half.
You can see Beast mode starting to find some corner boost steals. Atomic, again bumped off the line at midfield. However, Team USA deal with that, try to inch their way up. Now they're cleared. Lots of boost for Atomic in Beast mode to start this counter.
Beast mode, back to Atomic, and they found him. A clean touch, rare in the blue half. The U.S. find their mark.
Team USA, hold. Finally get some boost and a little bit of space, and look at that, a 1-2 passing play. A great shot from Atomic, and Team USA, despite playing defense for a majority of this game, find themselves on top. And we saw them eke out these 1-goal wins over and over again the last time we saw these Team USA play. So they could do it.
Definitely get it done. Even that pass, despite it being clean, no contact from a French defender. You saw how close it was. Beast mode had barely beaten it out in the 50. Great pitch pass. but it's too high. Had to avoid another defender. Still, France have a chance here. Zen, pop-up air, dribble, gets it away from the backboard. Tira pass, dropper, save! Beast mode off the backboard, pass again, rebound. Oh my goodness, France with a unique pass in the box.
And you can see how close Juicy was to the play here. Doesn't really have any boost. Goes for the corner. He's still flipping through. Then hits it back into him. That is not a normal Rocket League play. You don't see that too often.
I don't really know if I've seen that specific thing before.
Still flipping through the last touch. Hit back into him.
Shows you the things that have to go right.
I mean, honestly, if you're Zen and you have the presence of mind, you see your teammate flipping in. The defender was coming in. The defender was making stop after stop. That is an unpredictable way to get something on net. So, great play, but the 1-2 swatted by Daniel.
That is immaculate placement from Daniel. First with the pass and beast mode, puts it right on his nose. That shot still has to be perfect. Look how close. Juicy almost got to that ball. Daniel had to slot it to the right side. 2-1 with 7 left.
A give and go to take the lead. Big kickoff here for Team France, but Daniel jumps in. Daniel, who has been so quick all game, but he's demoed off. Also didn't get the corner boost deny.
In the corner, Zen. Your first teammate, but Batir got punched out. Juicy keeps the ball up. Daniel trying to hold it, puts the 50 right down. The United States take it 2-1 here in game 1.
Impressive performance there from Team USA. Team France started out looking pretty good, Jorby. We saw so much aggression, possession. They were boost starving, NRG. And, you know, France, if you look back at all the games so far this tournament, France, the best team at stealing those small pads, trying to boost starve their opponents in the enemy zone. But Team USA, tough nut to crack. They kept making save after save after save. There, that play, you know, that was a goal, but you know, like we were saying, the French goal wasn't really one that you could point back on and be like, yeah, that was a beautiful goal, just like we drew it up. That one, you know, a little bit fortunate with how that panned out. You know, you don't always see that. But on the other side for Team USA, beautiful team plays. I mean, they were stuck playing defense most of that game, but you saw finally when Team USA gets just a little bit of open space and also was boosted up at the perfect time. It's like, you know, their rotation's so good, and they finally get that one opening. And this team, perhaps the most consistent roster in terms of placement and performance that we have ever seen in the history of Rocket League. You give them one chance, and they will find a way to make it work. And then that give and go goal as well was a thing of beauty for Team USA.
Well, France, they had a lot of possession. Talk about how good the US's defense is, though. Gotta find a way to break through that line, and it certainly wasn't for a lack of trying. They tried bumps, they tried give and go passes. There was a lot, but they just could not find a goal on net for a very long period of time. Daniel bringing this one down. Zero boost, he gets some help from Atomic. Beast mode already ready. Must pass, re-jump, goal!
The most beautiful goal you will see today!
That's disgusting!
A musty into a pre-jump shot from Beast Mode!
Well, the U.S. came to play today.
You see the reaction from Matthew! He could barely believe it.
Daniel was all smiles. Wow, you talk about some electricity to start game 2, and Juicy adds some voltage.
Talk about dousing the fire of Team USA quickly off kickoff. The reset and an extra touch as well, completely catching Beast Mode off. Excellent control from Juicy. And an extremely important stabilizing goal for Team France. And I mean, you heard the analysts talking about, specifically CJ saying, you know, you take out Monkey Boom, the best player of all time, and you bring in Juicy. You know, it's tough to imagine France having better chances. Well, it's plays like that where, you know, Juicy is really justifying his presence, and that I can't understand how important that goal was to get France back in a good mindset.
I mean, yeah, we talk so much about how the U.S. can just hold a one-goal lead for the entire game, and that goal for France, it came right off the kickoff. That seems to be where the U.S. are the most vulnerable if they do score. And if you can find a way to win that first kickoff, then, well, maybe find a way to take the lead in this game. You saw the U.S. were gearing up for a passing play there. They opted not to go for it. Atomic scoops that ball out. Beast Mode has to wait.
And if you go and look back at the history of kickoff evolution in Rocket League, these players on the French team are some of the pioneers on bringing it to this elite level and having success as well. So not a surprise to see Team France have success off kickoff right there. But man, what a big moment that was. And now you see Vatira, one of the top demoers in the tournament, landing another one at midfield, hoping to help press forward this French attack.
Still, the U.S. find ways to get the clears, but no control right now. And the fake drop-off pass there. Good idea from France to shade their approach. Still, the U.S. are ready. Pass in front back to Vatira. Air dribble 50, and it goes through! The U.S. couldn't get a hand on it.
And you can see the defense struggling to get back in rotation after the demoed Atomic low boost, Daniel low boost. Nobody already on the backboard. And we've seen that so much from Team USA when they're able to keep those shots out. Someone is already on the backboard waiting. Those demos really slow down the defense getting back into the proper position. Nice execution there from Team France. Now they have a lead. Will they be able to hold on to it?
Daniel just takes a pot shot. Ton of boost here for Atomic. Able to wrench the ball away. Because he has no boost, he has to let Daniel go. Off the ceiling, off the backboard. France looked a little awkward there at first, but Vatira recovers.
Excellent recovery from Vatira. Didn't have much boost to make the play, but did so. Beast Mode was streaking in, fully capable of doing damage from that position.
I mean, so far, it's still been decent defense from the U.S., and really it was kind of a ghost sighting. You talk about the demos just kind of putting the U.S. in that position where they need a little bit more. Juicy gets it over one more. This is where France's possession dominance will really start to help them out. The U.S. under some more pressure. Beast mode. They're just locked down right now. Vatira had that whole side on the wall covered. Now Zen, double reset. Had just too much to get through. That is an insane touch. Off the post. Juicy pops it up. Daniel's there. He only had 3 in the tank.
Big bump from Atomic. He allows NRG, or Team USA, sorry, pardon me, to move up to the midfield. As we approach this final minute and a half, the midfield battle has been won quite heavily by France this game, thanks to the Team France connecting on so many demos.
The United States have not been able to get anything going on offense. Beast mode, back over to Daniel. Trying to use that. What? Daniel? The sidewall double? My dude.
It's a montage from Team USA.
I didn't even think he got it.
Zen shocked that he had to defend any shot.
That's insane. What? We're 2 games into this. How many ridiculous goals have we had so far?
Jeez. 2 at least.
Both teams stepping up. And now France, after holding the lead for multiple minutes, got to push forward and find one more.
Zen trying to pick up the pace, just playing as quick as he can, not trying to have any misdirection, just brute force overpowering. Zen again will leave that for Vatira. Good position here for France, but Atomic gets good height on the 50, slowing it down. But Zen back in control. Tries to go for a bump, and it works out perfectly. Vatira ready and waiting for the pass.
You know, if you can't beat him, just bump him. Zen, beautiful flip into the ball to carry it. You see Beast Mode unable to get enough of that ball, and he gets kicked out of the way. 38 seconds left. France find a way to collect.
And really, that was quite a good bump from Zen as well, because normally in that situation, fake kickoff did not work for Team USA. But I was going to say on the last play, Jorby, normally on those bump plays, you try to bump the player in net who's coming out to make the save. We had Beast Mode was actually the player that was coming in from behind. And Zen still spotted that challenge out quickly and got the bump on the right player.
Yeah, elite game sense from Zen, especially modern day Rocket League at the pro level. Blindside challenges seem to be the optimal choice most of the time. As Vatira takes this one down, and France are almost styling on him there. Seems like game 2 might be in the books unless the U.S. can get a goal here with some time left.
Is that it? Nope. Beast Mode trying to bounce that into the middle, and a long clear will eat up the rest of the time on the clock. And even though Team USA had some dazzling goals this game, it's France that will stand on top in game 2.
It's only customary and tradition in Rocket League that he who scores the sickest goal in the lobby must lose the game. Well, Daniel hit a stick side ball double, but France control the pace of play, win game 2, and here we go. I have the feeling at the start of today that this easily goes the distance, and it's looking like it so far. Both teams bringing their A game.
I can't forget about that unbelievable musty pre-jump goal as well.
Forgot that happened.
That was the craziest thing that I think I've seen all weekend. But a quick response here from Team France. They look very good this game. The sidewall skim double from Daniel, quite beautiful, but fundamentally France came right back. They were looking very solid. And, you know, in game 1, we saw Team France have a majority of the possession. They weren't able to capitalize. They weren't connecting on the demos. They weren't connecting on the bumps. And you know, you're not surprised. You look back at the entire tournament up to now, Team USA, the toughest team to demo. So they are very good at dodging that physicality. However, it seems like Team France has been able to connect on those. They've been able to dominate the midfield a little bit more. They've been able to land those demos at the key time. You saw no one was on the backboard because of the timing of the demo. And then also the mechanical execution from Zen, the flip, reset into the bump. It all came together for Team France.
That's what it's really coming down to for both squads is just execution. Everyone in this lobby has the elite game sense you need. And so it just comes down to, can you just execute more consistently than the other? And both teams also trying a little bit of style to get on top of them. USA probably winning a lot right now. They get a demo though, and Beast Mode put it in.
Juicy goes for a 50 here. Tried to dive back in at the ball, but like you said, that demo on the goal line, so key. Team USA getting a little bit of revenge. And a nice start.
Hard.
Tough one to handle.
But Beast Mode actually gets the perfect bounce out of the corner. Even gets the follow-up touch to beat first man of France. Beast Mode trying to control this. Zen having to avoid some bumps. Actually gets pull shot into the ball. Really tough to actually control this, but Beast Mode, expert work downfield. He's got a man, but couldn't find him.
And that's the thing you love so much watching Beast Mode play. He goes for the touches you don't expect and somehow makes it look so natural and so smooth. And it works out. It's tough to play against, but it is beautiful to witness.
France reading these touches well for now. Beast Mode misses the ground double. But ball right back in their half. Daniel sees the space. He'll take it. Just got away from him. I think he wanted to flip into that 50. Touch not the quality he needs it to be. One touch like that can just lose you possession for about 10, 20 seconds when they get the clear downfield.
Zen trying to get the ball going right back down to the other end. Passing over to Vidira, who doubled it off the ceiling. Zen doesn't have boost. Will leave some space for Juicy, but Juicy has a 50, and also Daniel trying to battle Vidira for that mid boost. They are grappling.
Kind of the game the US want to play, though. Whoa, okay. That was dangerous. That one's off the bar. No boost. As these shots sometimes come out of nowhere, and Daniel somehow gonna pick up the save, but Tira's shot was right into him.
I don't know how Team USA continues to do that. Low boost situations, making save after save after save.
Oh, and that skips away from Beast Mode, but he makes up for it. Steals the boost as well. Atomic, thinking about power sliding back into that. Sees the attack coming. Now Daniel gets the 50. Atomic avoids another bump and gets it back downfield. The US are avoiding every bit of this bump attack right now from France. They have been unable to connect halfway through the game, and the US get to play their game 1-0.
Yeah, the ebb and flow. Game 1, they're able to avoid it. Game 2, France finally starts to connect. Game 3, Team USA just a step ahead. However, Team France has had so much possession, nothing to show for it.
Still plenty of time, no reason to panic. Take an unnecessary risk, but a risk may have to be taken at some point here. US's defense holding strong. Reach the 2-minute mark.
And you see how far back Team USA is. Team France had time to think about how they wanted to attack. Another corner boost stolen by Zen. Team USA has to be careful here. Daniel's the only one with much in the tank. Beast mode finally gets boosted up, but he had to get far out of rotation. You can see really the defense for Team USA is getting stretched.
Beast mode getting there quickly. Juicy went, but again, the US get back. 50 right back to perfect 50 for Beast mode. Daniel has an open net.
Oh, this is so savage from Team USA. They're back, they're back, they're back. Then a perfect 50, loses it right back to Daniel, who is ready and waiting. Nobody from Team France on the goal line. And despite all that possession and control, it's Team USA that scores again.
France get the kickoff. 50 gets just by Zen. Still Vatira there. Juicy, who was behind the US defense, couldn't get back to the ball. There's still time here for France. Well, they haven't connected on the physicality. They still got a chance to make it work here. They get a 50 down. It's a hard hit. That's what France want. You want these 50s to be unpredictable in the orange half. You need a little bit of chaos against this stalwart US defense. And Vatira wants it passed down, but nobody's there. Zen tries to make up for it to give Juicy a free ball. His time continues to expire.
You can't get too complacent if you're Team USA. Team France, they're the best in the world at kickoffs. If you let them within one, they could make you hurt even with just a couple seconds on the board. You see Team France pressing. Can Vatira do something? Goes for a pinch out to the middle, but too far away and allows the big clear from Beast mode.
Shows you how desperate France are for a goal. Zen just diving with zero boost. No chance for him to get back to that earlier shot. Now Juicy, a drop off, but France, second man wasn't there. Third man, weak shot, Juicy bump. Third man from US, find a way to get it. It was Beast mode, and Beast mode stays behind it. Now he's what keeps things calm for the US of A, and he keeps France scoreless. Vatira wants it here, can't find another touch, and it's not awkward enough for Beast mode, who was sitting on low boost for these last few tries. France left scoreless at the end of the game, and the US take the lead.
Wow. If you want lessons on how to defend when you don't have much boost, watch that game and pay close attention to the players on Team USA. Even in those final moments, it looked like, you know, players running on one, maybe two small pads. But the positioning, they're all on the goal line, somebody always on the backboard, and even a team as talented as Team France could not figure out how to crack through.
I mean, we talked about it, right? In France, they tried to go for the demos, and we just saw the United States avoid all of them early in that game. Obviously, and then the US connect on a demo, get that first goal. They hold on to that one goal lead for most of the game, and then France kind of lost a lot of their juice on the attack. You talked about positioning on defense for the US. How many times we see second man from France just get clean beat to the ball when they're trying, like France are trying to get those 50s back to their teammates. They're trying to position, but the ball's not dropping their way right now.
Yeah, and you know, it seems like Team USA, they're able to pick up the pace when they need to. We've seen multiple times where, you know, the Daniel seems to be a whole car length ahead on the challenges at the midfield. Then other times where Team USA is giving Team France the ball and saying, come on, approach. We got a guy on the sidewall, a guy on the goal line, a guy on the back, or on the backboard. Take a shot. We'll still stop it.
And, you know, considering the year that these three players on the United States team have had, you know, maybe early in the year, a lot of people out there felt like Daniel wasn't at his best game. But, you know, you ask most pros here, and they say Daniel is the best player on this team. That's how most pros feel, especially at the World Championship and LCS. And in this tournament right now, Daniel has just been so consistent and so hard to beat. Really, it just shows you how hard they are to beat when Daniel's on. Get what you get with Atomic and Beast mode for sure. Daniel just gives it a level above here. Zen to Vatira, hard shot, and saved again by Atomic.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, Daniel, very special player. All of these players on the pitch, special in their own right. Hold on. Zen goes for goal and picks the spot. And you can see the triangle of defenders, and Zen shoots it right in the middle.
Somehow found the gap right in the middle. I believe that's 100 points or a bullseye, whatever you want to call it. Nice shot there by Zen. And France get an early lead, something that's been difficult to find here early in the series.
Yeah, Team USA. Oh! Surprising play there from Team USA. Did fall safely into the hands of Beast mode.
Clear back here for Daniel. Hard hit up high. Beast Mode got reset on the back line. This 50 goes right to Vatira, but gets bumped. And US hit the space. Daniel, nice soft touch to get the beat on the play, but France hold the midfield right now. Good bailout as Atomic found Daniel. And Zent kicks it all the way downfield. Beast Mode recovers, and they almost got that redirect.
Juicy using some boost on that, going for the skim.
Touch here, though. Juicy gets the midfield boost. Beast Mode up early for him. Now, Beast Mode doesn't win the ball. He'll win the bump. That's 2 times now. He has stopped that attack in its tracks. First, he bumps Batir off the ball. Then he bumps Juicy. Problem is right now, US can't get past the midfield line.
Yeah, but how many times have we seen that from Team USA? Locked back. Seems like Team France is controlling the game, and then somehow Team USA find a way to break through. But we have seen France put up numbers. Will they start to pull away this game?
Seems like that shot for France, like Zen had to do a ridiculous maneuver there just to put a decent shot on target. Still, it's covered. If it's not 100 kilometers per hour at the top of the net, it's just not going in. Everything has to be perfect here for France, despite the chances that they do get. Now Beast Mode, neutral hop to try to get the bump. Atomic coming back, letting Daniel come in. Pops real high off the ceiling, uses foot for it. Now US are picking up the aggression as they start squeezing the corners, but they couldn't get it done. Daniel and Atomic both rotate back.
Daniel trying to get a good challenge on the ball, but Juicy gets this ball cleanly, pinches it down. I don't know if that was the play France was looking for. This is allowed for Team USA counterattack. The ball hits straight back, and this should be an open net goal. Vatira easily gets around it and will punch in a second goal for Team France.
Just, that was Atomic getting in front of it. His team expecting that 50 to at least be a little neutral, but the way Atomic got to the ball, he ends up hitting more car than he does ball, and it skips off the hood of his car, and it just bounces off real weirdly there for the US until they get caught out. But you kind of understand, not like a lackadaisical third man there, it's just a 50 that nobody really expected.
Yeah, and Beast Mode was very far up on the side, was certainly playing contact, at least, from Atomic's challenge. France starting to look a little more comfortable. You have seen this at times from Team USA where it seems like the offense starts to sputter out a little bit. You see some really high-flying goals, but then sometimes periods where they can be quiet.
I mean, they were up in the aggression before that second goal, too. Not necessarily on that last push, but push right before it. Definitely capable of it. Juicy kicks one US attacker out of the way. Unless I think they feel the urgency here. They get a pass in front. Atomic only 12 boost. Beast Mode tried for the shot off the back wall. Couldn't connect, and it's saved. France get it downfield.
Vatira could do damage here. Goes for a 50. It gets touched across the goal line. Dangerous ball. But Team USA knew what they were doing. Beast Mode stretching for a tip. Couldn't get it. And Atomic makes contact. Atomic has no boost to get to the ball. Juicy will knock it in over his head, and Team France pick up their third.
Dominant performance here in game number 4 from France, and much needed. Juicy will punch that one in. The US, again, after that first France goal, you get them down, they start taking more risks, and it's just not falling their way. The execution falling in France's favor right now.
You did feel like it might be a matter of time. If Team USA continues to struggle low boost on their goal line like they have been all series, it's just a matter of time before Team France really punished them for it.
We'll get pushed back here, 38. What the US can do here, but man, I know Cheese was saying on the pre-show that he would take any member of the US over Juicy, saying that he thinks that that's probably the weak point in the match. And Juicy creating some good opportunities here in game 4.
That certainly has been the case. I think Juicy continually proving his worth.
Whoa. Just a little high up there. France, a comfortable game 4. And we just may go the distance. It's tit for tat here in the first semifinal of the FIFAe World Cup 2025. This is going at least to game 6.
And there it is, officially in the books. Team France tie up the series at 2 apiece. And they look good doing it in this game. You know, it's seems like it's the same stuff, but a little bit different result, you know? Finally, Team France was able to punish the low boost. Team USA also prevent any of the counterattacks that they've been suffering from. We haven't really seen any opportunities where Team USA had space and boost at the midfield, room enough to go for team passing plays. It was just Team France on the ball the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, you saw that first touch from Beast Mode, like uncharacteristic. Kind of touch into a space where nobody could get it. You had Daniel, he was in the middle of going up the back wall during that. And then after that, punished. After that first goal, NRG started getting aggressive. They started taking risks. They got burned for those risks. Now I feel like they're going to go right back to, all right, just stay back, play defense. Even if we get scored on, let's just play our game and maybe we'll win it. But who knows what Staffy will tell them here. Either way, it doesn't work out for the U.S. getting aggressive. 50 doesn't go their way, but James, the game right before, every 50 was going their way.
And I think you could just kind of tell in this series that it was going to be a brawl, back and forth, a tug of war. These teams, look at every member. They are all titans within the Rocket League esports scene. No surprise that we're going to Game 5, tied up at 2 games apiece.
On to an underwater adventure into Aquadome. One team will take this to match point. Daniel back over to Atomic. Cut off immediately here by France. Beast Mode taking a quick shot. The US start taking some boosts. Daniel finding the first one. Pass out. Beast Mode avoids Zen and he gets bumped out of the way. Huge heads-up play there.
Yeah, nice clear from Juicy, who's just respawning off the demo. This is the most possession that we've seen from Team USA in a while. And you can see Daniel sweeping the goal line. Team France having a taste of their own medicine. They passed the test with flying colors, though. Finally cleared all the way out to Team USA's corner.
Atomic had the space there. Probably not the touch that he wanted. About touch quality, has to be immaculate every single touch. First goal for France last time. Errant touch from Beast Mode. Daniel. A little bit of help there off of Juicy's demo on the pop. US get pushed right back to their wall. France are happy to let Daniel reset as many times down the field there, but they have to make sure they get the ball. They do, and get the touch downfield. One back here, Daniel.
That was a very nice double from Zen as well, defensively off the sidewall. Had Beast Mode fighting, but what on the other end? It's a quick play, and Team USA score first.
There's a demo on the back end here. Juicy's 50, leaving nobody in France's net, and still Zen almost makes it back to make that save. The US will strike first. It's the demos continuing to dictate who leads in each of these games.
A perfectly timed demo from Beast Mode on Zen. Or Daniel, whoever it was from Team USA. Such a good play. And those demos at the critical time, Jorby, you really can throw a wrench in your plans, but now we see aggression on both sides.
Both teams, Daniel really all week has been trying to demo a lot more. The games that I've been casting on him, I've noticed him just shades across so many times. Tries to headhunt. Beast Mode now takes out a player, or Daniel through the smoke screen. Had the reset, but didn't have a lot of boost on top of it. US are bringing it again. Beast Mode kicks one out of the way. Atomic against Juicy. Back up is Daniel. Gets the free touch as Atomic gets out of the way. 50 goes right back out to Atomic. Has nothing in the tank, and the boost won't spawn for him. Beast Mode feathers back and gets the touch back over to Daniel, but then was right there with him. Wheel for wheel. Juicy pass in front of the box. Denied. Double commit by the US. Zen fakes the challenge. Was hoping Daniel would give it up there. Daniel didn't play.
Comfortable play there from Daniel. Really important as well. There's a double commit. He needed to buy time and was able to stay behind that ball, march it downfield, but still Team France. They're inching their way up. You can see multiple double commits now from Team USA. Atomic having to jump over that bump attempt.
Eyes behind his head. Let it go. Beast Mode. Again, trying to bump France out of the way. Really is turning into a wrestling match, the WWE kind. This one up high. Beast Mode. Nothing for him. Zen quickly back to the ball. Daniel trying to squeeze that 50. Atomic was sitting in no man's land with no boost, but he does get it. A chain dash to get across. He'll get demoed for his effort, but he gets the US out of their own territory. Another demo. That's 3 demos in a span of about 10 seconds. Both squads trying to just delete the code of the cars. Vatira gets back downfield.
We have 12 overall demos in this game so far. 6 for Team France, 6 for Team USA.
Dead even.
5 from Daniel alone.
Wow, Daniel. Here he goes again, beast mode. Tried to trip him up. Oh, and that was a close one. You saw Juicy, he was getting harassed by beast mode. Avoids it, doesn't actually have to make a save. The shot was never on target. 50 comes out, but third man Juicy can't go. Has to respect beast mode on the push. Beast mode off the ball. The US trying to get some consistent possession here. Beast mode. Tried to roll it across, but couldn't get a pass, couldn't get a shot.
Team France running out of time. Zen, good opportunity here. Goes again for a bump. We've seen him do that already earlier in this series. Loves to go for that aerial play. Tip the ball, boost past it, be that lead blocker. But perhaps Team USA is seeing it coming now.
France they gotta find a way to get the engines going here on offense. Does the US keep on demoing them? Beast mode, had to clear downfield. 20 seconds left for France. Looking for some shots on target, looking for some quality. They get stuffed, Juicy, dribble to the side, nice 50. But Zen a little far off the ball. Beast mode was right there. Demo from Juicy downfield, but Beast mode still has the ball. Gets the ball as well! Beast mode rolls right through the France defense.
So important that Beast mode gets that mid boost that allows him to continue boosting after this play and land that bump on Vatira. And you look back at the beginning of that play as well. Beast mode had a split second to react, gets the touch to the sidewall, gets the perfect touch off the sidewall to get that counterattack started.
Well, France had represented their country in the grand final of last year's FIFAe World Cup, but the US one game away from toppling them and taking a date themselves.
Oh, and it has to be so frustrating for Team France to play against. They have the ball, they've got possession and openings, but the turtle defense from Team USA and the ability to strike so quickly like a coiled rattlesnake, that is a tough combo to have to deal with, Jordan.
Well, someone might have to break out the flute on France to try to uncoil that snake. As the US, they'll have an extra 60 seconds here because France have called a tactical timeout. It has been back and forth. One game apiece each time. So if we keep on going, France will find a way to shut the US out in this next game. But physicality has been talked about all series, and it's been all we've been watching. That game in particular had the lion's share of the demos we've seen in the entire series so far.
Yeah, I think that single game had more demos than every other game combined.
Yeah.
Looking at the numbers here, 8 total demos for France, whereas 7 for Team USA, 5 from Daniel. So, you know, and you expect to see demos play a part in this game with how important that's been to the French game plan and all the games leading up to this. You know, but what's surprising is that even though USA is the toughest team to demo, France was connecting on so many demos that game. But when it comes to demos, it's all about that timing. You know, it's like taking out the right player at the right time. You saw what happened for Team USA. There was a demo at the midfield of the player who was supposed to turn back after the challenge to be third man. And so you take that person out, you take the third man out before they can get into position, vulnerable for a quick 1-2 play, a quick shot. That's exactly what happened. And Team USA capitalizing on that perfect timing, on the perfect player.
And on the other side where it doesn't work, you talk about timing. Juicy taking out a US attacker downfield while Beast Mode has the ball in the midfield. And just null and void.
Yeah,
that demo means nothing.
And honestly, sometimes there are demos that can be bad. You help a player out. If they're stuck downfield 0 boost and they need to get back on defense, you demo them, they spawn with 33 boost on the other end to make a play. You know, so it's not as simple as just go land demos.
Yeah, it's not just demos where timing is everything. It's your 50s. It's how long you hold your flip. It's when you hit the ball.
Quality over quantity.
At 5 minutes, 0-0. France, the USA. They'd love to end this one on Neo Tokyo. France just fighting for game 7, and this one coming across. We do see some demos immediately as the US put that across. Everyone back to the midfield line.
What a story that would be for Team USA. who as a nation experienced disappointment last year, not even making the quarterfinals. Now just one game away from the grand finals and a chance to win it all.
It is 3 different players representing the U.S. On France's side, also a different look. No Monkey Moon this time around. Here comes Atomic. Again, trying to time his flip there against Zen. Trying to make things uncomfortable in front of the box. It doesn't work this time, as Zen gets a catch underneath. And he'll happily take a dead ball there on the 50. Juicy runs into his own grave.
You can see back-to-back demos. Zen quickly going for a 50, but Beast Mode through it, gets the reset. The shot is saved by Vatira, but now Team France are on the back foot.
Well, Beast Mode has been lethal when it comes to his control. He gets that flip in front of the ball, and at the 50 on top of it, Juicy, last man, sits in front of it. Good recovery and saved a goal for France.
A nice challenge as well, a 50 that was a high lob out. Now Team France going for the passing plays, but that's cleared out. Daniel's downfield. Daniel has 0 boost though. Ball leaks out to Atomic, intercepted by Vatira. Juicy sees Beast Mode already airborne. Beast Mode leaves it for Daniel, trying to have some misdirection on the attack.
Juicy on the ceiling. He was hoping maybe for a harder touch there. He doesn't get it. Back again, France. How often can you respawn before the ball eventually ends up back in your net? Vatira, look at him trying to size up his nose, centering the ball, and gets the 50 right back out to Zen. It's a good look, but you got to do that about 4 more times to get through the United States. Pre-flip from Juicy, the controlling touch, double commit, but Beast Mode will get it downfield.
We've seen that from Team USA a lot, the double commits. And you see it does thin out the back line, but Daniel's so good getting those stops, and it seems like the double commits haven't really been punished too much by Team France.
Atomic on the back wall, gets smoked, and Juicy finds the goal!
And that is a great demo. You talk about perfect timing. Not only does it take out a defender who can play the ball, but the smoke, it adds some complications to the defense, but regardless, getting the space and a hard strike. Well done by Team France.
It truly comes down to, are you hitting the demo at the right time? That is all that this game has been. United States. Now they're gonna have to find a way through. The last time France scored early, James, they kicked up the aggression, and their risks did not pay off. They got punished for it, in fact, and France added 2 more to the table. Same thing gonna happen here. Will Beast Mode find a way through?
Atomic will let it bounce, takes it up. Another tap up, read by Zen. Now Vatira will have his turn. Flip reset right away. Head out to the corner. Beast Mode picking up that 100 boost. Team USA now breaking out. Daniel going for a bump, but didn't have much boost to continue that heat seeker mission.
I mean, you saw Atomic there. I think I could believe both. He either just missed that or he decided, actually, that's a terrible touch to take because both my teammates need to get back. And this one's looking good for Beast Mode! What? Is that Juicy on the save? He avoids the bump and then makes the grab. Juicy!
Beast Mode did so well to beat that first attacker, but Beast Mode with another premonition!
The crystal ball drops it down. That is a lethal pass. Beast Mode full faith in his teammates' ability to throw the rocket on net.
Team USA are fast today. Off kickoff, they have a chance again. Daniel going for a 50, couldn't get back to it, but Atomic boosted up, trying to keep this ball in with a challenge. Ball locked in the Team France corner. 50 here could be very dangerous, but Zen will dribble this to safety.
Tried for the 50, Vatira cuts it wide, lets it down. Juicy next up. Oh, he got through one, but Beast Mode precariously, and he goes through it. US in some trouble. Another save, it was hit right into the defender. Juicy will hold it, but you can see a little desperate right now. The US, it's not pretty.
Trying to clear it long, trying to get a little bit of breathing room. We do see Atomic and Beast Mode boosted up. Team USA starting to inch out, but Vatira's by 1. By 2, flip reset 50 to the corner. Atomic pokes it by and lands a demo, but not much boost for Atomic. Still gets it past Juicy. Atomic is still going! Atomic can do it all!
Atomic! A little 1v3 wave dash pop underneath, and a little Beast Mode in his backpack to make sure that France are uncomfortable. The US get it it done.
11 seconds left.
They gotta be careful on the kickoff.
It's a kickoff strat.
Zed off the ceiling. Drop down. Hit it up. Batira.
Off target.
Rebound. Shot.
Goal! The deadly French kickoff. It rears its head at the worst time for Team USA. Team France are back in it. And it's not over yet, Jorby.
Atomic got Goomba stuffed at the end there. 2 seconds. Do they want to win it right here?
No
Beast
shot.
Mode Popper. That might just give France a chance.
Uh-oh.
Juice up in the air. Juicy. Going. Denied. Rebound. Zen. There he is. Zen. Oh, Zen.
Oh, my goodness. A squishy save to deny it.
What in the world? Another kickoff. Oh, the U.S., it looked like it was in the bag. Batira. Hey, that's a teammate. Juicy, top left.
A bounce shot, upper 90. When it looked like Team France was done, it looked like they should be packing their bags and heading home. But you blink your eyes and look at the scoreboard. Somehow, Team France has won this game.
If you blinked your eyes, cut your eyelids off because you're gonna miss something crazy.
Tape them open.
Game 7 on the way, and the U.S. have called a tactical timeout. Wow.
That is the excitement you hope for as a fan. And it wasn't easy for Team France either, the amount of shots they had to take. And then Juicy, the one who's filling the massive shoes of Monkey Moon, to be the one that scores the overtime winner.
Like his toes are busted through those shoes, James. France, it looked like they would not repeat their grand final appearance. But somehow, some way, with 2 seconds left, a harry of shots. And of course, James, of course, the game-tying goal is none other than Zen, who found a way to get back to the ball. Yeah, the shot goes off like the post, and then he gets back to it again.
And you know, you talk about the 2 different approaches. You know, to me, it's a very much, you know, vibes versus preparation. You know, I'm not saying that Team USA doesn't prepare, but you look at the rigor that Team France has, and I've seen how Farah handles his teams. You know, the planning that goes into it. It seems like they are ready for every moment, and to be in such a high pressure situation, and you know, they can at least feel confident that, wait, we have a plan. Let's just focus on that and see what we can do. And to score in those final seconds when it looked like the series was over, then winning mere seconds later in overtime, that has propelled Team France to a Game 7, and they have all the momentum.
What a way to start Championship Friday here at the FIFAe World Cup. You can't ask for much better. Who will meet the other in the grand final? Only one of these teams can advance.
And is this home field advantage? Parc de Paris.
With the Eiffel Tower in the distance. And Atomic, beautiful catch here to start the game. Immediately knocked back to Tira. Getting harassed by Beast Mode. And James, we've talked about it. The key to this entire series, it's been physicality, but just a clean passing play to start, and the U.S. strike first.
And that is exactly what Team USA needed. Atomic up in the air, lovely first touch, and you can see Zen not expecting the second one. It was a perfect passing play. Team USA locked in, you can see them, the look on their face, stone cold killers.
And they're no stranger to the moment. They've been in this situation so many times. Of course, France win an electric way in Game 6. And they just go right back, get the game lead. Atomic, a fake, a miss. Well, you decide. Daniel's shot easily saved.
That's always fun to see the dominoes fall once one player misses the touch that everyone else is expecting.
Beast Mode. Tried for the 50. He gets bounced away from the midfield boost. He actually still
got it.
Atomic can't get back to it, though. A lot of demos here for France. Getting up quickly, but Batira can't find a way in.
And even though Beast Mode got that mid boost, he still was a little bit flat tired. Got demoed right after. Still, Team USA managed to clear it out. Beast Mode will try to stop this attack. Grabs the corner boost. Demoed again from the corner. And that shot, Daniel was jumping off the backboard, still got the save.
Seems that it's definitely the priority around the corner. That is a laser shot there. Beast Mode will hold the line. Touch gets away from him. France get a chance downfield. And France are still headhunting there. Daniel got forced up early before he got to that ball. Otherwise, he would have been deleted again.
Another bump. Not much contact, but enough to give Beast Mode this free attack across field. Atomic with the corner boost steal. Atomic again keeping this ball in. It bounces down. Tough one to read defensively, but Zen makes it look easy. The net open, and Juicy will score!
Somehow finding a way open. You said tough read. Of course, Zen will make that one. Beast Mode thought he could get there. And Daniel was certainly thinking so as well. And it opens the gap. That's exactly how France scored on US 2 games ago. They expect their teammate to get to the ball. They're just a bit slow to it, and it's in their net.
And it looked like Zen might have even driven off the side of the goal to get to that ball so quickly. It was such a difficult read to make. And I think Team USA, they saw blood in the water and they dove in, and with Zen getting that remarkable hit, caught him out.
Beast Mode across. Juicy up quickly. Daniel reads the touch, feathers the boost. Looking for Atomic. Atomic just gets there. That was so close. Zero will keep it up. Back into the corner. A demo. Juicy was just wide of the net. Rebound!
Team France are demoing the goal line clean. Paved the way for another goal. And Team France are in the driver's seat.
You know, how about some TNT to blow a hole through the path? No problem here for France. They got a lot of gunpowder in those cars right now. The U.S. trying to keep the powder dry right now, but it's quite difficult as Zen gets across it. Batira comes out. That seems to be the whole game plan in Game 7, James. Every time they get the touch downfield, it's just off-ball demo. Off-ball demo.
Wait, is anyone back?
Wide open net. No one's
my goodness,
there. What? Another one rebound, denied again.
It was a flat-out foot race to that ball. Team USA just back in the nick of time.
Juicy drop, back to over Beast Mode. Next up is Vatira. Juicy looking to get him, but Atomic already off the wall with no boost. Oh, Beast Mode says, you're not gonna touch it? I'll take it. And Vatira kicks it right back, forcing Daniel back.
What does Team USA have up their sleeve offensively? We've seen some crazy pre-jump goals today. It's taken some remarkable efforts for Team USA to get by this French defense. Time is ticking away.
Beast Mode holding it in the corner. Daniel, third man. We'll get that midfield boost. Atomic pot shot. Daniel still there. Beast Mode was harassing the France back line on the wall, but the U.S. are not connecting on the demo. Beast Mode, he's downfield. He's off the wall. He gets bumped. There was no pass there anyway. They're in some trouble. Beast Mode actually gets that one.
Oh my goodness.
Technically not a psycho. If it doesn't go in the net, or is it always?
What a precision touch, nonetheless. Whatever you want to call it.
Nuts. 45 seconds left. U.S. got to get it going. They have possession. They have the backboard. They have a pass. Beast Mode fake. Shot. Goal!
A fake for Team USA leaves France reeling. Then also running into Juicy. France had no idea what was going on.
They got their axles all twisted. And the U.S. find a way to produce.
Beast Mode jumping by that ball, recognizing that that was a perfect fake opportunity.
Oh, lost it, trying to pinch it. Beast Mode half flipping back into the play. He'll let it go. Atomic back to Daniel. Pop it for Daniel. France are in some trouble, James.
Daniel was in a position where he could have gone for a bump there. Instead, tried to get a touch and throw off the defense. Team USA, even in this situation, is not afraid to make that creative play.
Regulation about to end. U.S. are hunting, looking to end it right now. Atomic pass to Beast Mode, back to Atomic. Atomic pop-up, but Daniel is too close and too far away. Juicy holding the ball. It goes right back down for Daniel. Beast Mode on the other side. Beast Mode coming in. We got OT in Game 7.
Golden goal,
kickoff. Went to Zen first, but the 50 is now beast mode. Beast mode, full boost, beast mode. Where's the rebound? It's not coming. Atomic had to wait, and he gets all of that 50 back over to Daniel.
And this is where the heart rate can really get going. You see Team USA starting to feel it.
I think that's the highest I've ever seen beast mode, the 155. Atomic gets the hit downfield. US is trying to demo. Trying to pass. Atomic! Shot denied, standing away!
Team USA still attacking. Zen having to fight through contact. Ball is in a very dangerous position for Team France. Juicy looking for a clear, but Daniel's right there.
Perfect catch as well. Batira flying in with no boost. 9 for Daniel, and he can't chase it. Beast mode also can't go. US get right back in their own half. Here comes Zen.
Zen!
Bump! No, wait, the rebound! They're coming! Denied!
Wow! Within inches, still not over yet.
The disc, no!
Team USA stand tall!
Dinner is not served! The US survive! Daniel, back downfield, double the beast mode! No touch for the US, Zen gets in the way. Atomic, back over, Zen flips over beast mode. Daniel has to race, has to avoid the bump, he can't do it. No rebounds coming though, beast mode, flips it over one to try to take it. Counterattack for the US, here they go. Pop across, Vatira protects his own boost and gets this cleared back downfield. And the 50 forces beast mode out.
And Vatira's heart rate hitting 180. The pressure is on.
Beast mode, had to get there quickly. France are back in the orange half. Daniel against France. Vatira against the US. Beast mode back over to Atomic. And the US get a little bit of breathing room. Vatira hit it right into the US defender, and here they go back to the blue.
Daniel, not much boost still. Quality challenge, beast mode lets it bounce. Will stay behind it for a 50. Kicks back to the French corner. How will France choose to get this out? Leaves it for Zen.
Atomic avoids the bump. The US are starting to keep their cars in the game. France have not been able to delete it. The US, they're still trying to survive here. One bump, one shot, France! The repeat to the grand final!
The unlikely winners who fight through adversity to defeat Team USA and move on for another chance at the World Cup title.
An absolute roller coaster. We appreciate you coming to the theme park here at FIFAe World Cup 2025. We hope you enjoyed the ride. We got another run. Please keep your arms and legs inside the vehicle.
Yeah, we apologize for anyone who forgot to put on the seatbelt and fell off that ride because it was crazy. I cannot believe that Team France has pulled it off. You rewind back to Game 6. They're down with mere seconds left. It was a kickoff strategy that kept them in it. They persevered through all odds, through being down, through sickness, through the devastation that you can experience when you're losing in those final seconds. They fought through it all, and they got the job done.
So much back and forth. Whoever was connecting on the demos were winning their early games. You had some elite passing from the US to get it going. You had some crazy sidewalk double from Daniel that was insane. And then France just reload, boom, reload, boom.
And you can see Ferris saying, hey, you know, are you cheering for me? Otherwise, you know, that performance, I think, can be a quieting one. But another point, Jorby. There was a lot of talk coming into this event about that move to replace Monkey Moon with Juicy. Well, now Team France has gotten back to where they finished before, and a juicy overtime goal as well was one that propelled them through and helped them get this insane victory.
I mean, the goal for sure. I'm thinking about the 3 or 4 times he avoided a demo in net and saved the shot immediately after. Juicy stepped up big time. But all of France to the grand finals. Let's go down to Veracity with Team France.
Vatira, I have to start off discussions by saying that pre-Game 6 timeout that came through. Come on, guys, this is esports. We're all here for the love of the game. Now, Vatira, that pre-Game 6 timeout from Ferrer was the moment that changed everything. What was the game plan? What was he saying to you boys?
In the game 1 and 2, I traveled a lot of the shot, and that's what didn't help us. In game 6, we were playing better than them, And yeah, I don't know, we just managed to get the ice and we won.
Okay, all right, well, Zen obviously wasn't necessarily feeling very well today, but you certainly stepped up. You were playing a little bit more aggressively today. Was that always the game plan heading into this series, for you to step up and take charge a little bit more?
Yeah, honestly, we played our way. That's what we wanted to do, and we did it pretty well, so I'm happy with the team.
And how essential was making use of those demos throughout that series? We saw you boys absolutely popping off, landing off plenty of demos. Was that always the game plan heading into this series?
Yeah, I mean, we saw that they have a good defense, so we had to bump them a lot, and I think it helped us a lot in the game 7, I think.
Well, you're either going to be facing off against Saudi Arabia or Brazil. The pressure is mounting, the intensity is increasing. How are you boys feeling about that?
Nah, we feel good. I like the crowd. I hope we play Saudi Arabia and we beat them in the final.
All right, GG's again, boys. Best of luck. Looking forward to plenty more Rocket League to go.
Well, France then are back-to-back grand finalists here at the FIFA E Finals. What a performance from Le Bleu.
Yeah, I mean, well done. I gave him, you know, a 1.5 difference, and boy, it took him all the way to 7, and I gotta say, Juicy, you played a great game, buddy. I wasn't confident in you. You proved me wrong. I'm happy for you, man. You put in some big shots.
He was their best player. I mean, Game 6, they definitely do not make it over the line into Game 7 without Juicy. What a finish in the overtime. But Rachel, I mean, it's the most I've seen you react to Rocket League. I can see you getting into this one more than I've seen before. I loved it.
I was about to say, if you haven't watched Rocket League before and you were new to it and thought, oh, you know, I'll watch semi-finals, you're now a fan after that, aren't you?
I hope so. I mean,
Yeah.
it had everything, and not always in the best way. I mean, in any sport, in any esport, when it's perfect, when it's clean, when it's pure, it can get boring. And the USA started that way, but France didn't let them go that way. And when it was, you know, when the cards were down, USA went with it, and I love that about them.
Yeah, it was a phenomenal game of adjustments all throughout the series. You know, early on, France said, look, we're going to steal all your corner boost, lock you in your own half. USA says, okay, fine, we'll adjust to that. We'll start getting a little more aggro. We'll start to get a little physical, open up a little room. Started to go back and forth real quick. USA put in a couple of great shots, and at the end, you start seeing everybody fake the world because that's the only way to pull out all the defenders, because they've all got their head on a swivel, and you got to keep your eyes aware for every option.
And then 11 seconds left. France got the kickoff goal, and then this finish. Even the kickoff goal needed 3 bites of the cherry as well.
They all just kept hitting it off the wall.
None of it was clean. None of it was beautiful, but it was stunning, and I loved it.
Can you break it down for everyone at home then? What were the main differences from both sides today? Let's start with France.
So I think for France, big things for them. Physicality off the rip. 2, they really focused on the boost. They knew they didn't want to let USA get the attack started and push them back. So they said, look, we're willing to give up the ball as long as we win that boost, because that means we will still be in rotation, we'll still be in time for everything. Love that approach.
In terms of the USA, what was their strength? You know, why at the beginning did we think they were going to dominate, as we just see the stats here? We mentioned the demos before. I mean, there were so many to talk about.
Yeah, I think it's just that France, with all their attacking firepower, weren't able to break through against Team USA because they were controlling the boost so well. They were defending from the side so well. You know, as we expect from these 3, they weren't double committing. And then the end happened. Then the last 2 games happened, and I don't know what happened. A fire was lit under everybody, and it was chaotic.
Achieves, you might have a heart rate while you're looking at it. I want your thoughts on Juicy, because we're talking about him pre-match here. Juicy was almost key as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, Juicy, I mean, he had a lot to prove, and boy, did it show. Starting off here with the heart rate. I mean, talk about being an ice guy. Everybody in this grand final was pumped up, 120. Even Beast Mode, who's been 60s all time, like, he got up to 156. Juicy's out here like, nah, I'm not even going to hit 120. Like, talk about a dude who comes in and just says, yeah, I'm just here to play the game. I don't care about the environment. I don't care about any of it. Love that. Talk about getting locked in and putting on a good show. Huge from him.
I think Vatira hit like 180 at one point as well. Right? Like he was scary high. I was a bit worried about Vatira, but, you know, he somehow managed to control it despite that.
And, you know, you take a look at the team comms here as well. This is their words per minute per 30 seconds. Don't worry too much about the increment, but there's a lot of communication required in a game like Rocket League. You can see definitely Zen and Vatira. Those are the blue and pink lines. Juicy every now and then, kind of peeking up there when he's
Oh, this is how much they talk?
This is
Oh, I've
how
not
much
seen
they
this one
talk
before. Oh,
per
that's really
30
cool.
seconds. And it's a lot of words, and you have to understand, hey, I need boost, I'm going back here. I need you to cover him because I need time to get set. And that all has to be communicated in very short time increments. And France definitely had to keep the comms up to make sure that they knew what the U.S. was planning, and boy, did they have to work for it.
Talking about talking, I mean, let's talk about the team talk then, which Team France obviously had just before that second game as well. That clearly, as Veracity said, there would have been key for them just to change things around mentally, Cole.
Yeah, I think it was one of those beautiful series where you can really see a flow of it. You see one team start off better, the other team change the way they approach the game, and then they, come over the top. Some series in Rocket League, it's like one team wins one game, the other team wins the other. You can't really get that thread of a storyline, and I think the reason we really felt that is because they did have Farah and Sathu behind them, and the most minor tweaks they make lead to games like that.
Yeah, it keeps everybody locked in on the same page. Also loved the timing where they took their timeouts. I mean, USA, when they lost that Game 6, I mean, Beast Mode was sitting up there 160, 170. Everybody on the U.S. wanted to just take a minute to breathe. And I actually don't think that was a gameplay timeout, because they sat there during that timeout. Nobody was really talking to each other. They didn't want to change anything. They were just like, we just need a moment, settle in, go to Game 7. And I loved when Farah took it as well. They needed to make sure that they found a way back. That one was definitely the game plan timeout. It worked out well.
Well, we got everything, didn't we? We got a full series as well, which is exactly what we wanted to see in our first semi-final. Can we get a repeat of that? I don't know. I think that was something special, but we're going to try, that's for sure, because that's only semi-final number 1. You can just see the bracket now filling up. We have our first grand finalist, France. I mentioned it before. They've gone back-to-back now in terms of getting that far. Who's going to join them? Well, we are about to find out. Will it be Saudi Arabia or will it be Brazil? That's coming your way next. Guys, we're going to take a short break right now. Come back, though, and join us, because we're probably expecting more fireworks. Saudi Arabia take on Brazil for a place in the grand finals.
To your hats, folks. Trading for World Cup in North America has begun, and you would not believe what these guys are up to.
White 17, White 17, hot!
Preparations spiral out of control across the globe as the hunt for World Cup glory intensifies. Buckle up, folks. We're just getting started.
When you're all in, anything can happen. Enjoy the moment with a Coca-Cola.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Slim like a whisper, sharp in the hand, never unplanned. Every move got his game, smooth like ice, cold like flame. to your edge.
Hello, Moto.
Welcome to the world's best airline, where the journey begins before you fly, where lounges are a destination in themselves, and your world is always within reach. A place where you're looked after, and the smallest details bring the biggest smiles. This is Qatar Airways, the world's best for a record 9th time.
في السفر حتلاقي مفاجآت جديدة عليك، وهذا يمكن يخليك تتردد شوي. مع فيزا كل شيء مقبول، حتى ما يعض، صح؟ مقبولة عندنا، لأن هالخطوة اللي تسبق إنك تسوي شيء كنت دائما تشوفه مستحيل، وهذا اللي يميزك.
The digital world speaks the language of zeros and ones, and now, with advanced digital systems, countless new numbers join the field. A 7 can break the pattern. A 9 can be the game changer. At Globant, cutting-edge technologies are at the core of everything we do, driving new and innovative solutions to shape the future of FIFA and companies across every industry. We are the official tournament sponsor of the FIFAe Finals 2025. Globant, technology that dares to delight.
What was that?
Smells finer than the finest perfumes. New Axe Fine Fragrance.
I've been lucky enough to be joined by the entirety of the USA after that semi-final. I'll start with you, Sathu. It was an insane back-and-forth series. You guys are up in Game 6, Game 7 as well. What were your thoughts on that one?
I mean, my guys fought really hard. In my eyes, they were deserved victors. I made a really stupid call Game 6 for the kickoff, and we should have just won it there. So, on me.
And Dan, obviously your first FIFAe World Cup, crazy atmosphere, playing France. What were your thoughts? What's the emotion after that? Is it disappointment? Is it pride? What is it?
Yeah, definitely disappointment. I feel like we could have gone further. I feel like we could have beat that team pretty easily, but yeah.
Beast Mode, we saw earlier on in the tournament a 50 BPM heart rate from you. Was climbing up there, 150, 160. I think for us it shows that these tournaments do mean a lot to you guys, representing USA. What did it mean to you?
Yeah, of course it means everything. In that Game 7, I felt my heart beating on my chest, so I could definitely see why I was up that high. But yeah, obviously every single tournament means everything, even, no matter if it's regionals, lands, so it means everything. But yeah, it was just definitely an unfortunate series, but yeah.
Perfect. I want to run over here for Atomic, for lastly, one of the GOATs of Rocket League, the GOAT of North America. This is your first FIFAe World Cup. Obviously couldn't get the job done, but does this give you motivation to come back next year and try and add another trophy to your resume?
Yeah, I would say so. Super disappointing to lose that way because we had it in Game 6, but the tournament was really fun and the atmosphere was crazy, so yeah, we want to be back.
I'm sure you had a ton of support from the entirety of North America back at home. I'll let you do the honors of thanking any friends, family, supporters.
Yeah, thank you to anybody watching. Thank you to our families for supporting us, making this way easier for ourselves. And yeah, keep supporting America because we really need it.
Well, bad luck today. We can't wait to see you guys next year. Cheers.
Well, America go out, but we are still lost for words at what we saw in that first semi-final between France and the USA. It was a match for the ages. It was a series that had it all. It was one that I'm sure if you aren't a Rocket League fan, you are now, because it was incredible. Wow, France move on into the grand final for the second year running here at the FIFAe Finals. What a moment for them. Disappointment from Team USA, like we just heard there from the entirety of the squad. Strong words being said all around. We have to wait now and see who France gets in the grand final. Will it be Brazil or Saudi Arabia? Achieve is still on the sofa with me. Herc joins me now. Herc, welcome. What a first semi-final match. Best series you've ever seen, possibly?
Oh, definitely in my top 3, probably even top 2. That gave me to say, I talk about the memory of Madrid, the overtime. There's very few times where I've watched something where I've fallen on the floor nowadays, and I was on the floor over there wrapped in a blanket freaking out. Yeah, genuinely, I think that might have been one of the greatest series of Rocket League we've seen in a very long time.
And we've already got your thoughts, the Chiefs, as we see France march on to the grand finals. Valiant effort for them, deserved grand finalists.
Absolutely, well done. And fighting through some sickness as well. That's big. I mean, this was a tough start, and you did well to work through it.
Yeah, exactly. Next one. It's coming really fast here in the SEF Arena. Saudi Arabia take on Brazil. We've just watched them sort out their setup. They're ready. They've headed out. They're waiting in the wings now. You guys can watch on FIFA.gg. Loads of rewards on there for you to get your hands on as well. And then the grand final, you can see at 8 o'clock. France are there. Who's going to join them? Our next 2 nations are ready and they're waiting in the wings. The final moments of calm before they step out into the cauldron, the SDF Arena, and really start to feel the pressure of this occasion. This is for a place in the grand finals. Let's meet our teams.
The main difference between our team and any other team is just how long we've been together and how much chemistry we've built, and we just all get along so good.
أول شيء هو تناغمنا ما شاء الله تبارك الله 100%، وقوتنا واجتهادنا وتواصلنا جدا بشكل قوي، وهذا اللي يخلينا متميزين عن المنتخبات الفاضلة.
We understand how others play and we play around it. We adapt well.
we're very confident. We've been getting a lot better throughout the tourney, and I think the practice that we put in will pay off.
Me sinto muito feliz. Fazia tempo que me sentia tanta felicidade em jogo. E estou muito feliz de representar o Brasil.
I'm feeling confident. We played real well, and I hope that continues for the finals.
A vontade e a sinergia. O brasileiro sempre tem mais vontade que os outros. أنا أتوقع أن النهائي بيكون جدا جميل مع حضور الجماهير. كل شيء الفوز في الفاينل. أولاً إني أخلي المملكة العربية السعودية إنها تفوز بكأس العالم.
Representing USA and getting the trophy would be an amazing feeling.
One down, one more to go. The semifinals to decide who plays France for the FIFAe World Cup title. Please welcome to the stage, Brazil and Saudi Arabia! الرجاء لمن استطاع الوقوف للنشيد الوطني للمملكة العربية السعودية. Please rise if you can for the national anthem of Saudi Arabia.
Please rise, if you may, for the national anthem of Brazil. It all comes down to this. One shot, one series to determine who faces France in our grand finals. Players, good luck and have fun.
Wow, it is like we're in a nightclub.
No,
it is
there's
incredible.
a proper rave going down over there.
I I've been to an esports event like this before. This is something special, and it's something special, isn't it, for the defending champions as well. We saw Killers leading the team out down the steps, waving to the crowd, looking so at home, Herc.
Oh yeah, they look very comfortable. They have pretty much the entire arena standing behind them, ready to go. There is this one section to their left that is just going insane, and they're thriving off of it. And it's pretty interesting for Brazil. They have a couple of their fans out there, their friends and family too, but I mean, I feel like a challenge that's unexpected is the noise you're gonna have to tune out throughout this series.
I think it was CJ earlier on, Achieves, who was saying he felt Saudi Arabia used to struggle a little bit with confidence, especially in these high-pressure situations, always faltering at the last hurdle.
Yeah.
I mean, they look so comfortable now in this setting.
Yeah, I mean, you earned that love and respect after you win last year, finally, and it really is the thing that broke that curse for them. They have had a lot of success, multiple late pushes into several tournaments afterwards, finding that win and looking like the best team in many a tournament. So they come back the second time, you know, you, like you said earlier, you shake that monkey off your back, and now you kind of just get to bask and enjoy it instead of feel the pressure of it. You get to be like, yeah, we're back, guys, let's go.
We're seeing this team huddle then from Team Brazil over there, kind of trying to have that togetherness and maybe a bit of a team talk before they go into battle there. But what is it like sitting across from the defending champion, just staring them down?
I mean, there's definitely a sense of pressure. You know, you're coming into this as the underdog, but if you look at the history, right, you go way, way far back. There was a point in time where these were the two teams that had some of the most mechanical players in the world that hadn't proved themselves yet. So there is a world where Brazil is very self-aware that they could put up a very good fight against these former champions.
And I still don't think you've necessarily got the best out of Brazil just yet. I mean, I think there's another gear in there, and I think if they want to beat Saudi Arabia, I think they're going to have to top it out this time. That's my inclination here.
We speak about the Brazilians maybe as the lowest ranked team in this as well, especially in the groups. They finished third, and it felt like they never really had to work to get up to second and first. Either they were happy almost sitting in third. That level's got to change now, Herb.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm sure Bruno Visky has talked to them and set something up in motion, especially ahead of this series today. Like you guys all know, they had the 1 day off. That is a very crucial period of time that you usually do not get ahead of a very important match like this. So we'll see, you know, if they've done anything to help with the mental, because again, I just keep going back to the noise. It is insanely loud in here, and when those Falcons score, or well, I guess when Saudi Arabia score, it's gonna all break loose.
And that's kind of a benefit, I think, for, believe it or not, both teams. I mean, Brazil is no strangers to playing, you know, outside of the comfort zone in extremely loud environments with a negative crowd, you know, against them. They have thrived in that environment before, several of them. And I think they might feast on it just as much as Saudi Arabia.
I feel like it's a Brazilian cultural thing just to love the noise that comes, the fanfare that's around here. Let's talk about the three players then from Brazil. We were talking about Juicy for Team France being the newbie. I mean, he stepped up to the plate here. Juicy, Swift able to do the same because he's having a similar role here, the new member of this squad.
Yeah, Swift had a great day yesterday. I mean, you wanted to see Brazil come out and show that fire that you know they've got, and they proved it in that quarterfinal matchup. And it's only got to ratchet up today, and you only get a stronger defense in Saudi Arabia, so you're going to need to keep that level you're at. I think Lost had a great series as well. Defensively, Yan, you know, everyone in the world knows how dangerous Yan is, and he tends to draw a lot of attention, so he tends to play a little bit more decoy, but everyone knows you get later and later, Yan just starts to say, hang on, give me the ball. Let me do my thing, baby.
I wish, you know, the coach Bruno has, like, his Gucci cap sitting behind him, so, like, if you really got to, like, shift him into the next gear, he's like, give me the hat you got on right now. We got to go to the OG one, let you go back into the old school days and really, you know, kick it up a notch.
Let's just talk a bit about the Saudi Arabian team then, because in that video we watched, they said the communication from them is so strong. They said they're 100% in sync with each other. How important is that going to be, her?
Oh, it's everything. It's also just so exciting seeing them come back together to play for Saudi Arabia. But we'll see how it ends up prevailing at the end of it all.
Well, let's get semi-final 2 underway. It's Saudi Arabia taking on Brazil. Take it away, James Bott and Johnny Boy.
Welcome to the penultimate match of the FIFAe World Cup. We have the defending champions of Saudi Arabia facing down Brazil for a spot in the grand finals against France.
And this could be the repeat of what we've been seeing every time these two nations, every time these squads match up, James. It's the worrying sign for Brazil fans when you see Saudi on the other side of the pitch. But it also could be the match that turns that around for them. The key is to get started early. They need to do something in the first 2 games. Saudi Arabia could run away with it.
Certainly, because Saudi Arabia did run away with it when these two met in the semifinals last year. Saudi Arabia a 4-0 over Brazil, 7-3 in the final game. So I think Saudi Arabia, the defending champions, the heavy favorites in this matchup.
Absolutely, and even outside of FIFAe, these squads, these players, whenever they play against each other, it's always Saudi coming out on top. Of course, Jan did beat TRK in the original matchup way back in Gamers 8, the first iteration. That's more than 3 years ago now. But they've got to really just up the synergy a little bit. Try to match Saudi's pace. Whenever Saudi Arabia play as mechanically as we know they can, there's very few teams in the world that can stand toe-to-toe with them. I think Brazil have the potential to do that, but it's much harder to do it in actuality.
Certainly is. Like you said, lots of history between these players and these nations, and well, we're about to see more. See early pressure from Saudi Arabia. TRK, a lot of boost. Rawas waiting for his chance. Ends up turning off, giving Jan some space.
Well, look at this from Jan as well. Initially stealing double, didn't get the reset to go mid. TRK, who's the fan favorite in the venue here.
Ooh, double commit.
The fact he was benched by Falcons at club level still baffles everybody around the world because he's played so well here. Of course, we'll see if they can make good of the rest of their calendar year into 2026 and prove everyone wrong, but for now it looks like it just is really hard to replace TRK.
Yeah, certainly TRK, the love for him here is undeniable. I think I saw a woman in the audience with a TRK phone background. And plenty of signs as well. TRK is the one to open the score sheet.
Beautiful stealing shot. TRK takes over in the back corner. Not enough boost from Brazil to really stop this one. Jan trying his best to get across the goal. TRK's shot came in too quickly. I think he probably inspired a new trend there, James. A bunch of people worldwide going to grab TRK screenshots, get them on your phone backgrounds.
I mean, if TRK continues to have performances and get results like he's done, I might have to add it up to my background.
I've just got the default right now, so maybe you might be onto something there. I did actually have a chance to talk to Rawas briefly before the USA versus France match had concluded. Great save by Lost. He said that at 1-1, he thought USA was going to come out on top there, so they're probably surprised to see France waiting for them in the final a little bit. But you can never be too surprised, and still way too early to be thinking ahead, even if it is a matchup right now that they're favored in.
It's been all Saudi Arabia so far. Brazil trying to control this ball. Lost loses the ball. There's a demo right behind him as well, so the defense thrown off a bit. We do see a counterattack attempted, but Lost ends up bailing out. But ground is gained by Brazil. Jan going for that stealing double, perhaps into a flip reset, but it was shut down so quick This is a tough defense to get through in Saudi Arabia.
And they had good coverage there. Challenge on the ball, backboard defended. Saudi Arabia's defense looked a bit sloppy, a bit rusty early in the tournament. Oh! They had layers here. I didn't think they were going to have to defend a shot here, but Jan had other ideas for the ground pinch.
Yeah, and getting to this ball, Rawaz, surprised. TRK also running into him, perhaps expecting TRK to be challenging that ball, but I think Rawaz, or TRK was expecting Rawaz to side flip into that ball.
Yeah, definitely, and I think they might have also got faked out by Swift, who came flashing across from the other direction, so really good play by Brazil. Misdirection, coming clutch to tie the game. Minute and 30 left in game 1.
And there were murmurs about Jan, players saying that has he lost his step? Well, I think with a result like this and the performance he's had, I think he has silenced the haters for now and picks up a very big goal for Brazil. See if they can keep it going, but right now Saudi Arabia are attacking. Rebound out into the middle of the field, but it was hit to safety. Now Jan trying to keep this attack going. Perfect catch into a flick. Rebound, shot just off target. Now it's cleared. It's a 2-on-1 the other way.
A huge chance for Saudi Arabia. The bump is coming. The dunk lands. TRK put the pressure on and Kalir's finished the job.
And we've seen this from these two so often. Killers can slow down the play. TRK says 2v1, this is my specialty. Let me at him.
Just so clinical. And that came from a Brazil miss. Brazil had a clear-cut chance to the other end. I think it was Swift who hit the bar. Got to be more clinical than that against Saudi Arabia. You expect Saudi Arabia to get the majority of the chances in the matchup, the majority of the pressure as well. Brazil not only missed a chance to score, but concede on the counter-attack. Oh, the pre-jump.
Already on. The pre-jump is good! Brazil have some tricks of their own!
USA started off their semi-final pre-jump in Brazil. Do the same thing, and look at Kalir's on the goal line, getting completely fooled. He pre-jumps the defense, Lost shoots it low under him.
Yeah, and that is... That is tough for Saudi Arabia. Perhaps you have time to react. I think Killers maybe got a little too intimidated at the pre-jump play. Had a little bit more time than he realized. Pace of that shot wasn't so much that he would have been able to get to it. But then on the other end, Killers gives Saudi Arabia the lead right back.
The speed of Saudi Arabia, always a thing to behold. I mean, look how quickly Kalir's gets up to this. Full speed. Just bounces on the center ball, makes it 3-2. Saudi Arabia again ahead by 1.
And credit as well to TRK getting such a good first touch on the challenge, and then the quick pass out to the middle. See Swift trying to get back. Killers, I think, instead of taking the quick shot, tried to take it airborne, perhaps expecting the defense to get back.
Yeah, you correctly realized somebody was going to be back in the area. I do wonder if he could have just shot that first time, though.
We saw Atomic do that quite a bit.
Yeah, if you can get maximum power, of course, it does make a difference, but they're still ahead by 1, so they didn't need to take that risk, and they do conclude the match with a fake challenge, allowing Brazil to grind the ball.
Smart play as well. You challenge that, you risk keeping the ball in play. Saudi Arabia felt in full control that game. We did see some nice efforts from Jan. He got the ground pinch goal and then also had a very threatening shot where he caught it into a dribble, got the flick.
Yeah, I could see Swift not really getting involved in this game. He's done well to fake out the defense in the first goal, but the second goal was the key. That came from a Swift miss in offense. Great second goal. I mean, the Brazil's equalizers were fantastic, but we need to see Swift lock in here. This is, of course, the first time he's been a part of this matchup, and it's a high-pressure matchup. A lot on the line here. National pride is adding to the pressure.
Yeah, and defending champions as well for Saudi Arabia. I think the expectations are there. And, you know, we had a lot of discussions about this exact Saudi Arabian roster last year, saying it seems like they crumble under the pressure over and over again. Yeah. Yes, they're the favorites. Yes, they have crowd support, but will they fall under the weight of the expectations? And the answer was no. It was the beginning of a new chapter for these players, and they have continued to play at the top level ever since, and they get the job done in game 1.
And this is a special event for Saudi Arabia, the event that broke their grand finals curse. Since then, they've looked like a much more composed team. Still, I think, work to do on that to reach the level of composure that has been displayed by the USA in RLCS and also France, of course, in the entire Open era and even before it, but big strides. This tournament really does help Saudi Arabia and their players, and I think it could continue to do so here today.
Don't want to be too greedy. I mean, making history in RLCS as well as winning a title last year here, major accomplishments, but as crazy it is to say, I think a lot of people think that they can reach even higher heights. And early on, Brazil has some chances. That one just out.
Yeah, you know, you've got Vatira and Ato winning 3 LANs this year already. Now, Saudi Arabia trying to win their 2nd international LAN of the year. It's been a fantastic year for them. It's been the best year that Saudi Arabia's ever had in Rocket League. Of course, they've got Naupo as well, just watching in the sidelines. He could easily slot into a lobby like this in a tournament like this. So such a talented region, such a talented nation in Rocket League.
And they proved it last year and looking to prove it again. Hoping to get that rematch. What? Really awkward defense there. Nobody from Brazil was able to follow up on that loose ball.
Good cut in the center ball, but not a bad, or not a good clear, I should say. Ooh. They're just scrambling to get goal side of the saves as Brazil continues to knock at the door. Nicely done by Rawas. They are keeping the ball in the corners for a lot of this. Brazil pressure. Now it's gone mid, and again it's into the bar. This one does have follow-up, and Yan knocks it in. Great pass down to him.
A good presence of mind from Yan here. Doesn't hit the first shot on net, stays in the play, knows that the defense is likely going to save that ball. Ends up taking his shot, hitting the mark as well, capitalizing on all that pressure. And Brazil have started this game quite strong. We haven't really seen Saudi Arabia have much time on ball. And I wonder if this is something that Brazil can continue to do, as they are the underdog in this matchup, barely squeaking through against England in the last round.
Much better than in the group stage, where Brazil couldn't get a game off of Saudi Arabia. It looked a lot better today, but they're still having to answer some questions, as every team does when you play against Saudi Arabia. You're always going to need to defend. You're always going to need to make some clutch saves.
Lost with low boost, trying to pass this out into the middle. Swift has the cut back. 51 towards Rawas. Rawas had to go for a 50. You saw Killers creeping up quick. Was thinking maybe I could go for a demo, but got caught out. Now flip, reset, pass. The redirect as well is saved. Rebound is good. Saudi Arabia has no boost, trying to get back to net.
Yeah, lost just doing enough there. Forced a bad save from Rawas. And the follow-up, enough to get past Killers. Killers trying to get past the bump attempt there. Fell off the post in doing so. This time it's Brazil on the counter-attack, making it 2-0. This is easily the best we've seen from them in recent memory against Saudi Arabia.
Also a mistake there from Saudi Arabia on that attack. You saw Killers and Rawas both in the same spot. I think they were hoping for a 2v1 lead blocker situation, but the defense was already back. Ended up getting caught out and never recovered. So Saudi Arabia down by 2 goals with 2 minutes left. Brazil looking in form. Rawas trying to dribble it around the corner, but shut down.
Great dodge there by Lost. He knew he was going to be under pressure with the bump. This time it's the fake. And Killers comes in for the double tap. He hits it. Clinical. Saudi Arabia getting everybody involved in the offense, on and off the ball. The set up by TRK. Rawas forces the jump at Swift, and Killers outplays it.
Swift has to defend the flip reset, has to defend the double tap. It's lost in the mix. So the right call from Killers to push that towards the backboard, go for the double tap. Another big save off kickoff. Killers going to try to keep this going. Dodges the bump. The backflip flick saved by Lost.
Unbelievable offense, as usual. Saudi Arabia are going to make this difficult for Brazil. It feels like a must-win game for Brazil if this is going to be a competitive series. They need to get a game off of this team that have been beating them every time. They do look better in the matchup. I think they've come in well prepared for this. Just over a minute to go. Saudi Arabia are going to come looking.
Killers lets it bounce, takes some space. Gan was thrown off, Lost with a key touch out to the side. Boost stolen by TRK. Off the ceiling now, goes for a 50 instead. Lost with a tip up, and that'll slow down the attack.
A huge clear there for Brazil. They do follow it up as well into the Saudi Arabia halfway of the pitch we go. Saudi Arabia with a lot of standard air dribbles in this matchup. Something we saw the USA do a lot against France. flip reset has become so popular. Everybody has to defend against it. Oh, Swift didn't know that was going to be a miss in defense from Saudi Arabia. Neither did I. Chance goes awry there for Brazil, but they're still up by 1. 36 seconds to go.
For Saudi Arabia, it hasn't been the cleanest match. Brazil has capitalized another shot. It's going to be turned aside. Lost. Gives possession away. Swift will save it to his back wall. Continues to keep the ball. Bumps Killers off the ball, but TRK right behind him. Lost, low boost, now moves in and will clear it downfield, relieving pressure.
Beautiful defensive 50s by Brazil. And not falling for Saudi Arabia's tricks. They've tried to 50 the ball back to each other. Final few seconds of the game. It's not looking too good for Saudi Arabia in this one. Brazil on the verge of tying the series.
Killers keeps the ball up. Jens a little awkward, and the hit doesn't have the height necessary, and Brazil are on the board already. A better result than last year at the FIFAe World Cup, where they were swept by Saudi Arabia, getting a key victory here.
I believe that is their first win in the FIFAe events this year and last year against Saudi Arabia, so a big difference.
Could come at a better time.
Yeah, just to make it 1-1, and they were knocked in at the door earlier as well. They had a good passage of play, really controlling the match for the first 2 minutes, really controlling the game, I should say. First 2.5 minutes even, but Saudi Arabia looked pretty deadly once they got going in the second half of the game. Brazil had to do a lot of defending. They held on well. Overall, though, I still think Saudi Arabia slightly favored, slightly looked like the better team.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, but there were also some mistakes that Saudi Arabia made, namely the one play where Rawas and Killers, you expect them to be on the same page, being twins and all, and they were right next to each other. They gave away the ball on when they were trying to lead the counterattack, ended up getting scored on the other end, and then, you know, you also see defensively a few rare misses that gave Brazil even more chances that they didn't put away, because even Brazil was surprised to see that.
Yeah. I think that's something Brazil can't rely on too much. As Saudi Arabia warm up into the middle of the series here, I would expect defensive consistency to increase. If we do go to the business end, game 6-7, that could all change, as we saw in France versus USA. Even the best players in the world get nervous. Heart rates start to skyrocket. Unless, of course, you're dead in game 7 and you're not wearing the heart rate monitor properly.
Or he's just cold.
Maybe.
Brazil looking to repeat that success. Saudi Arabia cooling off a bit. Brazil picking it up at the right time. Ground double. Thought was thinking about it, but it was not available.
Yeah, well spotted there by Saudi Arabia. Saw Swift on top of the ball. He only had one angle to go to. Saudi Arabia, again, layering their defense quite well, but they've got to be careful not to all push up into the corner. They have a tendency to do that. When the ball's in one of their back corners, the whole team gravitates towards it, and all it takes is one center ball over their heads, and they could be in trouble.
Killers hasn't been afraid to play patiently offensively, really taking advantage of his positioning, letting the ball bounce and taking it airborne if they give him the space. Killers with the leg challenge. Ball given away by TRK, forcing Rawas up. Rawas will stay on it. Flip reset shut down by Swift in the Saudi Arabian corner. Now tip up. TRK has to waste a lot of boost to get this one. 50, back right, and you can see Killers and Rawas again in the same spot, but Killers does get the ball.
A lot of 50-50s being forced mid here by Saudi Arabia. They're trying to get the ball into the middle of the pitch by losing 50-50s towards their teammates. Brazil are picking up on that. They could try and make an early interception in one of those plays. It has been very much a tendency in the first few games here. Fine game there, saved by Jan. He's keeping an eye on the player off the ball. Saudi Arabia get good synergistically in offense.
And you wonder if we'll see more of those fakes come out. This roster really pioneered using fakes effectively at the highest level. Have to watch out for that.
More shots come through for Saudi Arabia, but nothing Brazil can't handle. And there is that interception on the 50 mid that we're talking about. If Brazil can preemptively get a player into that position, the ball's going to be free for the taking, like it was there.
Brazil has boost to kickstart the counterattack to see if they can find each other. Big clear. Boom ball right now from Brazil. Taken airborne by TRK. The reset down to the ground. Goes for a 50. 50, not a threatening spot. Swift will pitch that down off the ground and keeps it going. Trying to stay behind it. Rawas gets it around 1, now gets it around 2. Lost last back.
Oh, his demo's coming through here. Swift dodges it. That's huge. Through the smoke, the shot.
Another fake.
Looking threatening. Brazil's defense, seriously impressive at the moment. So many threats that they have to pay attention to. Saudi Arabia to do some defending of their own. Lots of outplays. Saudi Arabia getting the ball past Brazilian players with a lot more ease than Brazil going the other way.
Still Brazil keeping this one equal. Still scoreless. We are getting deep into game 3. Yeah, 50 down to Lost. Lost will take it. Killers also up, goes high. Ball 50 right to Rawas. This could be a chance.
Trying to double it mid, doesn't get the second touch on it. Jan chaperones the ball to safety. Intelligent there by Jan, just trying to keep the ball safe in the back corner. Didn't want to take a volatile challenge. Teammates in position behind him. Saudi Arabia, lots of space to play with on the left side of the pitch. All the options available. TRK shut down before he can get started.
A TRK, the back player, opting to take that, still hitting it right into the defense. Killers, plenty of boost to do damage here. Another touch, goes for a 50 off the ceiling. Swift doesn't have boost, Lost doesn't have much either. Really tough boost situation for Brazil.
Brazil are just being forced back so consistently here. Saudi Arabia continue to put the ball over them. They just can't break free for extended periods of time. Another pop to the backboard. Swift, boostless, looking for Jan. Jan has to pre-flip to get a piece of it. Saudi Arabia actually missed playing as they tried to collect the ball there, but it seems to have baited Brazil forward.
The Killers doing a good job taking 2 defenders out of the mix. And Saudi Arabia get right back into Brazil's corner. Backboard pass, popped up. Swift and Yan both double commit, but Lost does get an effective clear downfield. However, Rawas picks up the full boost. Off the ceiling, play shut down by Swift. Ball to Lost. Lost up and over Killers. Almost bumps TRK.
Great dodge by TRK. His team needed him there. Now Brazil are the team who are pressing late in the match. Big challenge leads Jan to get free possession. He can't do much with it though. It's now Kalir's off to the right side of the pitch. TRK was waiting. Saudi Arabia trying to pressure it in regulation, but they'll have to settle for overtime.
0-0 overtime. Neither team able to find that goal in regulation. The winning goal will happen here. Lost trying to push this ball forward. Yan pitches it off the sidewall, but it's right to Rawas, who handles it nicely. Pass up. Goes for TRK, and now Killers was last back. You saw what Rawas was trying to do.
Oh, he does what Lost does really well. To keep one shot out, now the pre-flip. After the reset, denied by Saudi Arabia. Brazil must have been studying some USA tapes. How did they take a game off Saudi in the group stage? It was the defense, and they're staying really deep themselves here, trying to bait Saudi Arabia in. So far, they're holding on.
Fake again,
Saudi Arabia coming forward with everything they've got.
They're trying all their tricks. Nothing working yet. The fakes, the bumps, the demos. Here's another chance, high ball. Yan, though, with plenty of boost to deal with it, looks for Lost, but Lost was hoping that mid boost would spawn, never did. Now Killers clears to the Brazil corner. Yan pops it up off the sidewall, second touch. It's a reset, but Lost control of the ball.
Even though Saudi Arabia have had by far the most control here, they have nothing to show for it.
Oh,
this is a great chance. Yan does stand in the way of it.
Yeah.
Again, it's Saudi Arabia piling the pressure on.
To dodge the bump and to get up in an awkward spot and get the touch that was very good. But Saudi Arabia are still going. What is happening through the smoke?
Brazil got almost no boost here. They need a 50-50. They can't get one. Saudi Arabia, with disciplined, consistent pressure, eventually find an opening.
That was a stalemate, though, Johnny, for the longest time.
TRK looking a bit relieved there.
And the crowd certainly supporting the Saudi Arabian side. When we take a look back at the highlights from this match, both teams having opportunities. There were times where it looked like Saudi Arabia was going to be the one to score first, and then Brazil.
What a save.
But then, in the end, it was the overtime goal by TRK that made it happen, or by Rawas, rather, that made it happen. And they get a very important win, bouncing back as well. And I will say, Johnny, I am impressed so far at the level that Brazil is playing at. I was expecting this to be a situation where Saudi Arabia might come in and perform the way they did last year and get the same results that they did last year, but Brazil is hanging right in there.
Yeah, they're defending valiantly. I mean, they probably expect more attacking looks on the counter-attack against Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia do have a tendency to overcommit, and when they're playing badly, they give away free goals, open nets from long distance, easy counter-attacks to opponents in 1v2, 1v3, sometimes even situations. But they're not doing that right now. I mean, Saudi Arabia are playing a very, very disciplined offense. They're not getting baited in. If this was day one in the group stage, I think Brazil would have scored several that game. But instead, Saudi Arabia just defending that midfield line so well, keeping that high press, out-shooting Brazil 14 shots to 4 in that game. Brazil need more in the counter-attack or in the fight for the midfield.
Yeah, and Yan as well, forced to make 6 saves last game. Yan, the defender, that's not really how we think of it. Think about his high-flying tactics. You know, team bump there from Yan and Swift. See, offensively a little mixed up. Could be a slight opening, but Swift gets boost quickly and back into the play, leaves it for Lost. Lost going for the double.
Oh my
Didn't have enough
goodness.
boost to read it. It was a heavy commit by Brazil. Rawas through the contact, can't score it, but a nice effort.
That's a crazy recovery by Rawas. He almost got second recovery into scoring. You just always have to expect one extra touch from Rawas in the defensive end, and he's through again. Oh, it's TRK this time. Now he gets bumped from behind. Last-ditch bumps from Brazil are just barely keeping them in this.
You can see that panic on the back line from Brazil. Didn't really have much boost. Everyone's streaking in. Got a little messy with the bumps, but they get the job done. TRK falling out of the sky keeps that ball out.
I don't think Brazil realized there was going to be a falling Saudi Arabian in the area. TRK again falling down, this time intentionally from the ceiling to land the shot.
Got to check with your local meteorologist to find out where TRK is falling from.
We did see some weird things falling from the sky in Saudi Arabia and Riyadh this weekend. It was wet, it was cold, not something I've seen before in these neck of the woods. Didn't expect TRK though, didn't see him in the weather forecast.
We'll add TRK to the list. Now we see Saudi Arabia going for goal. The 50, back-to-back 50s, and Saudi Arabia with brute force get the ball through.
Well, when they're not outplaying them, they're going straight through them. TRK, textbook 50-50, rolls with the ball, keeps boosting through it. Too strong. Brazil have to fight from behind in this one. They need a big change up, or this series is going to continue to go away from them. That's not it. That's wayward by a mile by Lost.
And we've seen a few opportunities for Brazil where you expect them to at least put a shot on target, and they're not able to do so. So now, on the other end, Saudi Arabia, high pop at the midfield. Killers, plenty of boost, beats Yan to the ball. Still didn't get high enough on the challenge, or got too high on the challenge, rather. Hit the ball back down into him. We see an all-out battle for possession shaping up.
Oh! Saudi Arabia 2, Brazil 0. Rawas across the backboard.
Wow, that touch.
That little touch was all it took to put Yan in a difficult position. Jan's given the ball away there, but from his POV, he'll be thinking that there's somebody about to shoot this. I better do something. Little did he know there was a gap. He had time. He didn't need to rush.
Any touch on the ball there would throw the defense off. Rawas gets a perfect one. Rawas again, trying to get in the way of the defender, hoping that that shot was in, but hits off the elbow, goes out.
Yeah, the comms might come through that it wasn't. It looked like it might be. Rawas probably not wanting to save his teammate shot. Saudi Arabia have just got everything they want in the matchup again, even though Brazil have defended so well. It just looks like they can outplay Brazil whenever they want. They can 50-50 the ball through them whenever they want. And although games 1 and 2 look to be close back and forth, Saudi Arabia have completely taken control since then.
It did seem like the game that Saudi Arabia conceded, they were making more mistakes than usual. Brazil credits them for capitalizing on those mistakes. But now Saudi Arabia's in form. Does Brazil have enough to get by them? Lost with plenty of boost in the Brazilian corner. Back to Swift. Now Swift will take it up the corner. Tries to slow it down. Killers closes the gap. Now TRK has the ball, pops it up high, but a bump landed, rather to get Brazil some space. Fake from Swift gives Yan the ball. Reset, low altitude, and a lot of lift on that reset.
Huge reset by Jan, but it's still nothing that Saudi Arabia can't handle. They always seem to have plenty boost, more momentum than Brazil have. Plenty options. A Swift force back, difficult save, he makes it. Off the inside of his own post, double save by Swift. Still, they need 2 goals, not 2 saves.
It's better to have to only get 2 than 3, and Swift coming up clutch for Brazil defensively, but now they've got to put some in. Last minute left to go. Killers up high, Jan, stay with it. Reset pass down, contact dodged by Loss, but Rawaz still hits the ball to a bad spot.
Nice hit to the backboard by Jan. Saudi Arabia are just doing so well, getting bodies in the way. Brazil have to take the risks now. They're just trying to stretch a little bit thinner. Rawaz with the pre-jump, looks like that's going to get saved. And they're all over them again. Vast majority of the pressure being put on Brazil in games 3 and 4. Brazil just don't seem to have the matchup stylistically. Oh! I take it all back! I take it back! 1 goal by Jan. That is outrageous.
The corner double skip right above TRK. And we've seen Team France come back from more dire situations than this. Don't count Brazil out.
That's probably my favorite curse I've ever made in a Rocket League cast. Saudi Arabia don't care though. They're going to make it 3-1. They don't want to give Brazil anything to celebrate about. That's a shame for Jan. You always want your best goals to come in a winning game, but this one will most likely be another loss. Can they get any kind of kickoff strategy to go their way here?
I mean, is it too little, too late? We'll see. Looks like a standard kickoff. Jan back left, did get to the ball, but gave away possession. TRK again slowing the play down, and that locks in the Game 4 victory for Saudi Arabia, who will move to match point, just 1 game away from facing down France for another year.
It's too good. Saudi Arabia, just simply too good. This squad, for the last 2 years, have just, it seems like they just counter certain teams. At club level, Falcons destroyed Dignitas last year, despite Dignitas having a great time against other rosters. And when they come to events like this, FIFAe or even other events on the calendar, they just seem to have a good matchup. And I think what it comes down to for me is that Brazil just don't have a good enough counter-attacking game plan to stop Saudi Arabia from doing this for however long it takes. They could just attack all day. When they play against USA, when they play against France, I think they've got to worry about the counter-attacks more, but Brazil just don't have that same level of counter-attacking threat, and it just makes Saudi Arabia so comfortable.
Yeah, and Saudi Arabia defensively, usually so consistent, so quick, so fast. Can Brazil use this timeout to figure out how to stay alive in this series? It's match point for Saudi Arabia. Brazil already having a better result compared to the past, but they're not just playing for a semifinal appearance. Brazil wants it all. And this team has been fighting through a difficult group stage, gets an upset to go past England. They are not satisfied just yet.
I'm not sure if I call it an upset, James, but they did beat England. They've got 5 stars over their crest, winning the World Cup 5 times. The FIFAe World Cup could be Saudi Arabia's 2 years running, 100% of iterations. France awaiting the final. Of course, that'll be a tough task for whoever makes it through to play them. But for Brazil, they already have a monumental task in front of them. They need 3 games in a row against a team who farm them. They seem to always have their number. The play style matchup doesn't look good, and even the skill matchup, well, and when it comes to skill matchup, really, Saudi Arabia are even or better than absolutely everyone. So if you're not coming with a better strategy, what are you going to do?
Well, has Brazil ironed out his strategy? That will work. Let's head into this one. Out of the gate, we already see Saudi Arabia have possession downfield. The 50s from Saudi Arabia were super effective last game. You saw the back-to-back 50s that forced that ball into the net. Brazil already having to work their way out of a hole. Yan trying to get up, ball floating up above net. Rawas, pinch pass off the backboard, kept in the corner, but boost grabbed by Killers.
Looks like Saudi are just picking up right where they left off, as you would expect. They've outplayed Brazil so many times in this matchup. Anytime that there's a race to the ball, it seems like Saudi Arabia come out on top of it. Oh, Swift accidentally falling on top of Jan's play there. It's not gone too badly for Brazil, but it's going to need to be a masterclass in defense. It's going to need to be a masterclass in 50-50s from Brazil. They are going to try to slow this down in the back corner. Bait Saudi Arabia in, but even that results in a clear shot for Saudi.
Yeah, and Yan wasn't able to deny the corner boost either. And that one almost goes in off the post. Brazil thinking they're lucky stars. TRK, high lob to the middle. Going for a bump as well. Killers navigating around the defense, flip, reset, rebound out to Rawas. Rawas hits the mark!
Every single air dribble just advances the ball a little bit further. Clears with all the options, goes for a reset 50. Back to his teammate. The panic is kicking in. Brazil send everyone, and no one can stop Saudi Arabia.
Great stuff from Killers. Lost in Yan, both bamboozled by that play.
Oh.
Big block. Is that one going in? Off the post, and it's kept out, but my oh my. Brazil, they're teetering, Johnny. It looks like they're about to get knocked out by Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. Every single game that goes past, it just looks like Saudi Arabia's control increases. Brazil, confidence wanes. In a matchup that they're already unfavored in. Yeah, you need to stay toe-to-toe with Saudi. You can't go down this far in the series and then expect them to give you anything. What can Swift do? He looks mid, but that's far too high. Oh, hold on. Clears. Yeah, Clears didn't get the best knock on that, but it does still have just enough on it from Saudi to give TRK a chance.
But you can see boost dominance in favor of Brazil for just a moment. Brazil did a good job capitalizing on the mistakes of Saudi Arabia in the one game win Brazil was able to get. Saudi Arabia now racing back, just went past the halfway point of the game. Lost, catch it into a dribble. That was a little worrisome.
I wouldn't trust myself to do that. Lost obviously had full faith in his ability. Now TRK with a silly double, he gets 50 to the corner. I think TRK this wins. Saudi Arabia, they've realized that Brazil are playing with a really defensive line here, trying to bait them in, and they're just not falling for it. Brazil have to try something different. Lost his backflip. Chance goes astray there for Saudi Arabia.
Rawas with a great backflip challenge, goes up high. Lost, trying to stay behind it. Does land a bump on Rawas. TRK can't find the mid boost, has to bail out. Ball back to Rawas. First touch control into the air. Yan doing a good job jumping quickly to avoid the bump and gets the contest.
Really good play in defense again, but I mean, how many times can we say that as Yan makes another clutch save? The same remains, they need a goal. They're not getting chances. TRK off a Clears near post pass, makes it 2. It's all Saudi Arabia in the semi-final.
Brazil stuck playing defense, and still Saudi Arabia finds their way. There seem to be no answers offensively for Brazil.
Just a frustrating matchup for them. Saudi Arabia, unlike other teams at the top level, will keep attacking you all day. They are going to continue to press forward, put you in stressful situations. Honestly, Brazil have done quite well to keep the scorelines as low as they did in these past couple of games. It's not helpful, though, if they're trying to win this, which I'm sure they are. As again, Saudi Arabia pile on forward, they make it 3. Huge mind game by TRK.
And it seems like it's always these two with these plays. This time TRK gets the flip reset, slows down the play, doesn't take the shot too early, gives Killers time to move up and land that bump.
They're just unstoppable. When they get into this kind of offensive momentum, very few teams can stop them. I think the only two teams that come to mind happen to be in the other semi-finals, so they've got the right side of the bracket here. And it's thanks to their own strong group stage performance, just pipping the USA for that top spot in Group A. Looking at the matchup earlier, I think USA would have made the final if they were on this side, but they lost out in the group stage to too many teams, too many games at least. that's what allowed Saudi Arabia to get the favorable side of the bracket.
Certainly, but regardless, gotta beat the best to be the best. And right now, it looks like Saudi Arabia, without a doubt, the best in this matchup, maybe the best in the world, looking to repeat against Team France if they can hold on for just 20 more seconds.
And it's going to be a thrilling final. Saudi Arabia look unbelievable. Day one, rebuilding the synergy. Since then, they have looked unstoppable. They've looked like their old selves. They've looked like the team that had one of the best calendar years in recent memory. And it continues. Will there be one more? There definitely will be one more final for Saudi Arabia against France here in Riyadh.
Saudi Arabia defeat Brazil for another date with France, running it back from last year's FIFAe World Cup final. Will it be the same result? Will Saudi Arabia lift the trophy once more, or will France get their revenge? Based off these two semifinals, Johnny, what are you thinking?
It's really hard to say. It honestly really is difficult to say. But I'm leaning Saudi Arabia right now. They disposed of Brazil pretty comfortably there. And what I like most is that it looked like a disciplined performance. There was no lackadaisical defense, no overcommits that looked too bad in my opinion. Brazil were trying to bait them in. They're trying to, get Saudi to overcommit and give away free goals, and they didn't do that. So when Saudi Arabia aren't making those classic mistakes that we're used to see them making, I think I have to favour them. That being said, France, I think, will put them on defense more, and we'll get to see Saudi Arabia under higher pressure situations. Can they play the defensive end as well as they just played the offensive end? We'll have to wait and see, but I think close match, but I'm saying 55%. Saudi Arabia the favorites.
Well, I think you can expect fireworks, especially how dominant Saudi Arabia played in this matchup. It seems like it's been cruise control for them all the way to the grand finals, but on the other side of the bracket, it was all-out warfare. France somehow managing to avoid defeat with some last-second heroics. I couldn't believe it myself when I saw it.
They out-plot armored USA and NRG, who are the plot armor team. So that's seriously impressive, but it was a struggle. Saudi Arabia just going through the motions here. Far less energy used in their semi-final. But it's still a step up from Brazil. I know it's not much to say, but they got one game this time around, which is a start. They need so much more, though, to close the gap between these teams. Or otherwise, they're going to need to just avoid them. If they can't beat them, they're going to need to get on the other side of the bracket and hope somebody else takes down Saudi.
Really, looking back before this event, I think a lot of people would have agreed that Team USA, Team France, and Saudi Arabia were at the top, and there was a gap between them and everyone else, and that is really how it's played out. Saudi Arabia, thrilling performances all event long, easily securing their spot in the grand finals, but Team France had to be forged through fire, battling through to get there, and you wonder what kind of grand finals we're going to be in store for, and you hope that it will be as good as what we've seen up to this point.
It's definitely a great match for the neutral fans. There aren't many of those in the arena here with us. Now let's head down to the stage. Milos is standing by with Saudi Arabia.
Off to the grand final are Saudi Arabia, the second year in a row. And I'm here to have a little chat with our grand finalists at home. It's good to see you again on here. Now look, this was a rematch of last year's semifinal against Brazil. What do you feel you especially and your entire team have changed in preparation from 2024 to 2025? شو بتحس انت غيرته من إعادة المباراة بنصف النهائيات البرازيل من السنة الماضية مقابل هيدي السنة؟
أول شيء الحمد لله على الفوز. الشيء الثاني فريق 24 كان مختلف عن فريق 25 بالذات انهم غيروا لاعب ففريق مختلف كليا تكتيكات جديدة جهزنا لهم تجهيز مناسب والحمد لله فزنا.
Of course, they are a different team compared to last year. There is one change on the team, and of course, we had to adapt to that and change our strategies for it. That's how we were victorious. Now, moving down the line, I'll come in to you, Killers. Now, look, there's been constant pressure throughout this game from Brazil. Constant demos, constant defense. How do you break that individually and as a team? أكيد خلال كل المباريات ضد البرازيل كان في ضغط كل وقت عم يرسوا عليكم، إن كان بالديموز، إن كان بالدفاع تبعهم أو بهجومهم. كيف أنت قادر تتحمل هالضغط هيدا كشخص وأكيد كفريق؟
أول شيء الحمد لله التأهل للنهائي.
وفريق البرازيل فريق كبير لنا صولات وجولات معهم وعارفين كيف نلعب ضدهم وجهزنا لهم صح وبإذن الله ما نبالغ في الفرحة والوعد إن شاء الله بعد النهاية.
Of course, it's a team in Brazil that are very good, but that we faced off against many times in different tournaments. We know how they play, that we've adapted to it, and now it's a straight shot into the grand final. Thank you very much, Killers. I'm going to move in to your brother, Wes, in this one. Now, yesterday, you and I had a little chat where you were saying you're a bit underwhelmed by your own performance, but today, you played incredibly well, and on top of it, you scored the goal that broke the stalemate in Game 3 and finished things off later on. How do you feel about that in general? أكيد امبارح كنا أنا وياك عم نتحدث هون على المسرح وقلت لي ما كنت كتير أنت مبسوط بالبرفورمانس تبعيتك بالماتش. حاسس اليوم بعد ما حطيت الجول يلي فاز بالمباراة الثالثة إنه متحسن وإنه حاسس حالك أحسن؟
الحمد لله اليوم المستوى أحسن ولسه هذا ولا شيء إن شاء الله وبإذن الله النهاية نفوز بعد والكاس بيبقى الرياض.
Of course, I feel way better than I did yesterday, and this time around we're able to score and get the win, but this is only the start. There's one game to go, and I'll go last but not least, TRK. I have to hear it from you. It's not the first time that you played against France. This is a rematch of last year. You played against these players a million times before. What do you want to say to the French squad? أكيد من أول مرة بتلعبوا ضد الفريق الفرنسي. المنتخب لعبتوا ضده السنة الماضية بالنهائيات ولعبت ضد هاللاعبين 1000 مرة ومرة بRLCS. شو حابب تقول للفريق الفرنسي قبل النهائيات؟
حاب أقول الفريق الفرنسي بالتوفيق وبإذن الله أن سيريس ممتع.
I'd just like to say to the French team, good luck, and hopefully it'll be a very fun tournament and matchup. Thank you very much, Saudi Arabia. Congratulations to the grand final. مبروك للمملكة العربية السعودية.
Well, if you've got a feeling of deja vu, you're not wrong. This is a repeat of 12 months ago. The grand final is now set. Saudi Arabia take on France. Wow. What a final that will be. That's coming your way a little bit later. Let's just pick apart what we saw there then between Saudi Arabia and Brazil. Brazil, guys, achieves hurt, really came out and gave it to Saudi Arabia. Of course, they took that second game there 2-1, and we thought that was maybe going to kick off a resurgence from Brazil.
Yeah, it was a great effort from Brazil overall. The big difference, though, Saudi Arabia, absolute masterclass on space. Where does the ball have to go? How much time do I have? How do I maximize it? And Brazil had to play phenomenal defense to keep these games as close as they were. It could have been so easy to just get wiped off the pitch here. They were out there in a battle. They had to work for it.
This was definitely, I think, a little bit closer than it looks like on paper. Again, I feel like it goes very hand in hand with the story I was talking about. There was a point in time where Brazil was, the equivalent of MENA. It was these two unknown regions with these incredibly high-level mechanical players, and Brazil has always been known for playing very fast, but unfortunately MENA has always just been faster and way cleaner with what they bring to the pitch. So I mean, a huge congratulations to Saudi Arabia, but also flowers to Brazil, for the fight that they did manage to put up.
You talk about, you feel it was a little bit closer than maybe the result shows in the end. Well, yeah, I mean, if you look at game number 3 there, we had to go to overtime, and if that had gone the way of Brazil, it could have been a different storyline. Maybe that was the decisive game, Herc.
Oh yeah, anytime, you lose an OT like that, you're changing the complete trajectory of the series. If they had been able to take that, you could have swung momentum a little bit in your favor, because I will tell you guys that the crowd was like dead silent when the boys were not scoring. So I don't know, could have give or take.
You talk about the crowd a little bit there. I actually really liked the game 5, because it was kind of restrained, because there wasn't a whole lot of goals for Saudi Arabia in this series. And normally, like, if Saudi Arabia scoring goal after goal, like, the crowd gets loud, right? Here they put in 11. But they wait until game 5, and right as game 5 starts, then the chants come out. I'm like, oh, what a time to just try and push them over the finish line, where not a lot's happening on the pitch, and they just need that little extra energy to get it started.
It was almost like they were just toying with them. Heart rate, have you looked at anything in terms of Saudi Arabia? Because I was actually looking on socials, and it seemed like they were all together.
They're always even.
And they're all even.
It's on the same wave.
They're so picky.
Crazy how that happens. Can you kind of take us through what we're seeing and how level they actually are.
Yeah, I mean, the variance is like, what, maybe 130 at the most for some of these players. It peaks up there around 143 when you hit that overtime in Game 3 like you were talking about. A lot of stress, but in general, everyone on Saudi Arabia not as pressed, because if we hop on over here to the Brazil side of things, definitely a little bit higher. You can see peaking around 170, pushing 180. The only one Cool Calm Collected lost down there at the bottom, pushing about 140 at his peak. So lost definitely not all that press, but definitely Yan and Swift feeling the pressure, no doubt.
I mean, Herc, maybe you expect that from Team Saudi Arabia, from the twins, but from TRK as well, to be so in sync with the other two. That's pretty special.
Oh, yeah. I mean, to be fair, I think out of anybody in the entire world, TRK has probably been the most perfect player you could have put in. And I say that despite the roster moves and all of that, I still think TRK goes down in history as the best third to slot in with those two boys. So yeah, he's like the third missing one that they've been needing. So I'm not even in shock that their heart rates were all kind of the same.
In terms of Brazil, then, we say goodbye to them at another semi-final stage. They repeat where they managed to get to 12 months ago. What do they need to make it to this next level? What is lacking?
I think for Brazil, what you're looking for, the big difference to me between Saudi Arabia and Brazil, because they both can match pace pretty well. The issue for them is the space control, because you see Saudi Arabia, they take some of these challenges, right? They'll go up, they'll pop an air dribble, they've got a little bit of room to work with, and they wait to see who comes up to challenge them. As soon as they see where that challenge is coming from, the second man on Saudi Arabia knows exactly what the plan is in the air. And be like, okay, if he's coming from the right, I know this 50's going down and left. I'm going to be the first one there. And that's the real difference maker. That timing is elite from Saudi Arabia.
At the moment, it just seems like, especially the USA and maybe France, they're just still that level ahead of Brazil, aren't they?
Yeah, and I think it's going to be that way for quite some time. I mean, again, if you're looking at the end of France, that's 2/3 of a World Championship roster. You look at the US, that is the current World Championship roster. So I think it is very fair to say that they will always be a little bit of a step ahead until we see Brazil maybe move into North America as far as like competing in like the US side of things. Maybe it gets a little different as time goes on. I think events like these are very important to allow them to have the experience and take that back to their countries and really level them up, because that's what Saudi Arabia was doing this whole time. They would compete in these events and then level themselves up.
Maybe we see them going back to the drawing board for next year, maybe changing some things, like Herc said, maybe moving as well location to try and get some more experience. Well, the bracket is complete. I love to say it. After 4 days, we now have our grand final set up there. It's a repeat of last year. It's Saudi Arabia taking on France. I don't think we could have wished for a better grand final, guys. Is this who you wanted to see? Did you want to see this rematch?
I think I did want to see the rematch after France beat the US. It's like, okay, I'm totally down for it, because France definitely pulled the best out of the United States, and I think France is still back here. They will absolutely pull the best out of Saudi Arabia and vice versa.
I put a tweet out and I was like, the France-USA match was my grand final. But then Ferris started talking and I was like, oh my God, Ferris back. I'm cool with this. Keep going.
We mentioned it already. Obviously, the reason Saudi Arabia got here was they took down Brazil once again. Heartbreak for the Brazilians.
I'm here with Bruno, coach of Brazil. Tough semi-final matchup, obviously very hostile there against Saudi Arabia. What were your thoughts on that match?
I think they are a very good team. We are in the beginning of our team, so we have a lot of things to fix. But like, we just try to play our game. At least we made a good show, I think. I think we played really well, but like small mistakes against them matters a lot. So yeah, that's it.
And it seems like you guys play, this team or Falcons a lot at this stage of a tournament. What is it about them that makes them so good, do you think?
I don't know. They are very, very solid. I think they like. I don't know, their mental is connected. It's like they know what each one will do, because I think they played a lot of time together, we don't have that yet, but like what makes them solid is that like they know each other, right?
Yeah, and it felt like you guys did find something, particularly in that quarterfinal against England. I think lost as well. In particular, had a fantastic tournament. What were your thoughts on the tournament as a whole?
I think we did a pretty good job. Like in the beginning, we were a little bit shaky. I think we were finding ourselves between the matches, and like this last game, I really thought we played really well. But they are a solid team, and they were better than us.
And how tough was it having pretty much the whole crowd against you? Do you think that's a big advantage for them? Do you think they can go the whole way as well?
A big advantage for them, yes. But like we didn't feel anything, to be honest. Like. We just wanted to play our game and put the show on, and that's what we did. It was not enough, but yeah.
You mentioned it before, it was incredible, you know, representing Brazil, representing your country. I'm sure you've had a ton of support from friends and family, everyone back home. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Yeah, thanks a lot, everybody. I really hope we can do better next year or in the next tournament. Keep cheering for us, we will do better, and thank you for all the support that you gave us.
Perfect, Bruno. Best of luck next year, mate. Cheers.
Again, interesting. The synergy from Saudi Arabia was one of the key points he was mentioning there. He said, you know, I don't understand how they can be so together and knowing what each other is thinking and doing.
Yeah, they've had several years as a roster together before they made that roster move. I mean, if not as long as Team USA, it's pretty close. I'd have to check, but they played together for a long time, so it's no surprise that those guys are definitely on the same wavelength.
And what will Team Brazil take home from this? Is there something they're like, that's what I should be doing? That's the take-home message for them?
I think, yes, definitely that. On top of it, I think they will be taking home a newfound confidence that we've been missing from them a little bit. I feel like this is the best we've seen Yan play in quite some time. Swift has kind of just been on this like small constant, but him and Lost, both in my opinion, I think this is some of the most confident Rocket League we've seen them play in a minute now. So hopefully they take that back with them. They continue to dominate in South America, and then we can catch them on LAN again and see some upsets over in our playoffs.
Like we saw and like we heard, a relatively new team and a team on the up for sure. Well, 2 semi-finals completed. France took on USA a little bit earlier on today, and it was a wow semi-final. France going through on that one, and then just a few moments ago we saw Saudi Arabia once again get the better of Brazil here at the FIFA E finals. So we have our grand final set. It's the defending champions Saudi Arabia taking on the French powerhouse. Can Saudi Arabia protect their house? That's coming next.
Extra, read all about it. World Cup prep begins.
Hold on to your hats, folks. Training for World Cup in North America has begun. And you would not believe what these guys are up to.
White 17, hot!
Preparations spiral out of control across the globe as the hunt for World Cup glory intensifies. Buckle up, folks. We're just getting started.
Bruno.
When you're all in, anything can happen. Enjoy the moment with a Coca-Cola.
Kia, movement that inspires.
future impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Slim like a whisper, sharp in the hand, never unplanned. Every move got his game, smooth like ice, cold like flame. What's your edge?
Hello, Moto. Welcome to the world's best airline, where the journey begins before you fly, where lounges are a destination in themselves, and your world is always within reach. A place where you're looked after, and the smallest details bring the biggest smiles. This is Qatar Airways, the world's best for a record 9th time.
في السفر حتلاقي مفاجآت جديدة عليك، وهذا يمكن يخليك تتردد شوي. مع فيزا كل شيء مقبول، حتى ما يعض، صح؟ مقبولة عندنا، لأن هالخطوة اللي تسبق إنك تسوي شيء كنت دائما تشوفه مستحيل، وهذا اللي يميزك.
The digital world speaks the language of zeros and ones, and now, with advanced digital systems, countless new numbers join the field. A 7 can break the pattern. A 9 can be the game changer. At Globant, cutting-edge technologies are at the core of everything we do, driving new and innovative solutions to shape the future of FIFA and companies across every industry. We are the official tournament sponsor of the FIFAe Finals 2025. Globant, technology that dares to delight.
What was that?
Smells finer than the finest perfumes. New Axe Fine Fragrance.
Taking my pain away, nothing else more to say. Everything that I have, I'll give. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game, make it to the end. I wanna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. All the mistakes I made, now I can change my fate. No one can take this heart away. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game and make it to the end. I'm gonna bring it back. another day, find another way, find another way to fight another day. Find another way to fight another day, find another way, find another way to fight another day. I feel it inside, I'm reaching my stride, I'm standing my ground, I won't give in. I'm moving ahead, I'm back from the dead, I'm ready to fight again. Yeah. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, I'm raising the roof.
I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You still live rent free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind, but I am not too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. You keep slipping away. I learned the hard way. But something's gotta stay. Don't let it go to waste. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, nightfall to sunrise? That's what you said. You held me so tight each time again. I'll keep your picture in my room.
Welcome to the FIFAe World Cup Grand Finals featuring Rocket League. It's the ultimate showdown of speed, skill and strategy. The world's best have trained for this moment. And all that's left between them and lasting glory is one final match. Wow, it's grand final time. It is Saudi Arabia taking on France. It's a repeat of last year's grand final. We couldn't be more excited about it. And I'm sure these three are pretty excited as well because we've had a brilliant day so far. The semi-finals, I'm still lost for words from the first one. Achieves, Johnny Boy, CJ, welcome back. It's been a long 5 days, I'm going to say, and it all comes down to now. Are the nerves starting to build for you three as well as the teams getting ready out there?
I'm going to go ahead and wager yes. They are for me, so I think they are too.
Yeah, I think likewise. My heart was beating faster than Sen's was in that last Game 7 against USA, so yeah, heart rate monitor on me. I think I would have been 130, 140. I'm not even playing.
Yeah, well, we saw beast modes go from 50 to 150 just in this Champ Sunday alone, so yeah, this is a best case scenario in terms of atmosphere. I think it's fair to say.
The rivalry.
It's the rivalry.
The rivalry.
Big one.
It's also, we need to talk about the enormity of the occasion in terms of national pride, because it's not often that the nations get to represent Saudi Arabia and France. It's usually team and clubs. This is a big deal.
Yeah, it's huge for them. And of course, Saudi Arabia looking to be repeat winners as well. I mean, talk about a little extra pressure, no doubt.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, you know, they talk a really composed game in interviews and online. They say, oh, well, you know, we're just like trying our best. It's not it's a pickup team, but you can see the French reactions there. It means so much to them. As soon as they win, as soon as they score these key goals, they're up and about. And this is like as emotional of a reaction as you're ever going to see from them.
And on the Saudi Arabian side of things, gee, they have just matured so much since last year. And obviously they won it last year, but I was even just chatting to Rawas up in the player area in between, obviously coming off a win, and so chill. Just you wouldn't even know that he's about to play a grand final in his home country to go back-to-back at the FIFAe World Cup.
I feel like they've changed so much from day one as well. On Monday, they seem like a completely different side to Team Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I think day one, I was a bit worried about them. I thought, okay, it looks like even in a short time with their new teams regionally, they've gone in different directions, different play styles. They're not synergizing anymore. But yeah, day two of the group stage looked a bit better. Yesterday was super clean. Today, just more of the same. So yeah, Saudi Arabia's looking scary. And
they've gone from kind of not shying away from the crowd, but feeling the pressure of the home crowd to really embracing it this time. I think that's been a big difference as well. Doom was just saying he'd love to try and, you know, rile the crowd up and really get them going before the grand final, rather than being like, oh my goodness, we can't lose at home in front of all these people.
You saw that though ahead of the semi-finals, how they walked down the steps and like controlled the room here and just enjoyed the fans and the support they were getting.
Yeah, it's huge. Every event in Saudi Arabia has always had such a great turnout for that team, and they've always been able to back their guys no matter what. And it's been huge to see that for them, I think, and it's been a great pleasure, I think, for everyone to get to see as well.
If we talk about it in terms of Saudis and how well they've done, though, I'm going to say from a French perspective, it's going to be difficult out there, not just who they've got on the other side in terms of opponents, but in terms of the crowd as well. The Saudi Arabian crowd have been a little bit hostile to the French so far, and that's going to be something they have to control.
Yeah, they knew that was going to happen. The French crowd was really hostile to the Saudi Arabian teams in Lyon at the RLCS World Championship and in every iteration of Esports World Cup and of FIFA E. That's been the same going back the other way with Saudi Arabian fans towards French.
Yeah, Brazil said it didn't bother them too much, but I mean, it has to. It's easy to say no, the crowd's not a factor, but you know, with the drums and the absolute pandemonium, the vibrations on stage, if anything, it's a boost to Saudi Arabia. If it doesn't affect France, it still has to help the Saudis. Just they're so pumped.
Obviously, we're just seeing some highlights from the sides here. At the moment, I know it's really easy to kind of sit here and talk about it. Is there a team that has an edge?
I mean, I think I'll give a slight edge to Saudi Arabia for home crowd. I don't know how big it is, but I think I'll give them a small one.
Let's take away the crowd then. Who has the edge on the pitch?
I still think Saudi Arabia, now that I've seen both teams play coming into the tournament, I thought their synergy would have taken more of a hit because they've been playing in different teams in their region in RLCS, but they're right back to their best. They look really good.
I'll go the other way. Yeah,
I was going to say France took down the USA. How can we not go back
France
there?
has just come off one of the best of sevens we've seen in a long time, which
definitely.
I'd say game 5, 6, 7 at least was just absolutely electric. So I think they have the better form out of that semi-final. I think they played a tougher semi-final.
They did.
And I think just for the eye test, they look the better team than Saudi. But maybe USA, well, they're a better team than Brazil. Let's face it, they are the RLCS World Champs.
This was the complete series that we could have hoped for from a semi-final, right?
Yeah, I think you got just about everything you could have possibly wanted here. There was mechanical excellence, there was game plan excellence. It really was a complete game from both teams.
I do think, though, this was easily one of the most entertaining series I've ever seen. It's the Series of the Year contender. We've been blessed this calendar year, with some outrageously entertaining series. But when you watch back series outside of the intensity, we talked about how even our heart rates watching are going through the roof. Then you see the mistakes, and I think, you know, there were mistakes being forced by both France and USA. They were playing at such a high level that they were forcing mistakes out of each other, and they were getting really nervous towards the tail end and making defensive blunders. We didn't see that from Saudi, but they weren't forced into as stressful of situations.
Yeah, we didn't just see players make mistakes. We saw coaches, in a way, make mistakes as well. Sath, you spoke about the kickoff strat that just completely botched, and he took ownership for that. So the pressure was on both coaches, not only the players. As you said, it was so entertaining to watch. And I can't believe USA didn't win, to be honest.
They overcommitted in the last game, and that's something we never see from them. So I think, you know, USA...
Look at the heart rate, though. Yeah. You can tell why.
It's understandable in the circumstances, but they will be annoyed at some of the goals they conceded there, because that's not what we usually get from the USA. They usually win 2-1, not losing 3-2 in those kind of games.
What did you think of the coach there taking responsibility for the loss for Team USA?
I like that he's taking responsibility there. I think that is a very mature thing to do. Because that's one of the main things the coach can contribute, is calling out the kickoff strat. Very, very important to have somebody who's willing to not only, you know, do that, but also when it goes wrong, take responsibility.
Well, this is the bracket then. You've just seen that, just how they all got here in terms of the last 2 days, in terms of the knockouts. It's been really intense. They had that day off yesterday. They had a reset and a rest. And Johnny Boy, we spoke about this at the beginning of the day. We said, this is a little bit unusual to have a day off, to kind of maybe get in your head and not just do something that you're used to do, play competitive Rocket League. It doesn't seem to affect them at the moment, but who would have relished that day off more, France or Saudi Arabia?
Well, maybe some of France.
Maybe France, if they weren't feeling too hot.
He enjoyed it.
Juicy liked the day off.
Yeah, he was more sick, and now he's feeling better. Zen was fine, and now he's feeling sick. So Zen's probably the one who's thinking, can we just get this over with before I catch whatever Juicy had? But he's playing well despite the cold or you know, the flu, whatever it is he's got. Get well soon, Zen. On the pitch, all good.
I was going to say, in terms of Juicy, he was maybe one of the star performers, especially in Game 6 and 7. He was vital for that turnaround for Team France.
Yeah, like I said, I didn't give him a whole lot of credit before. I did not.
I think you might have cursed USA with that.
Man.
Did you hear what he said in the pre-game? He just said Juicy is just nowhere near.
I didn't say that. I said I'd take anyone on USA over Juicy. Not that he's nowhere
near. And I literally put Game 6 Juicy's game there as well.
That was, he stepped up. That was his coming-of-age performance. And to say that to an RLCS major champion as well. But I feel like we see this a lot. You see, you know, 6 superstar players, and it's the one you don't expect that just steps up. No one was talking about Juicy. Is it going to be Zen? Is it going to be anyone pretty much on USA? And Juicy really stepped up and said, I'm here. I'm a part of this
and how much confidence will that have given Juicy going into this grand final now? He's in unknown territory.
Big time. I mean, he's the new player for France this year at FIFAe, but he's played against these exact players, Roas, TRK, Kalirs. He's played against them many times in RLCS before, so he'll know exactly what it takes to beat them. He's gone to Game 7 with them and played some super entertaining Rocket League. So, yeah, he knows exactly what he's up against in the Saudi Arabian team.
Do France have a little bit of advantage? They've sat out and they've watched exactly what Saudi Arabia achieves. Is going, no, Saudi Arabia have just managed to achieve over Team Brazil. They've had longer to calm themselves, to get themselves composed.
This is true. I mean, you do get the chance to settle
Thank you for agreeing with me on something.
Well, it's not that I'm disagreeing. It's just like it's hard to take something away from the match versus Brazil, because Brazil and France are going to play an entirely different approach to the game, you know. So you can watch Saudi Arabia and what they like to do, and that might give you some ideas, but it's hard to be concrete about it and be like, oh, okay.
But they're coming really fast for Saudi Arabia. They've had, what, 20 minutes, 30 minutes to pause and go, right, head back in the game, finals time.
Yeah, they're not going to sit back and wait for mistakes. They're going to go fight for the midfield, try and force them. That's what France do. But that being said, I'm still sticking with Saudi Arabia.
It's going to be crazy.
Right, well, should we get the show on the road?
Let's do it.
Because we are ready. It is grand finals time here, featuring Rocket League at the FIFAe Finals 2025. Enjoy.
مستعد أواجه نفسي واجه. يا اقفل الشباك عشان رافع رجلي في وش كل حقود. واو ايه يا ايه خليك صاحي كله معايا. مفيش شبابي في بلدك قارن ورقي بورقك. بلدك المفضلة بنما دنيا وماليش عزيز مرقة. وانا كالماريو جيت اكعبل جيت اكسرك وجيت اكعبل. قالوا لي ايه الغرض ليه مستعجل ساحب الكاش حماس دفعت البي ان سبورت. انا رياضي مان لابس الشورت. انا موسيقى انا اللي عازف الكورد. حلقت لها عشان انا اللورد فيري امبورتنت. اتنين نوم عايز يوم ضيف تيجي نيو جيز على طول تاخد روم كيز قول تشيز. خدني صورة باخد تور فيه لما تعوز فيه تخلي بالك انا اقوم بيك. بطل عالم داخل مول اجيب كاب حصل حالة بيجيب سيرتي كتير واخد بالك انا مش مشغول بيه واخد بالك. ايه واول ما تسقف انا رقصها وكل ما تعقد عقد انا بسطها. هتروح تجيب اجلي باشا قصتها. كل ما تعقد انا بسطها. دول في دول دي قبل دي ودي قبل دول. ذكاء مالو حدود يا مان افلاطون. انت رحت في الرجل بنطلون. على كيفك خد هت يا باشا على عينك. اي ماكارينا اصحابي كذا بلانكا اصحابك كذا هيتا. كابتن طلب صغير ابلع ريقك خد بق ميه. بطل ده هايبر يا اسطى شكلك كده مش مسيطر. حبيبي على بالي كتير جميل بني غامق صافي زي الحرير. بنت افتكرتني في كايروكي اصل تصرفاتي زي الامير. مش عايز اتمنظر بس ده بصراحه مش منظر. باشا يخشن يجي يتصنفر باشا يتلم انا اشيله يتكمر. ايه واول ما تسقف انا رقصها. كل ما تعقد انا بسطها. هتروح تجيب اجلي باشا قصتها. وكل ما تعقد ايه كسر الوزة بيبسي حاجز الليستة باسمي مارومان لسه بتجري مجالك مستحلف لي راكن التسلا في جيتي.
وو بالمنظار شايفك واد قلودة. قلت لهم يقولوا لك فاكس اعمل لوج اوت. نزلت نجوم افرد داونلودر على وضعك ثابت بطل يوجا. معاك رشودة ما تجليش صاحبي الناس كرهاك ما تغنيش. كان بيقطلني بس ما عسفتنيش بس لما تغوص ما تجليش ما تجليش ما تجليش ما تجليش لما تغوص لا ما تجليش ما تجليش ما تجليش ما تجليش لما تغوص لا ما تجليش. فشخ السين غبار عشا زميل جوهر جاي انت بوبار انا جاي بالميني كوبار. خد مصلحته وفلق خد مصلحته وطار. لا ده مش مجال ده لا قلبت سوق خضار. مش شايف كبار مش هشوفكوا تاني ايه. بمشيكوا براسي ايه بروح بيكوا باجي. بتولعوها نار بالميه اقتل اسامي. تولعوها اوكي مختلف بطفي هالكوا تسونامي. باتري لو بكسر للباب اللوح باجي النو عشان بجيب كذا فلو. قول لي مين فيكوا يواجه ارون نو. انت باب اللو اخرك احنا باتل فوق اطفالنا تقوم بيك في قلب الجيهه بنعمل ويف. ما تفكرش كتير انا متعب وانت اصل بتصطف كتير. هي دي الاسامي هي دي النجوم هي دي الاغاني هو ده الزبون. مش هتيجوا تاني مش هتشوفوا نور. اللي بتعمل يوناني وقت الجد ما جيتوش. اكلتكوا طوكيو جول طعمكوا جميل شيكو بون ما تشوفوا باين خرم الاوزون. بشوطها بتيجي جون تيجي جون تيجي جون تيجي جون تيجي جون تيجي جون تيجي جون. لما اشوطها بتيجي جون بس الكدب ما فيناش مطلوب راب هناك بلبسكوا في رجلي وانتوا توصلوني زي الباتيناج بس حد تسرقني لا هيجي لك جنان هنقول لك الحرامي راح الحرامي جه ممكن ندمدم فيك بس كبرنا على التنطيط انت في مجالنا ستيور خد المجال تنظيف قضيها مسح وبرضه خارج عن التصنيف ولما تتعب جامد ارجوك ما تجليش ما تجليش ما تجليش ما تجليش لما تلوس لا ما تجليش ما تجليش ما تجليش ما تجليش لما تلوس لا ما تجليش
عفرو الناس دي ما بتجيش ليه؟ لا يا عم بتيجي طب لو بتيجي فين؟
تيجي جون 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 واو فكسول ومقصر فبقى كحول ومقصر ايه ده كسول ومقطع وانا ككزوك ومصدع الغي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسمي اول وشد فاصلة نفسني اصلا نفستك اصلا وشي باسبور وشك احمر باينه محروم بده بطة قشطة مجنون قشطة افراد ده كان سلام بين فلوس وشنطة بيبي انا سايق ما توترينيش انا فايق كلميني كول فاكس الرسايل فاكس منفصل انا غايب بس وقت اللزوم ببقى فايق افضل اشرب في ازايز عشان تنسى بيها ان انا فايز بس الواقع بقى بايخ بيفكروا انه مني ده مفاير في رجلي صدى بس وصلت بدري نيتي خالصه خواتني فضه بتساعدني اني اناوله قبضه الشاب فقره باينينه بيحك كاني صفقه انا اسكندراني برازيلي واسمر برقصه سامبا برقصة سامبا برازيلي واسمر برقصة سامبا برقصة سامبا برازيلي واسمر برقصة سامبا برقصة سامبا برازيلي واسمر برقصة سامبا برقصة تو ماتش كاريزما
الزم الصمت وحط مكياج انا عمك دهب انط في الكاش انط في البول عملت تاتو على الفخته قالت عاجبك قلت شو ممكن نتقابل
لا ده مشغول
طب نتعرف
لا ده مغرور
كاتب عليها
لا ده كشكول
داري ممتاز ده لا ده مقبول
وانا متسيستم خالص في جنبك ناس بلاستيك خالص شباب زيطه بتقفلم خالص
وانا بصراحه مش هخرج خالص حبيبي ليه بتجود قول لي اسمك كريم الاول في عينه شاشه بتلوت جيت اديته بالكتف اتكون وافقوا السعر المناسب شكلي هحتاج محاسب واخد هيئه ملاكم واخد ايتم وفاتن واديني بحذر لو هتعارضني لازم تفكر هل تستاهل
هل اصلا اقدر
شاطر حبيبي
خليك في الصفة
انا سوق انا منبع على طول انا بلمع لا بجوع ولا بشبع ولا غور ولا فلسة شكرا يا اخواتنا
شكرا
ثانك يو جود لك للفاينلز
وليتس جو تو ذا فاينل
They didn't arrive here by accident. Every round stripped something away. Every decision carried weight. This stage doesn't reward potential, it exposes it. There's no room for comfort, no margin for hesitation. Every touch is measured, every mistake is final. They've already taken what they needed from everyone else. Now, they're here for the same thing. Only one can win.
Only one can win.
No distractions, no excuses, no escape. One arena, one trophy, all eyes watching. And they all want the same thing. But only one can win.
Welcome to the stage, Team France! Represented by Zen, Batira, Juicy, and their coach, Farah. Our previous silver medalists are back for revenge, but after being put through their paces already, have they done enough to be crowned champions here at the FIFAe World Cup?
And their opponents, the defending FIFAe World Champions, Saudi Arabia! Killers, TRK, and Coach Dahom. The Green Falcons are back on home soil, circling the trophy with only gold on their mind. Can they make lightning strike twice?
Please rise, if you may, for the national anthem of France.
ورجاء لمن يستطيع الوقوف للنشيد الوطني للمملكة العربية السعودية. Please rise if you can for the national anthem of Saudi Arabia. One epic duel, the best in the world gathered on stage. Rev up your engines and put your seatbelts on. We're in for a doozy of a ride.
Couldn't believe what I was seeing.
What a crowd we have down there, ready for this epic grand final, ready for this battle. Guys, I feel like for France, they just stepped in to this Saudi Arabia cauldron down here, and it's going to be a difficult place to compete.
It feels like they've built this arena specifically for Saudi Arabia. It is absolutely insane down there. France, though, what a team to embrace. the hostile environment, it is going to be one of the grand finals of the ages.
It's just unreal. I mean, we've already seen what happened last year with these two teams. We've already seen it, and now France coming with revenge in their minds as well.
Johnny, why is this grand final so special in terms of history between these two nations?
It's the rivalry. I mean, the rivalry online, the rivalry that's developing over the past couple of years in every tournament. They just need to run into each other. And it's not always the final. In fact, they've not played in a final since last year's FIFAe, so this is special.
Yeah, it feels like everything has been building up to this moment. And as I said, the Saudi Arabians, the players, they've matured. France, Juicy's been brought in for Monkeyman. It feels like they've got better as well. So they're both bringing their best right now, Rachel.
France were here this time last year, as were Saudi Arabia. I'm going to talk about France first. How much can this French side use that heartbreak of 12 months ago to try and fuel them, try and propel them over the line? Well,
they were close last year. It ended up being 4-1, but the France were winning 1-0. The second game was 9-minute overtime. If they win that one, I think it just breaks the Saudi morale. So they were really, really close. You could say just one goal away from completely taking over. Instead, it was Saudi who took over.
Yeah, just taking a look at France down there. Ferrer opting for the same approach as the semi-final against USA. He's knelt down and he has got the French locked in. I'm looking down at him right now. All three players of France are hanging on to every word of one of the greatest coaches we've seen.
What are you saying? Surely it's all done. Surely you've practiced for so many hours. You've played so many matches as a trio. You're at the grand finals. What is left to be said?
It's a good question. I'm sure Ferrell will never tell us. Well, maybe one day in the distant future. But yeah, very interesting to see that that's the style they go for. Just like focusing on the communication, focusing on the team morale. Meanwhile, Saudi are just like warming up in the game itself, which is obviously something, like I said, they've done that a million times. They don't need more practice in the game.
Yeah, Doom there, just standing back for Saudi Arabia. Obviously, they've got the headset on, so they are communicating to each other, but it's not the same intensity.
Yeah, it's the same approach as Sathu. I think it's more about, making sure they're nice and relaxed, making sure they're feeling comfortable at the setups. It's nearly, you're seeing the two sides, the physical preparation versus the mental preparation. Ferrer's clearly focusing on that mental side of things. We mentioned the illness before. He talked about it pre-game today. Just perhaps getting them locked back in. They did have the gap. They did have that semi-final in between to kind of cool down. Now they've got to get them going again.
And also, the game plan will be very different between France versus USA and France versus Saudi Arabia. USA and Saudi Arabia are two totally different teams. They're both some of the best teams in the world, but they play the game in absolutely opposite styles. So I think it'll probably just be for Ferrer reminding the team the bullet points. Just remember this, remember that, the tendencies. This is our overall plan. And then, of course, the team morale as well. You just want to hear communication as the coach.
Break it down for the audience then. What are France looking out for Saudi Arabia they didn't get with the USA?
Well, USA, a team that can defend, I think, better than any in the world. So really, against them, you're trying not to overcommit. But Saudi, I think, do panic in defense a bit more. So they'll probably be willing to go a bit harder, a bit more all in when they do get offensive looks. And in defense, they'll know, okay, let's just survive. We're going to get counter-attacking opportunities eventually.
Yeah, USA are always looking to slow the ball down, and particularly in defense if they are feeling the pressure. We know what we get, though, from TRK in big games. He is going to be going as fast as humanly possible. So Ferrer's making sure they're prepared for that.
And on the Saudi Arabia side, how different are France than Team Brazil, who they just took out?
Well, not only is this a closer matchup in terms of skill and recent results, but it's also, I think, a more stressful playstyle to go up against. The French are very physical, they're very aggressive. They're one of the only teams who can match Saudi Arabia's aggression and actually fight for that midfield with aggression of their own. So Saudi Arabia need to come into this and they need to know that they're going to face some adversity, they're going to have some difficulty in this match, and it's about persevering through that like they did last year.
Yeah, well, the scary thing for Saudi Arabia is they probably were looking to exploit Juicy in a big situation like this. Zenit Vatira, two of the GOATs, and watching that semi-final, he looked like the best player for France. So I think that might have just heightened the tensions a little bit for Saudi, because they're playing a France team that is looking in form, have just played one of the best semi-finals we've seen.
I was going to say that. Both teams have the momentum, of course. They've just won their respective semi-finals. But I feel like the French team, how they went about it to take down the USA, they made me even more buoyed than the team from Saudi Arabia.
It's just so hard to tell, because there was two different semi-finals. Obviously, they played two different opponents, but On one side, I'm loving the maturity of Saudi Arabia. I think they look better than last year. I was questioning, obviously, the roster move, the fact they're not an actual team anymore at club level.
Yeah.
I think those doubts have gone away. They look fantastic. They look composed. They're ready for this moment. On the French side of things, the illness has swept through, but they looked flawless nearly against USA. It was the intensity, the level of gameplay they're showing is the best we've seen.
And also that clutch factor coming back in Game 6 from an impossible situation.
If people are tuning in for the first time, they've just heard around social media how good the semi-finals were. They're tuning in. What should they be looking out for?
Well, you know, you've got to look out for the kickoff strats immediately, because France are very tricky with those. Saudi Arabia can also get very aggressive with those, and that's going to be the key matchup for the coaches, as you mentioned earlier, CJ. But on the pitch, it's really going to be who can control the midfield, because both these teams have, I think, the S tier of offense, the best offensive teams in the game.
Yeah, this is the best possible atmosphere. This is the best possible semi-final, grand final. I'm going to be looking at the heart rate just to see the pressure on all 6 players on the pitch. It's going to be insane.
And also, I think you should be looking at the players. And Chiefs, who was sat here earlier, said, nah, Juicy hasn't got it for Team France. He had it, let me tell you, in the semi-finals, especially in Game 6. I put it down as Juicy's game, exclamation mark.
Oh, yeah.
Both of these nations are incredible. It's a repeat of 12 months ago. Can France go one better? Can they become the champions here today? Or can Saudi Arabia just protect their house again? I mean, that's what they've got to try and do.
I do think they do it. I think they've got the edge here. Last year I thought it was France. Coming into this event I thought it was France, but all my doubts about the synergy for Saudi's gone away. I think Saudi have the edge.
Yeah, I mentioned before, love their maturity, but I just like what I'm seeing from Farah, locking them in. I love that he's kept the coach ranks at national level. He's not the club coach for them, but you can see how they hang on to every word. And I just feel like in a hostile environment, France will be so motivated to win this.
Okay, here we go then. It is time for the FIFAe World Cup featuring Rocket League Grand Finals. France take on Saudi Arabia. Let's go to our casters, Cole, Herc, and Achieves.
Retribution, or it might be the repeat. Either way, it's time for the rematch. Saudi Arabia, France, best of 7.
There's only one team that gets to come out of this victorious. A chance for France to rewrite history, or Saudi Arabia to cement themselves as the best in the world.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Saudi Arabia go for a similar strat, pop that ball up in the middle and go for the immediate demo, and France to look to steal a lot of corner boosts, try and keep Saudi Arabia grounded like they did the US.
Well, there's no love lost between these two, at least if you ask the fans. There has been booing and hissing towards the French, as well as a polite scatter of applause after all is said and done. But this is the one, Herc, that the Saudi fans really want to win. They love this competition, they love winning it, but right now they're not loving Zen.
Oh, well, listen, France loves winning too, and so does Zen. If you guys didn't know, Zen has been fairly sick today too, so he is exhausting himself to try and get this win.
What a start there for France, and that is how you just begin to put the murmurs of discontent in the crowd. Too comfortable for them so far. France coming into this one off the back of a huge 4-3 victory over Team USA. It wasn't pretty. They did manage to get over the line, and they've started this one the better.
Big ups here for France to try and follow through. A little bit into the corner. We're going to see, can Saudi Arabia take possession of this ball? For now, France keeps it in their hand. Ruas has tried to disrupt them, but France has been pretty good at holding on to each other. Taking this one down, try to get the double and out.
And France already exerting that pressure on those corner boosts, strapping Saudi Arabia with limited resources early, trying to keep keep it tight, and Zen actually comes up empty. It's a tough call here. Rawas just going to give it up for Killers, but still trouble brewing for Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, France continue to attack. They've already got the 1-goal lead. They would love to double it. If they had to start this best of 7 on the front foot, that would do so much for their nerves, especially, as you mentioned, the sickness they've had that they're currently fighting through.
Yeah, that has definitely been something I think people should be taking into consideration here. However, France has done an incredible job of just fighting through it. Vatira wanted to go for the solo play here, but it was a big challenge from TRK that pushes Saudi Arabia past that half line. Rawas, soft shot, pop up here, no follow through.
Saudi Arabia have managed to at least get the ball in French territory. It's been a couple of minutes since we've been able to say that in this series as Rawas tries to get the dunk on Vatira. Killers up against Juicy, and Killers does get it past Juicy, so Saudi Arabia are at least coming into this one pace-wise. But it has seemed so far that France has just had that edge, and here they come again. Vatira wanted to get the dunk, couldn't quite do so. The floor pinch was open. It wasn't quite there, but France still coming forwards. They're looking much the better team at the start of the grand final.
Just pressing and squeezing slowly but surely, just seeing if Saudi Arabia is going to crack of their own accord. Definitely keeping themselves relatively safe in the midfield. France just kind of waiting back to see what Saudi Arabia actually has in the tank against this early approach of, hey, we're coming for your corner defender.
Yeah, in particular, Juicy's been the one that's really been initiating that third man role for France. He has had an incredible game, and unfortunately for him, wasn't back that time. Saudi Arabia, they spot the opportunity and take advantage.
A nice job from TRK to work through a little bit of traffic, and you see Rawas there early, just ready to say, hey, go hit him, I'll take the shot. And eventually France just actually concede 1-1.
Saudi Arabia, our team you can hope to keep a clean sheet against. I'm not sure how many times their opponents have done so in this tournament, but it can't be too many. So many of the top scorers, top assisters, all 3 of them, I think, just the sheer number of goals that they score. It's almost unbelievable at times, and they keep on pressing. Ruas would have to double that lead straight away. Zen goes up, though. Great touch from him. Killer's in front of him, but Zen should be able to prod it over the top of him. As France go back into this one, they've looked good since conceding, but both Juicy and Zen had no boost there, so this attack doesn't come to too much, but let's take France on the top after conceding.
Been taking a small note of the heart rates all the way around the field. Almost everyone in triple-digit territory except for Zen, although he is pushing it as time goes on. This tied game starting to get a little bit more nerve-wracking as France pushes forward. It's a big bump on Rawas and a shot sent off by Clears.
Yeah, France making Saudi Arabia do some defending. Set up against Rawas, almost gets it on target. This is good play here from France. They're going to keep on going. Juicy wants to get this 100 boost, but it's not spawned yet, so neither him nor Rawas are able to do so. So in the end, Juicy used what's left of his resources, and the attack comes to nothing.
France, great awareness, though. They know Saudi Arabia is low on boost. Look at them keep trying to poke it up and up towards the backboard, really forcing him to stretch as far as possible. A welcome breath of air for Rawas there. Everyone from Saudi is going to run to try and find some boost here to get set for France.
Yeah, that was a really important breakaway for Saudi Arabia there. They were fairly low on resources, but France wasn't able to take advantage. They are going to try to here, but it's Rawas that sends them back into their own half running. A little bit of awkwardness, but France does prevail with possession of the ball here out in the corner. Big demo could open up a play. He spots one. It's Vatira up to the backboard, no space given.
Yeah, it's great play from Juicy to even get this chance, and now he gets to Vatira, who must score, and does. I would say that Juicy's been France's best player. That is yet more proof.
Absolutely, and a beautiful piece to take away there. They reset the attack back through the midfield, Juicy down into the middle, and a nice, beautiful redirect right in the face of Saudi Arabia. 2-1 France with 35.
Yeah, game 1 ends the way that it started. France on the up. Can they see away the game this time? Saudi Arabia equalising the first, but it's them who have the kick of it. TRK coming in. Here's the crossbar. Ruas now, he arrives underneath Zen, but Juicy clears, and maybe that's one attack too many.
It's a short-lived clear, though. Vatira's going to send it all the way back into that blue half, and you see that third man racing. Manages to get the boost steal. No demo on the wrap around. Instead, Saudi Arabia pushes orange.
One last chance perhaps for Saudi Arabia, but there's no one near the ball. So Juicy can clear it away as far as he likes. TRK, he eventually gets hold of it, pushes it to the side. Killer's waiting. What does Rawas conjure up? He gets it on the floor to Killers. Juicy doesn't see that one coming though. Gets it high. Zen wants to get the touchdown but can't do it. TRK onto the back wall. Killers wait. Over Zen perhaps. France have to get hold of this ball. They have to kill it, but they're still not able to.
No, this ball is still up in play right now. Into the corner it goes. It was a big demo. That could touch grass. It will. A back and forth game 1 between the two to set the tone of the rematch grand finals.
I love the approach from France. I mean, they knew exactly where they wanted to poke and prod and squeeze. An excellent showing in game one. Saudi Arabia is going to need someone to break it up a little bit there in that game two. That's what the U.S. had to do versus them, really get aggressive as a second man.
France, they managed to feel themselves over the line at the second time of asking. I don't think it was Saudi Arabia's best performance, but this time last year, France won game one and Saudi took it 4-1.
And it's such a crazy statement to be like, that's not Saudi's best performance, right? There is more to give, and the same, I think, can be said for France. They, although have been on an incline as far as their performance has gone, I also don't think France is at their best yet. I still am taking the sickness into consideration.
It's a strong start if you're not feeling too hot in game one and you kind of just go out there and slowly but surely back Saudi Arabia into a corner. It's interesting to see what they're going to come up with in game two. There's only a few options, right? You're going to have to either be real comfortable playing 2v3 on defense for a second while someone goes out and finds boost a little bit earlier and maybe try and find a bump on the way back to open up a little room, or you got to be comfortable really grounding the ball and forcing a 50 on the floor. And it's a dangerous prospect when France has the boost lead, so we'll see if Saudi Arabia can equalize and at least start to fight at the midfield line instead of in their own half here in game two.
France played a tight game one. We're going to see what they're capable of doing here in game number two. They were fairly equal, 16 shots to the likes of each member on the end of France. As far as Saudi Arabia was concerned, defensively, they were able to keep up for the most part, but they had no space on the offensive front. They get some here. It was big flicks that let Saudi Arabia in.
Yes, that had to be fast there. Killers was keeping his eye on him, couldn't quite get him. That's much better from Saudi Arabia, looking like a version of themselves that we've seen so far this tournament. One person playing in front of the ball, already on the same wavelength from the flick, but that's better for France now. Batira to the ceiling. Zen's coming in. I don't think he can get the shooting angle. Nice gets it out wide. So Juicy can just watch as TRK emerges forwards. Saudi Arabia definitely coming into this one.
Great clears for Saudi Arabia early, and also definitely a bit more pressure, but there goes France again, just stealing away those corner boosts, trying to make it difficult. Nice handoff. Juicy will easily tap that one away. And look at Rawas immediately diving into the opposing French corner, trying to say, no, 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 you don't get to come at us with a full tank again.
Saudi still, despite the difference between game one and two, is fairly low as far as boost is concerned. It's usually one up with two kind of depleting. Clears using what he has in the tank to push it forward. A pinch from the corner makes a center here, but Juicy keeps it out. And France keep up. They go toe-to-toe defensively, which is exactly what people were expecting of them, especially after that game one performance.
Yeah, so far the sickness doesn't seem to be affecting the French too much. Let's hope that whoever wins this one, that continues. TRK gets a couple of touches then, shows his reflexes to get into the near post. Ruas into the center, but for once, we're not seeing the game the same way here in TRK. Batira and TRK go into that 50-50, and TRK can come away with the ball.
Nice bit of squeeze there from TRK around the French net. Killer's going to bail here and just make sure the defense is ready. Zen pushing with 0 here, and Killer's just going to cut it off quick.
Batira has been playing a little bit further back than he did in game number one. Game number one was more so Juicy in this, and I think France is anticipating that Batira is then duo, but so far we haven't gotten much of it. This is one of the bigger glimpses. Zen goes for the solo, tries to get tripped up a little bit, but managed to push forward.
Batira clears that one long. Now he follows it up. Ruas is in the corner here. Juicy in front of him. Let's see what he does. Of course, Saudi Arabia, we talk about their pace, but not just pace. They can slow the ball down as well. Lull their opponents to a false insecurity, then suddenly strike. Maybe that was the shooting point, but Zen saw that coming. Got in the way. The 50-50 falls to Killers. Nearly. That was a proper chance.
Yeah, I don't think Killers quite expected that challenge to go as well as it did. I think there was going to be a little more. Here comes Ruas down in front of the net. Killers a little tight with 0. Goes for the bump and fakes it out, and that's still safe. Zen such poise on the goal line, and a deep clear. Killers isn't going to make it. France is going to score.
Pure perfection. That is what France expects of themselves and delivers. Double save from Zen. He nosedives down and then makes the complete turnaround, catching them off guard. You can see the frustration on TRK's face.
Yeah, he's been so stoic throughout TRK. All of Saudi Arabia have been playing to the crowd. They've been feeling comfortable, but as a rare foray into a slight loss of concentration and belief maybe between the three players. Even just seeing him lean back in his seat is rare.
And you're seeing Ruas kind of do what he tried to do in that semifinal versus Brazil. He's kind of ignoring the ball as he pushes upfield, and he's trying to find those bumps and demos around the corner.
Zen and TRK, that one's going to roll around in front of the Saudi half. Killer's coming forwards. He wants to get this bump. Almost does, though, and nearly quickly sets it over for Tira as well. Ruas can keep attacking. Great pinch into the center. His car disappears for it, but I'd say that was worth it because Saudi Arabia is still on the attack. TRK gets it past one. Killers wants to get into the other. He fakes it out for Ruas, and Zen, again, at the near post, makes a huge block.
They keep trying to go for these demos, too, to really push France out of the way, but they haven't been able to find anything successful. You push into that last minute.
TRK goes high, but there was an almighty bump against him. So every time Saudi Arabia are trying to build up a head of steam, France are completely putting water on the coals to suppress it as Vatira. This 100 boost. Ruas in front of him. Wants to get the double. Almost does, but it's well met there by Ruas, who had to get the save.
Pass over to Kalir's. Big shot. Just a bit wide, but the pressure's not going to stop there. It's another pass over to Kalir's, intercepted by Zen.
TRK to the ceiling. Vatira just able to slow this one down yet again. France able to stop everything Saudi Arabia are offering. That was awkward there. Worked out again, and France seems to be getting away with everything.
Yeah, a little bit of a whiff there, which could be concerning. France is going to try and start some pressure on this move in the last 30. This 150's back, Vatira is going to catch it up into the sky, but Saudi Arabia goes for their own interception and goes for the airplay.
Vatira has the 100 boost. Gets into the centers, then in the middle, waiting for it. France, they don't need this second goal, but they certainly wouldn't say no to it.
12 seconds remain. France still hold on to their 1-goal lead. Could it be 2? Yes!
Bottom leaning, Saudi Arabia knew the time was coming where they really had to go for it. TRK hoping that Ruas is going to win a 50, and Killers, after he sees both of his teammates just get beat out in the midfield, he has to try and force it. He knows he can't do anything with 0, so you might as well try, and what can you do?
It was just over the nose of his car, too, and you can see the smile on his face, and he's like, dang, it could not have been any closer in that moment, but that final goal really did it to him. No time on the clock. Unfortunately for Saudi Arabia, France steal another game in the series.
I was actually a big fan of how France defended there in the latter half of that game. You know, Saudi Arabia knew they needed to put one on the board. They started to squeeze and press a little bit. And I love the vision that they all had, because, you know, they get that ball tapped up on the backboard and they see all of Saudi Arabia and they go, hey, wait, no one's challenging me. You know, we've already got this 1-goal lead. Let's just take this soft touch to the floor. And that's a great idea when you're not under pressure, because when you've got that 1-goal lead, you can take a lot more time, and that's what it's all about, clock management. You don't want to punt and start the next attack if you don't going to have the follow-up behind it.
Speaking of clock management, there has been a tactical timeout taken by Saudi Arabia.
In Saudi Arabia, I mean, take it as much as you can. You know, you've kind of been a little bit outplayed here in games 1 and 2. Not necessarily a big deal, but you do need a little bit of time here to at least talk out something else, because clearly the approach you took in the semifinals not coming to fruition. Indeed, the French game plan of, hey, take those corner boosts is definitely paying dividends here.
Oh yeah, that is definitely what is, you know, stressing Saudi out more than normal. Small note that, in my eyes, feels like a little bit of a shock, but TRK sitting with a score of 132, a rare low for him. I feel like he's usually the one to step up a little bit more, but Ruas has been the one, at least as far as game number 2 was concerned, to step up, really initiate charge as far as a lot of those touches went, trying to get him past the midline. Heart rates all in the triple digits.
Understandably.
Fair enough.
I think they thought they were going to come into this grand final with a little bit more heat behind them.
I mean, Chiefs, you've been in this situation as a coach yourself. I mean, Saudi Arabia, they're not being destroyed here, but they're not playing up to their potential so far, right?
Yeah, and that's a difficult situation to be in, because, you know, you expect to be the better team, and when you just don't have an answer, because what normally works for Saudi Arabia, you know, when they want to break out and kind of get out of that defense, they're usually in such good position that, like, hey, we've got like 80 boosts. We just tip the ball off the backboard to ourselves. They're all mechanically gifted enough to at least beat 1 or take a quality 50, but they really are just so bootstrapped that it doesn't feel like you've got enough in the tank to really go try and even get the ball out to the midfield line.
Which I definitely think is a plan that FIFAe would have brought into this. I think we've all seen enough tape on Saudi Arabia as this roster, as the Falcons, right? They play a high aerial game. So it's something as simple as taking those hundreds away from them, forcing them to fight over the pads in rotation back out. It messes with their entire game plan, and you got to come up with something new on the fly. But who knows? Maybe something could be found out within the frame of the timeout.
That's the whole point, right? You know, they're the Falcons normally. Here they're Saudi Arabia, but they're got clipped wings at the moment. Not very fun. So Saudi Arabia, definitely a good time to take a timeout. 2-0 in the series, but not out of it. You hope they come out of the timeout a little bit more heat. Say, look, let's go get hard, physical, aggressive contact on the ball and just see if we can speed up the pace of the ball, I think.
I can confirm there will be a slight delay, which is why we're looking at these pitches. Not going to be too long, we hope, but the players are going to have another curveball to deal with, and that's all part and parcel of esports in general. You know, all these players are used to having to deal with situations where something goes awry and you've got to sit there and sweat achieves and just keep on. Do you think about it or think about anything but the situation you're in?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit dependent on each person. I know for me personally, when I had the tech issues and the extra delays, it started to get a little bit grating, especially if they start to chain together, because it's hard enough to take your time out and just say, okay, let's take a break. That's a planned break, right? We say we need a moment to ourselves, try and figure this one out. But after you come up with that plan and say, okay, let's go into game 3, and you have this extra delay, it starts to get really irritating because you just want to get right back into it and see what you've come up with.
Yeah, it's frustrating for Saudi Arabia as well, because I think they would have, you know, mentally budgeted for 2 minutes, and suddenly it might be 3, it might be 3.5, who knows what it ends up being. But all that momentum and all that, the way that you tax your own brain to, you know when to go into it, that has to change and be adaptable.
Well, as far as France is concerned, they are cool, calm, and collected. All 3 members in free play, bouncing off the walls,
staying
ready
warm.
to get back into it. Yeah, they're very, very warm. Farah's aura farming in front of all of Saudi Arabia right
I mean, I wouldn't mind if he just started doing that, if he started doing the aura farm dance.
Doing the little dance.
If anyone can get away with that. I feel like if Farah did it, everyone would go, wow, he's a genius.
Yeah, he's incredible. No, he definitely would. If not, Zen would lead the charge. For sure. I think I've seen a video of Zen doing that, actually.
Wow.
I mean, it's a packed arena now as well. I don't know if you guys can see in the pictures, but it's not just the bottom floor. There's also a middle floor, a balcony, which up until now, you know, there've been a few people leaning against. Now it's 4 rows of people full. So if you got a seat in here, you're doing all right for yourself. So enjoy it, because there are a lot of people standing around watching, just trying to get a glimpse of these players, and hopefully achieves for them a glimpse of Saudi Arabia lifting this trophy for the 2nd year in a row.
Yeah, and right now they've been effectively removed from the contest so far. I mean, there hasn't been a whole lot to cheer for. The attack that they're so used to seeing hasn't come to bear any fruit. The crowd at Saudi Arabia, see if they can pick their team up. They come back. TRK returning.
I think he's the only person that could need to step away and then come back with like the entire arena on his back.
That's extra pressure though, right? Even for TRK, I mean, he's got such a good relationship with these Saudi fans, but every time you take that headset off and every time you have to hear your name be chanted again, you just get yourself back in the zone, especially, Herc, when you are losing, when it is a struggle today.
Yeah, so for those of you who may just be tuning in, what you missed was France is now up 2-0 in the series. It is best of 7 for this grand final here. Saudi Arabia so far has had no proper answers throughout the series. They've been falling short by a goal or 2 at a time. And we're gonna see if they're able to get back into it. All players on the field, fist bumps all the way around.
Well, looks like we are well and truly ready to go on to map 3. Saudi Arabia desperately needs something. They won this last year, but France only got 1 game against them in the grand finals. France have already done better than that today, and they almost make it even better for themselves right off the rip with a goal after Saudi Arabia's tactical timeout.
And I think if Saudi Arabia goes for the approach, whoa, that's a great challenge from Zen, but I think Saudi Arabia definitely wants to speed up the pace of play, but right now they're all just running into each other, and here comes Zen to add another wrench in the gears, finding a demo in the Saudi Arabian goal is Rawas. Just saying, okay, you know what, maybe not quite set up to go get him just yet.
I completely anticipated France coming in with an insane level of aggression, but here comes Saudi Arabia's attack.
Oh.
The onslaught goes just a bit high. They almost lasered it in.
Once again, though, it just doesn't quite happen for Saudi Arabia, and now Zen, he's a man that things tend to happen for on the Rocket League pitch. Ruas does everything he can to block Zen of sorts. It's not going to be enough. Batira, 1-0 France.
France shows them how it's done. Zen fakes the first touch, leaves it to the backboard, and TRK just carries it out to the wrong guy.
So tough. I mean, Saudi Arabia, they had 2 people on that backboard to try and get that ball back into the corner, and Zen still just finding a way. And after they saw it go into the middle, they knew Batira was just waiting. He's like, yeah, come on, bring it to me. I want it.
Batira gets himself on the score sheet. Ruas into the center. Wants to get the double tap, almost does so. Nearly there. Killers keeps the attack going here for Saudi Arabia. Despite conceding the goal, this is better from them. They are looking more like their former selves.
Just over a minute 20 into this one. France back where they were in game 2 and 1 in the lead. Batira taking his time with this. Almost under 1, allows the challenge to come forward, and it still keeps possession for France in a way. Even with Saudi Arabia on the ball, they tend to lose it very quickly, and France is aware of that. It's low boost, easy challenges, taken aback.
Steve Batira taking a little bit of the page out of the Saudi Arabian handbook. That ball gets thrown into the corner. We stop thinking about the ball. We start thinking about removing people from the defense.
Oh, that's awkward though from Roas. I mean, TRK and Killers both of them had to race to get to that ball.
It was a little bit of a triple commit there. Saudi Arabia could be having some nerve-wracking moments as far as frustration is concerned. Pass over to TRK, almost intercepted, but it still goes ceiling down, and it...
Killers eventually bundles it home. It goes to the ceiling from Batira, and actually it wasn't even Batira and TRK. It was a clean win there, and that will feel good for Saudi.
Gotta feel great. Gets the crowd pumped up right back into it. 1-1. A great way to find an answer and get yourselves back into this series.
So far, every single game has been 2-1 France. Let's see if Saudi Arabia can take the next plug. They almost do straight from the kickoff. Ruas coming in. He can only get it high, though. Zen clears it away, and he has boost. He's getting hold of some of it. Flip reset doesn't really go anywhere, but Juicy and Killers, the 50-50 falls to Juicy. This is better, so much better now from Saudi Arabia to the backboard. Ruas, see them! Yes, he is!
The one person on the pitch, I think, that would have the confidence to go for this tight of an angle against France would be Ruas.
Juicy on the goal line as well. I mean, he's done so much good work at Juice.
Yeah, but even no chance. That angle is just unstoppable. Phenomenal execution. TRK trying to get a third goal on the board. Saudi Arabia, their first lead. Zen, uncharacteristic. A couple of missed touches off his backboard, and what kind of let Saudi Arabia back into this one. And Killers with 100. Batira driving hard with 0.
Saudi train now well and truly rolling. Killers has big control of this one in the air again. Ruas comes in, but uses all of his boost to get it to the French backboard at the very least. France will know they've got plenty of time left in the tank, so they don't need to rush anything too much. I think their bigger worry at the moment is that it seems to be all Saudi Arabia in the plays.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia has definitely gotten a grip on when they have this ball. They hold on to possession. That was a really big demo too in the back end. They're getting a little bit braver and better with timing on when they're sending each other up now.
And it's a nasty bit of work from Moas as well, just landing out of the corner, keep that speed up. Because he knows Zen's got to go to the net to make the save. He knows his teammates got the ball because the other French players out in the corner, they understand that intuitive spacing difference, and they execute.
Some teams, you ask, can they keep up this pace? But fortunately for France, Saudi Arabia, one of those teams which the answer is very much yes. They go again. All three of them completely in sync now, looking like a completely different team after the tactical timeout. So credit to Coach Do, but here comes Juicy, put over the top by TRK, and that one's going to hit the crossbar. Big save.
Just a bit high, but the pressure's not going to stop here until that big clear comes out. A little bit of a miss on this one, but he could have left it just to allow Saudi Arabia to push on in. France want this clear for themselves.
Now, if you're France, you do have a lot of time here. You got about a minute and a half. You'd like to score 1 before the 1 minute mark. My kind of favorite benchmark is about a minute per goal. So time definitely becoming a factor here, but certainly not out of it. It just starts with his first possession. Someone's got to get control, and Zen's going to try.
Zen tries to go down and open up a little bit of a path, but that ball got ahead of him. The follow-up shot is in, though. Juicy, he saw the timing of it. Zen didn't even have to go for another touch. It almost became mind games here. Killers had committed to the bit, and it's just over his head.
Excellent job from France to find a quick answer and give themselves plenty of time to find an equalizer. Saudi Arabia not out of the woods yet.
France need a good kickoff though, and they've lost this one. Ruas has it all to himself, but Juicy gets a fantastic 50-50. Tries to swipe at TRK as well. Quite land it, so Saudi Arabia keep up the pressure. Incredibly, there's still 50 seconds left of this game. It feels like we've been playing for hours with all the goals that we've been seeing. That's not how it is. France only 1 goal away from getting back into it.
40 seconds left to try and do it. They are in the right side of the field to make that possible. This one centers out TRK, pass over to Killers. They're trying to make it away. You see Zen going on the timing here. Almost dangerous, but the follow was late.
TRK gets it into the center. Batira Gets the flip resets. Then underneath him, can Vatira get it to him with a second flip reset? The old foes combining at last here for FIFA is. Juicy is underneath this boost. Get the boost, all the ball gets neither, and that surely is game, just like that. Juicy indecisive.
That's what you get a little bit worried about. You see Zen get beat clean, and you think, oh, I gotta buy time, and I gotta make a good 50. And Killers, he preys on the fact that Juicy expects him to try and force the net. Killers just says, no, I'm just gonna keep going towards the corner and bounce it around you, and you're just too late to react to it.
Saudi Arabia is coming into this one now a little bit more confident as far as the mind games are concerned. 8 seconds left on the clock, and another one on the mark. Saudi Arabia up by 3, giving France a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, how very them as well. They don't settle for 4. They're always wanting more. They don't think about saving these kickoff strategies. They're just like, hey, we can score a goal if we do this.
Really got to rub it in, you know?
Of course.
You had a couple of real tough games. You just want to say, yeah. This one was definitely ours. No flukes here.
And they keep it going is the main question. As they slam that ball to the ground and Saudi Arabia get themselves on the score sheet.
I will say I'm very happy with what Saudi Arabia brought back to the table after that timeout and with the extra bit of time that they had to themselves to really just kind of sit and stir. I was a little nervous in the first half of that game that they weren't quite going to be able to do it, and you saw it after the initial France goal. Everybody, I think, was a little concerned for them.
And it all kind of started with a couple of missed executions from France off their own backboard. They just didn't quite have that control. And yes, it came back, but too little, too late. Saudi Arabia already had the bit in their teeth, and they weren't going to let it go. They were running with that one.
I mean, it was France who got the first goal as well, and I think when a team does a tactical timeout and then immediately concedes, you start to think, oh dear, here we go. Even for this great Saudi Arabian team, momentum, when it goes against you, is so difficult to recapture.
Oh, for sure. But listen, this is a team that has been at the top, experienced the highest levels of pressure placed upon them in the world. This is just another fun challenge. This is, again, at the end of the day, this is a reunion for these boys, right? They've seen the top of the top together. This is just about kind of refinding your groove that you used to have in the prior season together.
And how about that shot from Ruas to really get the engine started again? One heck of an angle. We'll see if they can take that momentum and run with it. Saudi Arabia would not be surprised to see him come out with a bit of flames here at the start of Game 4.
Yeah, our reigning champions are now on the scoreboard. They have that all-important pip underneath their name, and they will be looking to keep on building at that. Zen has to have his cast grateful going to that ball by teammate and opponent, I think. Everyone was getting involved there, but somehow Zen just shrugged, carried away with the ball.
France right now going to be faced with a new challenge, trying to keep up with the newest speed of Saudi Arabia. Killers tried to go for the dunk. Ruas wanted to get the follow for his twin, and TRK, of course, just wants to maintain the pressure in favor of Saudi.
Real tricky there from Killers, trying to set up that he was going to shoot it with that flick and then drive it low corner. Great discipline from France on the goal line to stay at zeros, and still France pressing hard here, seeing if they can just demo Saudi Arabia into submission. Vatira does not steal the corner boost, though, and likely to have to give a little bit of ground here unless Juicy's got something in the bag of tricks.
Juicy has 100, so we can at least get them onto the sky, but Killers again showing great patience just to wait. Saudi Arabia playing at their explosive fast at the moment, allowing the French to come onto them for now. We know that when they choose to strike, they certainly will. Killers tries to get it going. It doesn't land. The ball falls to Ruas. Pushed it to the side. It's both teams trading ball possession at the moment, but neither really making too many threats.
The interesting thing for me right now is France does lead as far as ball touches go. This is one of the better shots. Oh, went on the bar.
So close for France. Devastating miss, and Ruas fighting with zero boost defensively. A difficult stand to make, but somehow, some way comes up with a save off the top of his net. Now he's got more work to do.
I go back to that frustration of France leading in ball touches, right? And then that was a prime example of why they're leading, but haven't found anything. Shots have been just a bit wide. This one on target, but straight in the nose of Killers. Another challenge, and they've got that backboard and corner covered.
Yeah, it's looking good though for France at the moment. This is a really good attack. Zen uses all of his boost, burns through so much, but does get the ball to Vatira. Ruas had to be aware on the backboard.
Real nice job from Ruas. Calm, cool, collected. Even with zero boost, you see where the attack is headed. You put your car in position, and you just dribble out of your own corner. You love to see that poise, even under pressure with nothing in the tank. As two people jump for Saudi Arabia, Killers will lend a helping hand and throw it to the corner.
Achieves as ever, you make it sound so simple, but remember, to everyone watching on at home, this is against France. Absolutely nothing they are doing is easy. And France are making it as difficult as possible as they come forward with another attack. Juicy tries to tee up a teammate, but Killers fakes it out. Vatira doesn't fall for that one though. Ruas thought he'd be in there, Vatira didn't let him, so France still beginning to read Saudi Arabia's tricks, something you have to do against this squad. Let's make sure you know when they're going to fake it. Juicy goes to the ceiling, he loves the play, but it doesn't quite work.
And the follows are coming in a little bit slower because Saudi Arabia is aware of the France MO, which is to have those initial quick follow-ups. They've cut them off quite a bit and started doing it to them. Saudi follow from TRK into the corner, demoed off the play entirely. This one gets taken up to the sky by Killers. Can he 50 it forward? No, it's just dead ball. A follow it in! TRK, the quick cut, puts Saudi Arabia in the lead.
And this is a great two-man push versus 3 people from Saudi Arabia. They find the demo as well. They steal all the boost on the corner. So even if this shot doesn't wind up going in, they know they're going to be able to cycle back around and keep this press going. Thankfully, it didn't even have to go that far. They just put it in.
Saudi Arabia looking back to their best yet achieves.
I think so. This was a great turnaround off that timeout, but it's a long way to go. You still got to get through a minute 40 and prove that you can win this with a 1-goal lead.
Ruas gets that one to the center. Saudi Arabia again stepping their game up, continuing to whir through those gears. And as Chief says, the question is, can they keep it there? TRK is trying to make sure they do. Juicy should be able to clear this. Misses though, a couple of mistakes now from Juicy. Front's least experienced player is starting to show that it's safe on the goal line just.
That is that French domination on the back end there, and the quick transition out into the center, popped up over to Juicy. He tries to send it back over to Zen, but Zen misses on it. Very rare small touch. He still tries to push it forward.
Juicy has 23 boosts to play with and an idea. He gets it forwards, has 15 left. Ruas gets the catch, taking away another couple of seconds. So it's just beginning to run out of time. The clock will be in their minds until Vatira shows the improvisational skills he's known for.
And how about Zen just keeping one eye on Ruas? He sees him jump off that sidewall and go for that challenge, so he just drives on over to the left side and just waits for it to come to him, and he just drops it back where Vatira lands. That's a great bit of understanding.
France is absolutely back in the fight here, just under a minute in regulation and on even playing ground. It's a shot on target, ripped out into the corner. Can France follow it? It's an awkward touch that forces Saudi Arabia to regain possession. How long will it last? It cut it in front of the net, but nobody committed.
And more dodgy defending from the French, and maybe Saudi Arabia can capitalize. Vatira, he gets it forward. In comes TRK, he shoots. Juicy gets the save. Zen now has to slow it down for his team. Needs this catch to be a good one. Now how's the 50?
I like this push here from France. They're going to try and steal it here at the end again, like they did in game number 2. Patience could be a virtue, but it's a 50 back for Saudi Arabia.
Killers gets it forward. Zen has 100 boost. Suddenly all of France seem to have endless resources. Zen goes to the ceiling. He's done this on this map before. Vatira to the right side, but it comes to nothing.
You can see it on Saudi Arabia's faces. They want to make that final push. It's the center over to Kalirs, but he has to be patient with it. It'll hit the ground, and it'll be a golden goal potential for the swing.
Smart move from Killers, I think, to just let that one fall to the floor. Yeah, you could have tried to force it, but just say, look, let's reset, take the OT and see what happens. Pass across, that's going to be equal at best. Killers trying to force it with 0 top right corner. What a shot!
How's he stopped that one? I thought he'd be forcing. I thought he'd be trying to take some boost or make France question him. But finish that good, Huck. He can score from anywhere.
Plays it absolutely clean and simple. Old school Falcons energy still reigns in the veins of Saudi Arabia.
What a shot as well. I mean, you can see all your fancy flip resets and double taps and psychos, but there's something about a good clean shot achieved that just makes me smile.
It's great, because you don't think, I mean, if I'm there with 0 boost and I see Zen about to hit the ball, I'm kind of like, I think I might just rotate back and grab a little boost, but he just saw that ball off the ceiling, says, if it comes to me, I bet I can just slam this one top corner, and boy, did he. Josie, nice try, but he hit that one dead on the money. Great piece of technical shooting, and that is why you practice the fundamentals. You don't need boost to hit that shot.
Nope. No, you do not, and I'm sure that that is something that has gone over and over again. For now, in this moment, France has officially called a timeout. A little bit of waiver once that match point got away from themselves, and they go back to being tied in the series overall.
And it's an interesting spot here for France, because it doesn't really feel like Saudi Arabia is doing anything like significantly different. It's just the boost has been equalized, right? It's what we talked about. We're not fighting in Saudi Arabia's corner anymore. And fighting for their boost. We're fighting at the midfield line. We're getting a little bit more of that control and technical proficiency from Saudi Arabia. It's not much, but it's just enough to even the scales. And France, I think, as a timeout here, it's not so much gameplay change. I think it's just, look, let's take a minute. Let's not let Saudi Arabia run with this. They've scored, what, 5, 6, 7 goals in the past 2 games, and saying, let's just slow it down a little bit, take a moment to settle ourselves.
You know how stressed out you gotta be for your resting heart rate to be 140? and for the rest of the week, it is sat around 80.
Yeah, it's hard work, no doubt, to go out there and try and contend with all the factors, the crowd, the pressure, the demands of technical excellence. Game 5, advantage to whoever wins here.
Well, I'd say right now advantage to Saudi Arabia as well. They have all the momentum. They've forced France to burn their tactical timeout just when it was seeming this series was going their way. And now maybe they can get the early goal as well in Game 5. Not quite, but Saudi Arabia on the attack from the off.
They tried to go for the repeat on that shot there. Instead, France goes for the transition out. Big follow-up from that third man, Juicy there. And Vatira working together, but Zen's not going to commit full on the play. Instead, he retreats, respects what Saudi Arabia is able to do, and denies the flick.
I think both teams will be relieved that it's still 0-0. Both had at least half a chance. Their Juicy to the ceiling is so dangerous. Now Vatira takes his turn. It is Zen. We haven't seen him conjure up too much magic despite France getting wins. If Zen comes online and achieves, this surely is the ingredients France need.
Yeah, it was definitely an awkward position. Wasn't sure who was going to go out to the middle. Here's a pass across to Zen. That will get poked back across. Juicy, you got a little bit of work to do. Your teammates need a bit of time, and wisely to just jam that ball into the corner and see what comes of it. Still no blue steals in that corner. Saudi Arabia doing an excellent job controlling their half of the pitch and not letting the pressure build for France.
Waiting to see when France gets frustrated enough to really start to go for some of these demos on Saudi. The initial plan in the beginning of the series was to boost star of Saudi Arabia. That no longer is working. I fear the only other way to get him out of your face is to get him off the field. And even that is a challenge in and of itself. Another shot centered to the backboard, taken away.
Yeah, maybe that may be a little bit of magic from their magician Zen, and here he is on the ball right now, up against Ruas. Wants to slow it down. Ruas and Killers combine. Little team bump there. What's that between brothers? Zen to the sky. Here is TRK, almost there as, again, every time Saudi Arabia coming forward now, they look incredibly dangerous. Zen underneath this one. Can only tip it to the side, but France can't break their line. Saudi Arabia approaching deep into enemy territory. Killers, he takes a touch, then he shoots. This must be the goal, up against Vatira, who somehow gets enough on it.
What a job from Vatira there, and as well, Zen coming up with that midfield boost is huge. Saudi Arabia had a huge lead, and Juicy will take out an extra Saudi Arabian player. France is going to get a lot of time to work here. Doesn't really matter what you do with the ball as long as you get yourself set, because Saudi Arabia is about to rip you to shreds. And that one, top of the net, and denied. Ruas will be kicked aside at the top of the net.
Yeah, France had to hold their nerve there. Looked like that one was on target, but they knew, and they didn't jump. They did not blink. Vatira gets the pinch there. You can get so much power on those. Maybe in another world, Vatira scores that home.
Yeah, in this second half of the game here, you're really going to have to ramp it up. If you're France, they're going to try to. A lot of these shots are long clears. This one down on the ground, though. You saw the first one get sent over the mid-line. It was that big touch there from Juicy, and Zen doesn't even go for it. It's left off all for Vatira for that perfect bottom 90 placement.
And for those of you wondering what on earth Juicy is even doing there, while his team is back on his defensive half, he's rotating out to Saudi Arabia's side.
Oh, no.
Kickoff goal. Vatira's going to make it 2-0.
I mean, listen, France would call the kickoff on this one there. Both the twins just a bit wide. And at that point, I think TRK expected at least one person to get the tiniest touch on it, but a full jump up to 161 for Vatira. You can tell he is completely in it.
TRK goes to the ceiling. Vatira uses one for Zen. Suddenly it's France that are pulling out all the fakes, pulling out all the stops. Saudi Arabia chasing once more. It's been a while in this series since we've been able to say that. Juicy, he was more locked in. Pushing it to the side. Zen is there. Against TRK. Zen put touches in the middle, but Ruas bundles his way forward. Saudi Arabia have to get hold of this ball. They have to keep this ball. And the fake again. Saudi Arabia, that's how they do it.
Look how tight TRK follows Ruas here. He says, okay, you're going to take a 50. I'm going to be the first one there to it. I don't care if Vatira's in the net. Great understanding, knowing that Vatira's going to have a heck of a time reaching that backboard. Just be the first one.
They definitely sat there, pulled off the classic KC to the backboard fake. see now what they do to try and get that second goal. They try to go for the angle on this one, just a little bit wide. Gonna turn around and try it from the other side of the field. Ruas, low boost, nose dives down to the ground. It's a big pinch out and a shot just above the mark.
That's so close. The next goal in this series might be the most important one of all. If France win it, they will feel their momentum and their 1-goal lead might be enough to carry them over the line. But Saudi Arabia, 3 games in a row if they can get there, would be absolutely giant. Killers, full roll in front of him, gets the perfect 50-50. The entire region has been doing that for years at this point. Here he goes again, Killers. They can't get the ball off him. He's on the back foot. Wants to get one more touch. Finally, it falls through. As he pulls the trigger, but Juicy makes the save.
Vatira, that's a great fake. He knows that no shot's going to have a lot of power behind it, and France just trying to get their feet under him as Saudi Arabia is squeezing hard. Sand hoping for the longer clear, kind of hit it straight down to the floor. Clear's not the greatest 50 in Ruas. Needs a little bit of help. Vatira blindside Demo. And a wise Demo grab. I hope that's not your own net. Thankfully, just out.
Yeah, it's actually a great read from TRK to get the next touch on the ball, but also to get it away from his own goal. It's almost completely messed up there by his former org teammate, as then it's that one high, just tries to take a few more seconds away from this clock, which is now down to 30 seconds.
Right now, that series score is a true testament to the quality of what France has put out versus the quantity of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia out shooting them by twice as much. Big shot up high. Killers was already up in the air for it, but the shot's denied.
Yeah, Chiefs thought that one was in. He was already raising his hands. It might still be. Saudi Arabia continues to work it, but Zen lets the ball flash across his goal. Fantastic composure from the former world champion. Vatira gets it on the floor. Maybe France are about to go within a game of victory, of glory, of the French Revolution.
What a block from Vatira at that final second. That was going to be the last chance for Saudi Arabia to find an equalizer, and definitely a little bit of stress there. They know there's no more lives left. You got to find an answer, and Vatira in the middle. That guy knew exactly how those final 15 seconds were going to play out, and a tough break off the post there.
Yeah, the crazy thing is, in so many of those scenarios, France, it felt like the pressure was just building to the point where they should have fallen to them. They did in that particular goal there, but for the most part, France continued to hold on. I truly have not seen Vatira have energy like this in such a long time. You can tell how much it means to him, and honestly, truth be told, because when I saw Zen this morning, I put a text in the group chat. I was like, France is cooked.
Yes.
Zen looks like he has the flu. And like, you can see Vatira, he's like, dude, I'm about to like pull you up. We're all going all out. France is getting the revenge.
Well, Vatira has 3 majors. He has 4 RLCS lands in total. He has an esports World Cup. Zen, a major, a world championship. Juicy now has 2 RLCS LAN wins, including a major, and he's finally won a regional, so he's got that particular monkey off his back as well. So France are serial winners. Saudi Arabia, the hometown heroes. They have to take this next game on Neo Tokyo, or else the big rematch falls to the French.
And what do you do when you gotta have it? You know, that's always the favorite question I love to ask myself. And honestly, I don't think I change anything if I'm Saudi Arabia. I like the game plan. I feel like if I tweak anything, it's not the way I want to go, right? They've all got the right idea. They're taking good 50s. It's just a matter of who's got the ice.
Well, it's all fun and games until France tweaks their game plan and forces them to readapt in the rest of this series. You can see the faces on every member of Saudi Arabia. It was a frustrating effort. They exhausted themselves probably a little bit more than they would have liked to. As far as France is concerned, they're very calm and collected.
I mean, you talk about exhaustion, but Achieves, it's France that have had to play more games today. It doesn't look like it at all at this point. I mean, Vatira is...
Oh, God, okay.
I think he's on the very edge of his energy, it's fair to say.
Yeah, it's been a long day for sure for France. They've definitely had an exhausting semifinal. Had a short little break there, but you got to get right back into it. You know, Saudi Arabia is putting them through their paces, and they're doing his best to just try and keep his players dialed in and say, look, guys, 5 more minutes.
Well, I mean, I saw a video where, I mentioned it on the desk, where Daniel from Team USA was asked about the French team and who he'd put where, and he said that Juicy was a mentality monster, and right now, looking at the heart rates, everyone comfortably under 100, as you'd expect. 87 from Juicy, that is incredibly low, very impressive.
I will say, I did see beast mode super low, and then when it mattered most, he jumped up to like 165, so it could be for show. At that point, you know, maybe Saudi Arabia takes a peek up at his heart rate monitor. They're like, oh, he's super cool and collected, and he's like, I just gotta take deep breaths.
Helps to be winning.
Freak him out, yep.
Definitely a little added pressure
Might get
here.
another sync from Saudi. They're so close. Okay, there's a 112. Killers, I need you to chill out.
Oh, this is like a fun mini game, isn't it? Can they all get the same heart rate?
They all had hundreds before. 111, I think, was the closest we've seen so far. Instead, they're popping up to 119.
Well, they're going to have to up the adrenaline and dig deep in everything they've got, because we are heading to Neo Tokyo. So many of Rocket League's most famous and infamous moments have happened on this map. What we will see over the next 5 minutes will define this tournament. Vatira catches it. France, they're in the ascendancy arc.
Yeah, this match point is pretty frustrating for Saudi Arabia. They are having to play the long game as far as the grand final is concerned. Vatira up on the nose of his car, has a split, fakes it, tries to get cheeky against Saudi Arabia, but it's not enough to find anything in the net.
Unlucky break there for Saudi Arabia. They were trying to get Killers that 100 boost, but as he came down with the ball, it spawned right in front of his teammate, and thankfully Saudi Arabia find a deep clear, and another one spawns, but definitely a little bit hamstrung here.
Yeah, we talked about the importance of the next goal last game. There wasn't a next goal. France were able to just see it away and show some great game management. Will they have another lead to play with? Oh yes, they will after that demo!
I expected this at some point in time, and we did eventually get it. It's just a nice bounce off the wall and a nosedive into that last defender for a wide open net to France.
And Killers knew the heat was coming. He tried to go around the back in case he put it on target or up on the backboard, and he was ready for it, but they just bounced it out, and Killers landing. He knew that the demo was coming right behind him. He could not get out of the way. A nice, easy put away.
Well, France have it again, and now Saudi Arabia have to be careful this one doesn't get away from them. They almost equalize right off the rip, but again it hits the post. Things just aren't going their way.
Yeah, right now Saudi Arabia is just a little bit off the mark, and even when that happens, they've been tending to play this ball out into the corner. They're losing possession over to France.
Oh, it could be another chance, but Ruas saw it coming, and no one from France and headed forward. Maybe a sign that they're beginning to sense they can win this one. They don't want to overcommit anything. TRK gets dunked there in front of France's goal. Again, when Saudi Arabia pull the trigger, there is always a French wall on the goal line. Zen catches, he goes high. One following him up, it's Zen and Juicy, the two of them combining. It actually works out quite well for France, because Juicy's able to get that 100 boost up against TRK, and there's a double commit. They're forcing all sorts of errors defensively. Ruas doesn't get it on the backboard. There's no one there for France, and are they being too defensive?
Yeah, this is going back very similar to those early games of the series right now. France able to slowly boost starve Saudi and forcing them on the low ground so they can take the high shot.
I said, are they being, excuse me, I said, are they being too defensive? No,
yeah, absolutely not. You don't really lose a whole lot by rotating out if you're expecting to clear from Ruas, and the benefit is you get the boost early, so in case it comes back around, you have this nice, great shot position.
Well, now off the kickoff, Saudi Arabia in a tough position, 3 minutes and 2 down to the big dogs of France, trying to hold on to their title. France wants to make a name of their own here in the FIFA E-League. This one carried out to the halfway line. They work together, but is it another lost possession? Yep. It's a demo on a TRK, and Vatira gonna work together to push Saudi Arabia back.
And a 2-goal lead here is huge for France. You just hit the halfway mark. Saudi Arabia really hasn't got the ball in their corner for themselves. They've immediately gotten pushed back, and you're starting to see shades of game 1, game 2. That's a big demo from Ruas to give them a little bit of room. But they all have to get some time to get some boost, and that just means France is going to go out here and stall and waste more time off the clock. They're not even going to attack the net. They're going to force Saudi Arabia to defend the net, and then they're just going to pump it into the corner and waste more time.
Every time France come forward, they are that much closer to a FIFA E-World Championship. Vatira gets that one to the side. Killers gets the catch. Is his brother there? Is his teammate there? Ruas in the end, he shoots it, it's just wide. Juicy can get this one away again. And once more, Herc, France are just refusing to let Saudi Arabia in.
Well, I expect France to play a very defensive last 2 minutes here. You're up that 2-0 lead, right? Saudi Arabia's going to give it everything that they have for the most part. They usually tend to outshoot France by almost double. So that is just another testament to the fact that France has played a very, very clean defensive game. Vatira has taken them out of their own half, though, some breathing room into that final 90.
You can see that challenge angle from Vatira actually forcing Ruas to hit it up and away from his line that he wanted to take back onto the attack. And Zanin will actually leave the corner boost and just look for demos or rotate out.
A little bit of a loss here, but TRK kept the play in motion. So does Ruas. The rest of them sit behind on that mid line. TRK is going to commit, playing very close to Clears, and if they lose it, it's transition out for France.
Yeah, is that the moment? Maybe they would have thought they had it there. It is broken, you can't blame them now. But Vatira gets it long. France know every clearance they make absolutely amplified in size and scale because they are that close to Chiefs to claim the victory. In towards Killers, but he puts it on top of the goal again. Ruas is in, and it does go in eventually.
Oh, great shot from Saudi Arabia to not get too flustered by this shot. That's a great try from Killers all the way to the opposite side, and thankfully Ruas wins a huge 50, and Karma does him a good turn that time. It's off the bar and in.
Yeah, that's a little frustrating there from the end of France. He thought Zen was able to get the clear on out, but he doesn't. 37 seconds left, and a only 1-goal lead is what keeps them in this.
Saudi Arabia still pressing though. So close to staying within touching distance of France. TRK wins a huge dunk. Zen on the goal line. TRK picks up the 100, he goes high, all of France completely starved. Saudi Arabia have worked themselves back into this one so well, but Vatira is still getting touches on the ball. TRK's turn this time, but it falls to Zen.
Pressure is still on though from Saudi Arabia. They retreat on back, big one up, 8 seconds on the clock here. Ruas is gonna carry it on his nose. You see TRK down in the bottom, he leaves it for him. It's a shot, it's a bounce, it's a float, and it's still in play.
Saudi Arabia have to do it now, it's all or nothing, onto the backboard. Zen gets the touch, is that the one that takes France over the line? His Killers, but Juicy, the new man, the questioned, the one who came in place of Monkey Moon, had people raising eyebrows. Vatira turns to the Saudi crowd, he shushes the entire room. A man who's lost grand finals, a man who's been mocked for never doing it all, has his moment.
This truly has been the year of Vatira. Few and far in between have been able to take him down, but when pride was on the line, he does it for all of France.
TRK devastated, understandably. He wanted to come back and repeat with his old squad one more time. Understandable heartbreak. But what can you do? Sometimes you just don't quite have enough.
Through it all, France lost 4-1 last year against this very roster. Saudi Arabia tasted glory on home soil, but this time, Zen, Vatira, Juicy ensure that France are your FIFAe World Cup 2025 champions.
Such an incredible series overall. Exactly what everybody expected from this roster. Despite illness, despite exhaustion, this team has proven why France has produced some of, if not always, the best players in the world.
And a two-part win as well. Vengeance and vindication. You make the swap away from Monkey Moon, you pick up Juicy, and you prove it was the right choice. You do what you couldn't last year. And handshakes all around, a well-deserved victory for the French squad. Maybe next time, Saudi Arabia.
I feel like this is creating a story for a really exciting, event next year, because now we're 1-1 in the biggest rivalry here at FIFAe.
For sure. I mean, we said at the top of this that there's no team that Saudi Arabia and Saudi Arabia's fans love beating more than the French. A truly organic rivalry that's been brewing since the very start of these beautiful tournaments in Saudi Arabia, with Carmine Corp winning the Esports World Cup last year, and then Saudi Arabia taking Carmine Corp to the cleaners and winning the RLCS Championship just a few months later. Now the pendulum swings straight back to France, with the spectre of the Paris Major in a few months as well achieves after Boston. I mean, I'm sure that whether it's Falcons, whether it's Twisted Minds, they're going to have their eyes set on revenge there.
Absolutely. If there's one thing Saudi Arabia has always done, it's they take a loss on the chin and they come back stronger than ever. So well played, France, until we meet again.
These two teams truly are playing season-long games of chess between the two.
Well, it's been thrilling to watch. It's been fantastic to be a part of. But your FIFAe World Cup champions, of course they are. It's France.
Joining us on stage to award our finalists with the medals they worked so hard for are our honored guests. Please welcome His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Bandar Al Saud, Chairman of the Saudi Esports Federation. Mr. Eric Fogg, Chairman of the FIFA Football Esports Committee. And Mr. Rami Ghai, Chief Business Officer at FIFA. And your silver medalist, the hometown heroes, Saudi Arabia! And your gold medalist and FIFAe World Cup 2025 champions, Team France! One more time, thank you very much to our honored guests for joining us at the FIFAe World Cup stage. Standing by on stage is Veracity for a final chat with our gold medalist.
Congratulations are in order for Team France. Zen, I want to start with you first. What does it mean to walk away victorious, representing your nation and doing it here at the FIFAe World Cup?
Ça veut dire quoi de gagner pour ta nation?
Can I say it in French? Ça fait quelque chose de spécial. Moi, j'avais pas gagné depuis 3 ans et honnêtement, je pensais qu'un jour j'allais retired. Mais comme quoi, faut rien lâcher dans la vie, pardon. Et quand tu veux un truc, tu peux y arriver. Et j'ai surtout été très bien entouré.
He says it feels very special. It's been 3 years of like hardships, and I thought about retiring for some reason. But like, yeah, I'm really happy. It's a very special moment for me.
That was beautifully said. Juicy, can I get you to come on down over here? You joined this team with very big shoes to fill. I want you to look at these boys right now and tell me, what do you have to say to the team that helped you get to this very moment?
I mean, first of all, I love them. They're so, like, they're good people. They're good players. I don't know, like, I'm just happy right now, so I don't know.
I'm lost for words, basically. Vatira, come here, sir. Batira, being an esports player requires a lot of sacrifice. Does a moment like this, walking away a champion, make it all worthwhile?
Yeah, of course. It's a crazy moment. Beating Saudi Arabia is an amazing feeling. I'm really proud of my team, and yeah, it feels really good.
Now, Farah, come on down, come on over. Do you have any words for family, friends, everybody that's been supporting your journey so far?
I mean, the French community have been very supportive. Lyon was not the place to win. I guess Saudi Arabia, treats us very well. So I'm very proud of us and very happy for all of the support we've gotten. And thanks Saudi Arabia for the warm welcome as well.
Beautifully said. Gentlemen, this has been a beautiful journey, but there's still one thing left to do. Go ahead and claim what is rightfully yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, your FIFAe World Cup 2025 Rocket League champions, Team France!
What a special moment for Team France. They came agonisingly short last year and they managed to correct that tonight.
Amazing, just an amazing performance. Halfway through that series, it looked like Saudi Arabia had taken back control after the good start that France got, but they were just the better team in the business end of the series. They looked completely composed. Saudi Arabia were the team looking nervous, so France, deserved winners.
Throughout the history of Rocket League, France has been the most dominant country, the dominant nation that we have in our esport. How fitting now to have a FIFAe World Cup trophy to their name.
Even more difficult for France that they had to take down the reigning champions, Johnny.
Yeah, and in-form reigning champions as well. We've just seen how strong they were today, how strong they were yesterday, finishing off their group that contained the USA. Saudi topped that group. The USA that took France right down to the wire, had them on the ropes. They just beat that team, and they did it on their home turf. So Batira, second time this year actually, he's taken down this trio on their home soil. It's got to feel good.
Yeah, and well, I wouldn't say a new team, but obviously these two players very familiar with each other. But an incredible performance from them with everything that was going on behind the scenes as well. The illness, Farah, I hadn't seen him so nervous coming into a championship Friday. and to overcome all of that was simply incredible. So thoroughly deserved, and it was great to see even the people here in Saudi, you know, applauding them afterwards, and the sportsmanship that was behind that was special.
Yeah, definitely an intense rivalry in France and here in Saudi Arabia. The fans love to get involved, try and help their team come out on top. But yeah, when it's all said and done, you know, Lyon did a really good job in the RLCS World Championship. All the fans stuck around to celebrate the opponent's victory, and the Saudi Arabian fans have done the same thing today.
It really was a team victory as well, wasn't it? Each of the three individual players brought their own kind of flair to the side here, didn't they?
Oh, for sure. I mean, you could hear the emotion from Zen at the end there. It's been a while since he was able to win like this. It's what we're actually just talking about since the World Championship, when he came bursting onto the scene, won everything for about 3 months period, then never won again. So to play like this, after all of those losses, it really speaks to his ability.
Yeah, it felt like he kept up his incredible performance. People still calling him the best player in the world, but to go so long in a way without a trophy to now add another one is huge. And as you mentioned, all three players performing. I think the story of this FIFAe World Cup was we had a lot of fantastic nations with maybe 2 fantastic players and a third, you know, or even one. And it takes all three, and that's what we saw there with both teams. 3 or 6 fantastic players on the pitch, which is why they were both in the grand final.
And we were talking, was there going to be a weak link with Juicy? Veracity asked the question, what do you say to your teammates? You know, your very experienced, successful teammates. And I love you. They're great teammates. Pretty much lost for words, probably at the moment, just processing what he's achieved.
Yeah, and the first thing that comes to his mind is that they're just great guys, which I can, you know, say is absolutely true of Juicy. Yeah, what a character, what a nice guy. You know, he is a great LAN player. He's not been making the LANs for the past year. Now he is again, and every time he does, he performs. But yeah, he's such a great character, such a nice guy to have around, and they all are. And it really does help in tough moments to know that your teammates have got your back, that they want you to succeed, and you can see that here today.
Where does this rank now a player like Vatira in terms of other players who have been great? Is he kind of climbing there because he's achieving so much now? Having a little bit of a moment between them here, these two.
I think it depends who you ask.
Johnny's looking at me right now going, I told you so, because he rated Vatira
obviously,
one of the top 4, top 3 players.
One of the top. I'm just saying, kind of there in the conversation of the greatest.
I think absolutely. I think he is, for me, I don't understand how anybody could think he's not a top 5 player all time, but some people will tell you different. It really just depends what you think matters in the conversation. Some people think it's longevity, some people think it's peak ability, some people think it's how many trophies do you win, some people think it's are you the best player on your team. So different people are going to give you a different answer, but for me, I think he's definitely in the conversation.
Is he still 19 or something? He's still a teenager. He's super young still, and we're having this conversation about him. I know Rocket League players are young, and you know, they peak young, but still.
It is ridiculous. He's had the most incredible 2025 as well. What a way to cap it off with a FIFAe World Cup, and the pressure that, you know, when you're wearing the French jersey as well to bring, because as we said, it felt like this region, this nation, should I say, deserved a World Cup trophy to their name. They get it, but they had to do it with so much pressure on their shoulders.
Yeah, you say that, but then you got to remember that Vatira, he's won 4 LANs this calendar year. There's been 6 international LANs for Rocket League. He's won 4 of them, more than anyone else. And ever since his first ever International LAN Grand Final appearance, which he lost in the final in a really competitive series against an American team, G2 at the time, he has never lost in a Grand Final since then. He has. I actually lost count how many Grand Finals he's won, but no one else has got the winning record in Grand Finals internationally that Vatira currently has.
Yeah, his one blip is having no RLCS World Championship final appearances, but having a FIFAe World Cup trophy to your name.
And even there, he's got 3 third places in a row, which is better than the vast majority. So, I mean, yeah, he's absolutely one of the most winning players of all time. Juicy as a LAN player is one of the, I think, most underrated players, even by us at times.
Yeah.
And he's proving his worth again. Zen's back on top. Farah is probably the GOAT coach. I mean, France just have it all. It would be nice if somebody could knock it down a peg. But guys, it's not today. France are still the best.
They're inevitable.
And revenge for France must feel so sweet. But on the other side, this loss must really hurt Saudi Arabia, especially being on home soil and being the defending champions.
Yeah, that's going to hurt. I mean, really, today there's not going to be anything that will make them feel good about that. They're just going to have to hurt for a while. But looking back on this, I think they're going to appreciate the rivalry. They're going to think, well, we've got a good rivalry with France. 1-1 next year. they can see if they can get the advantage again.
Yeah, it's next year, but also at the same time for this roster, perhaps it's that one last hurrah as they nod together at club level. Perhaps next year we see a different Saudi Arabia lineup, but it's still incredible. One of the greatest rosters we have seen to be a top 2 and winning the first FIFAe World Cup as well. So bouncing back, they got oh so close. You know, they're a game away from going Game 7. Then it's anyone's. They could have easily gone back to back, but it was France's day.
Well, France are the champions, but who's going to be your player of the tournament? That's what we're asking you guys at home now, and you can vote for your favourite on social media as well. These are the 4 that we're putting up that you can choose from. I'm going to put you guys on the spot. Who would you pick? Who are you voting for?
And it's hard not to pick Juicy after he's just
phenomenal.
Clutched up against USA to get them into the final, and then also just had an unbelievable overall performance throughout the entire event. But yeah, coming into today, TRK was probably leading that one, but I think Juicy's pipped into the post.
Yeah, I'd say Zen and Vatira feel pretty stiff to not be up there as well. You probably had the entire French squad. Obviously, Zen was fantastic through the group stage, and yeah, it was Juicy's day. That was his final day to step up into the spotlight, but you know, beast mode performance. I mean, USA, all 4 were fantastic, but you have to give it to Juicy, don't you?
Well, we'll see. The fans are the ones that get to vote in the end, and you can do that on social media. And we can't announce it tomorrow because we're going home, but you can check it out, can't you, on the FIFAe socials, that's for sure. So just a quick word of why you think Saudi Arabia couldn't defend the title and were unstuck tonight, especially with the performances we have seen of them over the course of the event. They really grew into contenders.
Oh, for sure. They looked like they could absolutely do it. Even in the final, they looked like they could take it. There were moments where it looked like I think especially Game 4, they've stolen momentum. But for me, it was just the composure, and it's something this squad has lacked at times, especially in grand finals in the past. We've always said that they look like the best team outside of grand finals, but them in a grand final is not always like that. So you're really trying to dodge them before the final if you're trying to win a Rocket League event, which is what France did today.
Yeah, too many mistakes. We spoke about on the pre-show that, you know, France can just sit back and wait for that counter-attack chance, because Saudi Arabia will give you an opportunity if you can hold off the onslaught that they're going to be bringing in. We just saw once the pressure built, we saw the heart rates rise as well. So often in this tournament, all 3 Saudi Arabian players are sitting around 100, 110 BPM. They're climbing up to that 140, feeling the pressure.
Well, France, they had to play 17 matches to become world champions, and this was their knockout bracket as well. You're looking towards the bottom of the left-hand side. They took out Germany, didn't they, in the quarterfinals, and then it was a tough one. It was the USA. They had to go up against them in the semi-finals, and then finally, that was a rematch of 12 months ago, Saudi Arabia taking on France, and France, well, they went and reversed the result from 12 months ago and became World Cup champions here at the FIFAe. And what a result it was. What a highlight, I think, of the 2 weeks as well. I mean, it has been a fabulous fortnight. I'm going to come to CJ first because you've joined me for the entire 2 weeks. You've been here for eFootball, now for Rocket League.
Been fun.
These are special events, aren't they?
It's been incredible. I think every year, well, we'll say every year. The second year has only been better than the first, and the first was incredible. I love the dynamic format. We love the sets of 2. We could talk about the format all day long, so it's been incredible. I think it was the perfect grand final, the atmosphere, and I think the perfect result in the end. Obviously, the locals here, the crowd, would have wanted Saudi Arabia to go back-to-back. But for the 2 nations to have won our first 2 FIFAe World Cups, Saudi Arabia and France, it just makes sense.
It does, yeah, it does make sense. I think it's the right final, and France winning, it does set up next year as an awesome rivalry, potentially the tiebreaker. But I think USA have put themselves on that tier as well with their performance in the semi-final against France. It was so close to ending what's been a pretty horrible year for USA against France in particular. I think that's now, what is it, this squad, USA is 0-5 against Zen in this calendar year, and 0-3 against Vatira. It was this close to just finishing strong and not
looked
quite
like
enough.
a grand final as well, that semi. You know, I feel like we had 2 grand finals, which was that USA-France as well. So pretty unlucky. It's just the side of the bracket you fall on sometimes.
Johnny, just your final thoughts as well on Rocket League. Obviously, it's your second iteration of FIFAe Rocket League. Do you feel it's just getting bigger and better and the teams just put much more expectation on it now and they want to come here and they want to win it?
For sure. I think that, you know, coming into the first year, we didn't really know what to expect. A lot of people were underestimating the group stage, like CJ mentioned. We absolutely love it. I hope it comes back next year. It's just so exciting. The underdog stories, winning one game means so much. Every game feels like it matters so much. And then you still get that top 7 playoffs, just clean, no nonsense. Best team on the tournament is going to win. And this weekend it was France. So yeah, can't wait for next year.
It's been absolutely incredible. We've loved bringing you 2 weeks of action as well. Thailand, Poland, they were world champions last week, I should say. And now it is France as well, getting the job done in spectacular fashion here in the SCF Arena. I just want to say thank you to you two for joining me. Thank you to everyone at home for joining us on another FIFA E journey. It's been an incredible roller coaster, and I'm sure you'll be back for 2026 when we hopefully get to do it all again. Goodbye.
to your heads, folks. Training for World Cup in North America has begun, and you would not believe what these guys are up to.
White 17, hot!
Preparations spiral out of control across the globe as the hunt for World Cup glory intensifies. Buckle up, folks. We're just getting started.
When you're all in, anything can happen. Enjoy the moment with a Coca-Cola.
movement that inspires.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Slim like a whisper, sharp in the hand, never even unplanned. Every move got his game, smooth like ice, cold like flame. What's your edge?
Hello, Moto. Welcome to the world's best airline, where the journey begins before you fly, where lounges are a destination in themselves, and your world is always within reach. A place where you're looked after, and the smallest details bring the biggest smiles. This is Qatar Airways, the world's best for a record 9th time.
في السفر حتلاقي مفاجآت جديدة عليك، وهذا يمكن يخليك تتردد شوي. مع فيزا كل شيء مقبول، حتى ما يعض، صح؟ مقبولة عندنا، لأن هالخطوة اللي تسبق إنك تسوي شيء كنت دائما تشوفه مستحيل، وهذا اللي يميزك.
The digital world speaks the language of zeros and ones, and now, with advanced digital systems, countless new numbers join the field. A 7 can break the pattern. A 9 can be the game changer. At Globant, cutting-edge technologies are at the core of everything we do, driving new and innovative solutions to shape the future of FIFA and companies across every industry. We are the official tournament sponsor of the FIFAe Finals 2025. Globant, technology that dares to delight.
What was that?
Smells finer than the finest perfumes. New Axe Fine Fragrance.
Woke up in the middle, in a field full of fighters.
Fighting a battle, fall down, get up, losing requires. Stay strong till you're moving to a higher ground. Rise up and proving steady forward, I'll stay around. 'Cause underneath, for everyone to see, held my head up higher, higher, I ain't faking. That's why I believe what everyone will see. Together we'll be better, never break, we'll make it stronger, stronger, stronger. Together, never break, we'll make it stronger, stronger, stronger. Together, never break, we'll make it. Put your armor on, setting the game straight. Something to hold on, 'cause I count on checkmate. You won't be alone, we'll be standing tall.